Ding, the eye of light and darkness, endless wood, piercing pupil, and the eye of heavenly dragon are fused into the eye of light and darkness fire dragon. Ding, the void divine ability is transformed into the light and darkness void. Ding, the formless divine ability is transformed into the light and darkness void. Just when Wuxia was shocked by the heart of light and darkness, the system's voice sounded again. This made him slightly stunned. With a thought, he immediately checked his information. Name Wuxia. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary level 3. Dragon crystal, 8 out of 10, 000. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Burning the river and boiling the sea. Gold splitting the void. Descending of the wood realm. Water crisis city. Fury of the earth. Soul capture. Spirit possession. Light and dark fire dragon eyes. Light and dark void. Light and dark shadowless. Dragon Palace. Level 2. Members of Dragon Palace. 3,255. I've actually comprehended all the supernatural powers of the prickly dragon. And it even evolved. This heart of light and dark? Wuxia frowned and checked the reward that he suddenly received in his mind. When he finished reading the information about the heart of light and dark in his mind, his eyes sparkled. The heart of light and darkness was the supreme treasure of the divine dragon god of light and darkness. Could be integrated into the heart. The divine dragon god of light and darkness was the only divine dragon among the divine dragons who possessed both the light and darkness attributes. His abilities were ranked in the top 3 among the divine dragons. This heart of light and darkness was a supreme treasure that he had obtained unintentionally. It was also because of the heart of light and darkness that he was able to become the divine dragon of light and darkness. Just now, the heart of light and darkness wanted to enter Wuxia's heart and turn him into the divine dragon of light and darkness. However, the power of the 5 elements was too powerful and directly repelled it. It could only reside in his mind. Even so, Wuxia had obtained quite a number of supernatural powers. It had even increased his strength by 1 level. If he were to completely absorb the heart of light and darkness, his strength would definitely increase crazily. However, it was due to the attributes of the 5 elements. Although light and darkness were powerful, it was still impossible to replace the 5 elements. Although the heart of light and darkness did not replace the 5 elements, it still allowed me to live with some supernatural powers. Does this mean that I have a chance to become a divine dragon with all attributes, including the 5 elements of light and darkness plus wind and thunder? Wuxia thought to himself. However, he shook his head immediately. He did not dare to think of a divine dragon with all attributes. The thorn dragon is the descendant of the light and dark divine dragon. As the saying goes, dragons have 9 sons, and each of them is different. The thorn dragon has inherited the innate talent and attributes of the light and dark divine dragon. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he looked at the heart of the thorn dragon. A thorn dragon that was the size of a palm was a combination of light and darkness. Its form was similar to the Ao Yao Yao of today. However, it was only half light and half darkness. The Ao Yao could only be considered as a half-completed spiky dragon. The main reason was that it only possessed the light attribute. Hence, it became the current light spike. In order to become a complete spiky dragon, one would need to evolve into a dark spike from a member of the dragon clan who possessed the darkness attribute. However, when they were combined together, they would form a spiky dragon. AOU! Wuxia looked at the heart of the spiky dragon and shouted to the side. Dragon King! Ao Yao revealed herself and looked at the heart of the spiky dragon that was floating in the air. Her eyes sparkled. Absorb it, and you should be able to evolve into a complete spiky dragon, Wuxia said to Ao Yao. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao nodded and aimed her claws at the body of the heart of the spiky dragon. Buzz. The moment she touched it, the heart of the spiky dragon entered the body of the spiky dragon. Boom. In an instant, it was as if an energy exploded from the body of the thorned dragon. One of his eyes turned into a strange black color. Following that, half of his body began to slowly turn black. Half of it was light, and the other half was darkness. A real thorn dragon, wandering between light and darkness. The strongest assassination dragon of the divine dragon race. The thorn dragon. Boom! A strange aura was emitted from Ao Yao's body. Darkness and light interweaved. The arm that had claws was emitting white light. The scythe-like arm was emitting evil darkness. Wang Xian waved his arm and quickly resisted Ao Yao's aura. A thick smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, Dragon King." A few minutes later, Ao Yu kneeled on the ground respectfully and thanked him. "Not bad. Although your level has only increased by 1 level, you are now qualified to hunt down a level 7 extraordinaire." Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. Ao Yu was already at the peak of level 3 extraordinaire. After the modification and evolution of the heart of the prickling dragon, he had directly upgraded to level 4 extraordinaire. With the strength of level 4 of transcendence and the complete inheritance of the prickling dragon, it was sufficient for him to possess the strength of a true divine dragon, assassinating experts who were 3 levels above him. I have also obtained the divine ability of the prickling dragon. However, due to my size, I am still inferior to Ao Yu in assassination. Wang Xian looked at his arm. With a slight movement, his arm turned into nothingness. This was the divine ability, nothingness. Other than these few divine abilities, the strongest one was the light and dark fire dragon eyes. The light and dark fire dragon eyes were the fusion of 4 eye-related divine abilities. Now, it had the same ability as before. It was even more powerful. The heart of light and dark is located at the head. The eyes are also located here. It must be affected by the heart of light and dark. Wang Xian thought to himself. Dragon King, all the missions have been selected. At this moment, a group of draconids walked over and said to Wang Xian, "Dragon King, we have discovered something interesting. Someone has offered a high price to assassinate you." "Assassinate me?" When Wang Xian heard their words, a smile appeared on his face. "I've accepted the mission." "You've accepted it?" The group of draconids were slightly stunned. "I've accepted it. In Shahai Town, there are only 3 people who will issue this mission. The leader of the Squalid Shark mercenary group, Bei Qianjun and Chinguya. After accepting the mission and receiving the reward, kill them all," Wang Xian said with a smile. To hire an assassin, one had to give a reward in advance. After the reward was given, the assassin organization would take action. Now, they found an assassin to assassinate him and actually found the Dragon Assassin Organization. How interesting. It's the Dragon King. The group of draconids nodded their heads. Wang Xian took out the communication stone plate and looked at the information on the mission. He shook his head slowly. "After today, I believe the entire Shanghai town will be in chaos. More than a dozen important figures. TSK. Wang Xian passed the communication stone plate to Ao Yu and said, "After the draconids receive their reward, we will act immediately." "Yes." Ao Yao nodded and disappeared in an instant. This time, the communication stone plate in his hand disappeared as well. In the past, if Ao Yao had something in his hand, he wouldn't be able to disappear so quickly. Now, it was a piece of cake. Assassinating a level 3 extraordinary is equivalent to 20 dragon crystals in exchange for resources. Level 4 transcendent is equivalent to 100 draconic crystals. Level 5 transcendent is equivalent to 700 draconic crystals. Level 6 transcendent is equivalent to 2,000 draconic crystals. Level 7 transcendent is equivalent to 10,000 draconic crystals. If these missions are completed and converted into resources, it can reach 5,000 draconic crystals. It cannot level up, but it can raise the dragon spike to a terrifying level. In the past 2 days, the Holy Sea town had been filled with blood. Even the ordinary people could feel the special atmosphere of the Holy Sea town. Whether it was the restaurants, the tea houses, or the demon hunters mercenary group, everyone was in a panic. All of the reasons were because of the Dragon Assassin group. The 5 strikes of the Dragon Assassin group had shocked everyone. Everyone was afraid. What if their enemies hired the Dragon Assassin to assassinate them? Everyone had their own thoughts. If they could kill a level 5 transcendent on the street, who couldn't be assassinated by the Dragon Assassin? At night, some people took action. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, when St. C town was still bustling with activity, old men picked up interspatial rings from their fixed positions. After checking the things inside, they left with smiles on their faces. These old men looked very ordinary. They had already lived in St. C town for more than half of their lives and knew many people. No one would doubt them. However, at this moment, it was this group of people who had become the secret informants of the Dragon Assassin organization. No one would have thought that. Do it! When the rewards were obtained one by one, it was time for the Dragon Assassin to perform. In this mission, the strongest one was a transcendent rank 6 powerhouse, the patriarch of the Holy See Town family. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Holy See Town. In Holy See Town, only the mayor was a transcendent rank 9, there was only one rank 8, 3 or 4 rank 7, and rank 6, which was already considered top-notch. There was only one rank 6 expert in the mission. In the past, it was impossible to assassinate a rank 6 expert with a dragon spike, but now it was easy for a fully formed dragon AO Yao to assassinate him. It was even possible to assassinate a rank 7 transcendent with 70% certainty. Moreover, for the AO Yao, there was no difference between night and day. The night passed quickly. Someone's been killed. It's a dragon spike, a dragon spike. Master. Leader. At dawn today, the people of Holy See Town were woken up by screams of shock. In the entire Holy See Town, especially in the central area, more than 10 screams shook the central area. In the mayor's mansion in the center of Holy See Town, a middle-aged man instantly floated in the sky, his blue eyes sweeping around. Father, what happened? At this moment, a woman also flew into the void, looking at the middle-aged man with a surprised face. The appearance of the dragon spike has made some people go crazy. The middle-aged man looked at the nearest place and said slowly, "Crazy." The woman seemed to be deep in thought, looking at the middle-aged man with a shocked expression. That is? The Fenglian family? Their patriarch. Her eyes widened in shock. The patriarch of the Fenglian family was one of the top 5 families in Holy See Town. Now, the patriarch had been assassinated. Hee, that's good too. Killing is peace, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Then he flew down. Killing is peace? The woman murmured with a puzzled expression. Patriarch Fenglian was assassinated. A rank 6 transcendent. The captain of the Dogfish mercenary group was also killed. Another rank 6 transcendent. The ancient forger was assassinated. A rank 5 transcendent. My God, I heard that in one night, 2 rank 6 experts, 8 rank 5 experts, 9 rank 4 transcendents, and 13 rank 3 transcendents were assassinated. Crazy, it was the Dragon Assassin organization. In one night, more than 30 experts were killed. Congratulations on your death. When the Dragon Assassin's congratulatory note arrived, it proved that you were already dead. The head of the Fenglian family, the head of the Bei family, the head of the Qing family, the head of the Zhou family, the leader of the Horned Shark mercenary group, and the leader of the Black Ape mercenary group all died in one night. The whole Holy See Town was in an uproar. If the 4 people had been assassinated yesterday, then after that night, everyone was terrified. Everyone's faces were pale. Even the people who had hired the Dragon Assassin group yesterday looked a little embarrassed. Because yesterday they could hire the Dragon Assassin group, and today the other party could also hire the Dragon Assassin group. Fear rose in everyone's hearts. Wu Sandao, come out. The enmity between the two of us should be resolved today. Either we settle it peacefully, or we can go up to the arena and have a battle to settle our enmity. No one is to hire a dragon spike to assassinate us. Do you agree or not? All right, little tiger. I was just about to look for you. Come, let's go to the restaurant. Let's settle our enmity today. Kong family, Ge family is here to settle our grudges today. Come out. In this situation, you guys don't want to fight to the death, right? All right. Let's settle our grudges today. Whoever hires the Dragon Assassin will die a horrible death. All right. A battle between gentlemen, fair and square. In the morning, some people couldn't sit still anymore. Fuck, in this world where martial force was respected, which family didn't have an enemy? What if the enemy hired the Dragon Assassin organization? They could only settle their grudges peacefully. Thus, under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone in Holy See Town, the families that used to fight each other with swords, those mercenary groups that wanted the other party dead or alive, and those enemies that had grudges. Today, they sat in the restaurant and the tea house to negotiate and reconcile. After the negotiations were successful, those hostile families stood up and shook hands with each other before heaving a sigh of relief and leaving. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbstruck. Fuck, in the past, it was said that they would not rest until one of them was dead? Why did they shake hands and make peace now? Did they have any sense of shame? However, the people involved knew that this matter was not a matter of whether they were shameless or not. If their opponents suddenly became ruthless and found a dragon to assassinate them, wouldn't they be in trouble? They didn't want to die either. If their faces were gone, they would be gone. If their lives were gone, they would lose everything. After a night of slaughter, the entire Holy See Town actually became much more harmonious. However, what happened next shocked everyone. At noon, 5 or 6 families of Holy See Town collectively opened their doors of charity to help the poor families and the elderly who lived in Holy See Town. Even an alchemist family provided free medical aid to the poor. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. Fuck, all the families in Holy See Town were going to do a good deed? This dragon spike is so terrifying. The family that our city guards had to be careful with in the past, the mercenary group, is actually doing a good deed today. The rule of the dragon spike is not to kill good people. I heard that someone wanted to assassinate the head of the Tang family. The commission was very high, so the dragon spike directly rejected it. The dragon spike's 3 no-kills actually caused the current situation. A group of city guards walked on the streets as they patrolled. When they saw this scene, they were somewhat dumbstruck. The darkness had already arrived, bringing not only slaughter but also light. There was also light. The overnight massacre had caused an unimaginable change in Shanghai town. This change was something that even Wang Xian didn't expect. Light and darkness exist in the world. Where there is light, there is darkness. Similarly, where there is darkness, there is light and the heart of light and darkness. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. He could somewhat understand why light and darkness could be fused together. 2 completely opposite attributes could be fused together. This was the nature of the great Tao and the truth of heaven and earth. However, the darkness has yet to disappear. Wang Xian was full of smiles. The dragon thorns had brought darkness to the Holy See Town. In the darkness, some people had turned into demons. Nowadays, even though the demons had absorbed the blood, they still existed. Many people had resolved their hatred and done good deeds during the day. However, there were still some people who still had demons in their hearts. At least for the next few days, the demons would not disappear. Dragon King, this is all the rewards from yesterday. We received a lot fewer missions today, but there are still 7 more. The Draconid came to Wang Xian's side and reported to him. Wang Xian took the interspatial ring and nodded slowly. Continue. I reckon that we will receive very few missions in the next 2 days. After these few days of craziness, the Holy See Town would regain its peace. The following missions might not be as frequent. However, the spiritual stones earned in these 2 days were sufficient. Furthermore, he would let the Draconids develop their businesses in other locations, especially in Donghai City. The Demon Hunters Academy in Donghai City would enroll new students 1 month later. Similarly, Donghai City was close to the ocean. When he arrived there, Wang Xian would have to develop his business. It would be best if he could find an address of the Dragon Palace in the surrounding ocean. He would establish his foundation in this world. In the next 2 days, people died at the hands of the Dragon Assassin Organization every day. The red congratulatory death note was also made known to everyone in Shanghai town. It was only on the 3rd day that the Dragon Assassin Organization did not receive any missions. In the short span of 4 to 5 days, the Dragon Spike received more than 50 missions, and the number of extraordinary 6th-rank experts assassinated reached 4. The Dragon Spike's battle results caused the entire Holy See Town to tremble, and even the undercurrent assassin group directly withdrew from Holy See Town. A small town had another powerful assassin group, so there was no need for them to fight for territory. In just a few days, I have harvested a few million middle-grade spirit stones, which is enough to buy many elixirs. Next, I have to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Spike. Wang Xian walked out of his room and headed toward the center of the town. He was going to buy elixirs. The center of the town was still bustling with activity. The assassinations over the past few days had not affected many people. Looking around, there were many elixir stores and weapon stores. However, the three largest stores were still the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, and the Immortal Phoenix Elixir and Weapon Workshop. These three stores were the three largest stores in Holy Sea Town. 90% of people would go to these three stores. The three stores were very close to each other. With the stores wide open, one could see all kinds of weapons and elixirs inside from the outside. The martial artists who were passing by couldn't help but stop and look inside. Fengxian. Wang Xian walked towards the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop with a smile. Welcome, young master. Would you like to buy elixirs or weapons? As soon as he entered, a female attendant came up to him with a smile and asked Wang Xian. Elixirs. Wang Xian replied directly and looked at the location of the elixirs. Young master, that is the area for elixirs. Young master, you can choose by yourself. The female attendant pointed to the right and said. Wang Xian nodded and walked over. There were quite a number of customers in the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop. There were also more than a dozen people in the elixir area. Some were asking about the price while others were asking about the effects of the elixirs. From ordinary pills to transcendent level 5 pills, they were all sold. As for higher grade pills, they were not placed on the stage. More expensive pills were sometimes auctioned. The Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop would sometimes auction some precious pills on the second floor. Shopkeeper, have you got the detoxification pills? At this time, 4 or 5 people who were obviously members of a mercenary group walked in and asked the old man standing inside. I'm sorry, everyone. We don't have the detoxification pill yet. We lack a kind of spiritual herb. The shopkeeper shook his head bitterly. Why don't we have it yet? How are we going to go to the Black Sea area to do a mission? The 5 people frowned and showed some impatience on their faces. Sigh, why can't all the pill workshops in the Holy Sea Town buy it? After saying that, the 5 of them left immediately. The old shopkeeper shook his head slowly. Wang Xian took a look. In the Transcendence continent, not only were there powerful elixirs, but there were also many elixirs that could resist poison, detoxify poison, and provide special assistance. Some places would have miasma, while some ferocious beasts and demonic beasts contained poison. Hence, special elixirs were needed to provide assistance. The prices of these elixirs were not low either. However, they were essential items for the mercenary group. Haha! Shopkeeper Lu, Heaven Billow Grass. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. Heaven Billow Grass? Found it? Shopkeeper Lu, who was sitting inside, was slightly stunned. Soon after, an excited expression appeared on his face, and he hurriedly walked out. Commander Sansi, have you really found it? Shopkeeper Lu asked somewhat excitedly. Of course, 35 stalks, the rarest ingredient to refine the detoxification pill. Outside, a dozen middle-aged youths stood there, their faces beaming with pride. Good, good. We are willing to give you a satisfactory reward after the Mercenary Association's mission reward. Of course, if Commander Shahai wants to exchange it for pills, that's fine too. Shopkeeper Lu said to the middle-aged man excitedly. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile on his face. Wait, Commander Shahai, how about you give us the Heaven Billow Grass? At this moment, a voice came from the side. We will also give Commander Shahai a satisfactory reward. A woman slowly walked out and looked at Commander Shahai and the others with a smile on her face. Eh? Shopkeeper Ching. What do you mean? Shopkeeper Lu looked at the woman with a gloomy face and asked with a gloomy face. The one with the highest price gets it. The woman said with a smile on her face. Hee, the one with the highest price gets it? Commander Shahai is a cooperative mercenary group of our Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop. Don't tell me Shopkeeper Ching wants to buy it at twice the price. Shopkeeper Lu asked with a cold smile. Twice the price is too high. Shopkeeper Ching shook his head with a smile on his face. He turned his head and looked to the side. Commander Shanghai, do me a favor and give this heaven billow grass to shopkeeper Ching of the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop. Let's be friends. At this moment, an old man slowly walked over. His gaze swept the surroundings before finally landing on Commander Shanghai and the others. Oh! Seeing the old man arrive, shopkeeper Lu's expression instantly changed. An old man and a one-armed, one-eyed old man. The old man looked extremely ugly. There was a long scar on his face. The scar was 3 to 4 centimeters deep. That I was directly blinded by this attack. Even if such an old man had a smile on his face, he still looked extremely ferocious. The murderous aura on his body could not be hidden at all. Dao Hen! Shopkeeper Lu's expression changed slightly, and he shouted at the one-eyed old man involuntarily. Commander Dao Hen! The middle-aged commander of the San Si mercenary group at the side also had a slight change in expression, and he shouted at the old man. Dao Hen was a very strange name. No one would choose this name. In fact, the old man was not called Dao Hen in the past. However, when he was middle-aged, which was 100 years ago, he was only the commander of a bronze mercenary group. Later, when he was on a mission in the wild, he was ambushed by another mercenary group and was almost killed by a slash. However, he was lucky enough to escape death. Since then, he let others call him Dao Hen. 2 years later, he killed the mercenary group that ambushed them. Ever since that narrow escape, Dao Hen began to rise. He even used 100 years to establish Dao Hen mercenary group. The #1 mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, the leader of a 5-star gold mercenary group. A rank 7 transcendent. Dao Hen's strength and influence in Holy Sea Town could be ranked in the top 3. He didn't have any enemies in Holy Sea Town, because those who provoked him were already dead. Dao Hen was a legend in Holy Sea Town, and no one dared to provoke him. Hee. How is it, Commander San Si? Dao Hen looked at the shocked expressions of the people around him and ignored them. He looked at Commander Shanghai with one eye and said with a faint smile. However, in Shanghai's eyes, Dao Hen's smile and eyes seemed to be full of warning. This made his forehead break out in a cold sweat. Dao Hen's name was not something that a 5-star silver mercenary group like him could provoke. But, Commander Shanghai stuttered as he looked at Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu saw Dao Hen's invisible threat and his expression was extremely ugly. Dao Hen, the Shanghai mercenary group is our partner. Do you wish to withdraw your threat? Threat? Did I threaten Commander Shanghai? Haha. Shopkeeper Lu, you can't speak carelessly. Dao Hen turned to Shopkeeper Lu in surprise and said with a smile. Shopkeeper Lu looked at Dao Hen's expression and his face darkened. Dao Hen, are you going to interfere in our matters with the Life and Death Pill Workshop? I'm not involved. I'm just asking Commander Shanghai to give face. Why? Are you going to interfere with this? Shopkeeper Lu? Dao Hen's gaze was somewhat cold as he stared at Shopkeeper Lu. When he was cold, he looked even more terrifying, as if he was going to attack at any time. Hee. Dao Hen, you and I are not young. We all know what you mean, Manager Lu said coldly with a dark face. Speaking of which, he was really not afraid of Dao Hen. Even if he was the commander of the strongest mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, everyone feared Dao Hen. However, he had the support of the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop. The power behind him was not something that a 5-star gold mercenary group could provoke. Even with the power of the Risk Pill and Weapons Workshop, destroying Knife Scar was like squashing an ant. Of course, with the power of Holy Sea Town's Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop, it was much weaker than Knife Scar. However, this title was enough. Shopkeeper Lu, Commander Dao Hen is a friend of our Life and Death Pill Workshop. Why? Do you want to suppress our friend? Do you think we are afraid of you? At this time, the woman next to him said with a smile on her face. Shopkeeper Lu's face darkened and he didn't say anything. Commander Shanghai, who was sandwiched in the middle, looked even more embarrassed. In this place, their strength was the weakest. If they offended one of them, they would have no place in Holy Sea Town in the future. Manager Lu, I don't need you to lecture me. Since you say that I'm threatening, then threaten me. Manager Lu, who was at the side, smiled darkly. It seems that Commander Dao Hen is going to completely make things difficult for us. Phoenix Immortal. Manager Lu narrowed his eyes and said to Dao Hen, "Old thing, you only have the strength of a transcendent fourth rank. Yet you dare to talk to me like this. Do you really think that I have to respect you just because you have the backing of the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapons Workshop? A threat? I'll show you what a threat is today." Dao Hen's face suddenly became ferocious. He looked at the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop with one eye and said coldly, "Everyone from the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop, get out here. In the future, you'd better not let me see you step into it again." Suddenly, Dao Hen shouted directly into the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop. His cold voice spread across the surrounding streets. "Eh?" All the people in the shop were slightly shocked, and their faces showed astonishment. However, when they saw Dao Hen outside, their faces changed and they walked out in surprise. "Dao Hen, do you know what you are doing?" Shopkeeper Lu saw Dao Hen directly threatening the customers in the shop and his face changed greatly. He stared at Dao Hen and asked, "Do you want me to repeat it again? In the future, don't let me see anyone enter the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop." Dao Hen coldly pointed at the shop's signboard and said with a smile. Everyone who had just walked out looked at it in shock. Dao Hen actually dared to go against the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop? What's going on? What happened? Why did Dao Hen have a conflict with the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop? Although the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop's strength is not as good as Dao Hen's, this is still a huge pill and weapons shop after all. The power behind it is extremely terrifying. Why would Dao Hen provoke it so recklessly? Some of the martial artists who passed by were shocked as they stood around and watched. "Did you hear that?" Dao Hen's face was full of smiles as he slowly spat out two words. I heard it." When the customers who walked out saw Dao Hen's expression, their expressions changed slightly. In St. C Town, they could choose not to come to the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop, but they absolutely could not provoke Dao Hen. "Haha, I also don't recommend that everyone go to the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop to buy things. If you want to buy weapons and pills, you can go to the Life and Death Pill Formula and the Holy Item Weapon Workshop." At this moment, a loud laughter was heard. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a middle-aged man and an old man leading a group of people over. That is, the shopkeeper of the Holy Item Forging Workshop and the leader of the Mirage C mercenary group. "Look, shopkeeper Ching of the Life and Death Pill Workshop is also here. Could it be that this is a game between the three major forces?" When the surrounding people saw the people from the Biological Forging Workshop arrive, their expressions changed slightly as they whispered their suspicions. Shopkeeper Lu's expression also changed drastically as his eyes flickered with a luster. This was a premeditated counterattack, a game between the three great forces. However, it was clear that their Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapons Workshop had been targeted. This caused his heart to sink. No wonder Dao Hen dared to go against them. At the center of Holy See Town, in front of the three largest pill and weapon workshops, a dense crowd gathered. Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop. The three top forces, these three pill and weapon workshops, occupied 50 to 60% of the continent's pill and weapon. 50 to 60% was already a very terrifying number, almost a monopoly. It was the same in St. C Town. The other small pill and weapon workshops were living in the cracks between them. The Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop had risen in the past 2 years. Its rise was extremely terrifying and it quickly took over the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It sold both pills and weapons. It was obvious that the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop would offend the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Pill Workshop. Today, this situation was clearly targeted by the two great factions. The surrounding people were discussing this scene in hushed tones. Shopkeeper Lu stood there with an extremely ugly expression. The employees of the Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop walked out one by one and watched this scene with indignation. The two major forces were targeting each other. The number 1 mercenary group in the Holy See, the Knife Scar mercenary group, and the number 4 mercenary group in the Holy See, the Mirage C mercenary group. With the help of the two major mercenary groups, the Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop was helpless in such a situation. At this moment, Wuxia, who was standing in the shop, was watching the scene with a twinkle in his eyes. It seems that the shop set up by Feng Luan has been targeted. Wang Xian was deep in thought as he looked at the leader of the Sword Scar and Mirage Sea mercenary groups. One of them was at level 7 and the other was at level 6 of the supernatural realm. Furthermore, they had 400 to 500 people in their mercenary groups. They were definitely a big force. Since we have bumped into each other, let's help. Wang Xian was full of smiles as he looked at the stunned crowd. He shouted with a smile, "Everyone from Fengxian, are you still doing business? Buy some elixirs." His voice suddenly rang across the entire street, causing everyone around to be slightly stunned, especially shopkeeper Dao Henqing and the rest. When they heard this voice, they immediately looked towards Wang Xian's location. This young man. An old man opened his mouth in astonishment. What is this young man doing? Buying things at this time? Is he that stupid? What an idiot! After what happened to him, Dao Hen even shouted. How dare he buy things at this time? That's true. There are more and more brainless people nowadays. Do you guys think Dao Hen will make an example out of this kid? It's hard to say. However, judging from the clothes on this kid's body, the most he can buy is a level 1 extraordinary elixir. Everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Xian as they discussed in a low voice. Even Manager Lu, who was at the side, was stunned. However, at this moment, there were still people who dared to come to their shop to buy things. Even if it was the cheapest elixir, they would still sell it. Go and receive this little brother, Manager Lu said to a salesperson with a sullen face. I didn't expect to meet a brainless guy. Dao Hen's face turned sullen when he saw that Wang Xian still dared to buy things at the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop after hearing his words. Haha, so be it. Look, only a stupid guy would buy things at Fengxian. Those with a little bit of intelligence wouldn't buy them. However, shopkeeper Qing, who was standing at the side, didn't get angry. Instead, she said with a loud laugh, I hope that the others won't be as stupid as this little guy. As she said that, she swept her gaze across everyone gathered around her with a face full of smiles. Finally, her gaze fell on shopkeeper Lu once again. Shopkeeper Lu, why aren't you going over to serve the customer in your shop? Who knows, the other party might buy a transcendent tier 1 medicinal pill. A mocking voice rang out in the surroundings, causing shopkeeper Liu's expression to change drastically. Haha, shopkeeper Lu, hurry up and go. If your service isn't good enough, that foolish brat might not be buying medicinal pills from you anymore. Haha. Beside him, the shopkeeper of the Holy Item Forging Workshop was also laughing out loud as he mocked. In the future, with the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop targeting us, Fengxian is finished. Sigh, there are many things in Fengxian that are cheaper than the two of them. However, with the presence of Dao Hen and the Mirage Sea mercenary group, who would still dare to go to Fengxian to buy things? Only those foolish brats would dare to go there. Even if they were to buy, they would probably only buy transcendent level rank 1 medicinal pills. They might not even be at the transcendent level. The people around were discussing softly. Foolish kid? At most, he would buy elixirs of level 1 extraordinaire. Wang Xian was standing at the entrance. When he heard their sarcasm, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Manager Lu, I want to buy a large number of elixirs. Please come over and we can have a discussion. Ha! Wang Xian suddenly spoke again, causing Manager Lu's expression to change. He was a little surprised and in disbelief. Haha! Shopkeeper Lu, hurry up and go. Maybe the other party wants to buy 2 extraordinary first-level pills. At this moment, Shopkeeper Qing's teasing voice came from the side. Everyone around felt that it was funny. They suspected that this young man was someone that the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had deliberately found and humiliated them. Manager Lu had also thought of this. His face was so gloomy that blood almost dripped from it. However, as a manager, if he didn't go over, he would definitely become a weakness for the other party. Wang Xian saw everyone's mockery of Manager Lu and revealed a faint smile on his face. He moved his arm. Crash! In an instant, middle-grade spirit stones landed at the entrance of Fengxian's interspatial ring. The crisp and melodious sound caused everyone to be slightly stunned. This! Everyone looked over and their eyes widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, piles and piles of middle-grade spirit stones were released from the interspatial ring. Walala! The sound was still not over. Slowly, spirit stones that were 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and 2 meters thick were piled up like a wall. The middle-grade spirit stones were pure and emitted spiritual energy. Under the sunlight, they emitted a 7-colored glow. I want to buy elixirs. I want to buy elixirs that cost 8 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wuxia said to Manager Lu with a smile on his face. Manager Lu's eyes were wide open. He was completely stunned. The surrounding manager Dao Henqing and the people from the Holy Item Forging Workshop were also stunned. Hiss! This. Everyone around also widened their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the pile of middle-grade spirit stones that formed a wall. 8 million, this was 8 million middle-grade spirit stones. The corpse of a transcendent rank 6 demonic beast was worth between 500,000 to 800,000. The corpse of a demonic beast could be refined into medicine and weapons. Its value was several times higher than transcendent rank 6 medicinal pills and weapons. However, these 8 million mid-grade spirit stones could buy the corpses of more than 10 transcendent tier 6 demonic beasts. They could buy 50 to 60 transcendent tier 6 pills and weapons. 50 to 60 pills? What kind of concept was that? There were no more than 20 extraordinary 6th grade experts in the entire Holy See town. However, these extraordinary 6th grade experts would definitely fight for a transcendent 6th grade medicinal pill. 8 million medium-grade spirit stones was equivalent to the annual turnover of the 3 largest shops, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Saint Item Forging Workshop, and the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop. 8 million middle-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot in the entire Holy See town. However, this young man had taken out 8 million middle-grade spirit stones in one go. A per kid? A foolish fellow? Looking at the 8 million middle-grade spirit stones that were flickering with light, everyone's minds were in a daze. Most of the people in the surroundings had seen the most spirit stones in their entire lives, and these were probably the ones before their eyes. If they were not in the city, everyone would have gone crazy to snatch them. Cough, 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 cough. Shopkeeper Lu suddenly coughed violently. There was a flash of passion in his eyes as he said, Young master, are you really going to use all of them to buy elixirs? Do you think I'm joking with you? Wuxia smiled faintly. No. How could this be? Young master, we will immediately prepare whatever elixirs you want to buy. If there isn't enough in the shop, we will immediately go to other shops to get them. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand quickly and walked up to him with a face full of enthusiasm. He was afraid that Wuxia was teasing him. Fuck, there were so many spirit stones. As long as he could get this business, it would be equivalent to 2 to 3 years of Fengxian's turnover. So what if he was being ostracized by the other 2 major forces? In 2 to 3 years, he would have a way to tide over this crisis. Shopkeeper Lu looked at him with excitement and anticipation. Wuxia waved his arm and kept all the spiritual stones into his interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring directly to Shopkeeper Lu. Go in and get the elixirs. When Shopkeeper Lu saw that Wuxia had thrown the interspatial ring that contained 8 million spiritual stones over, his arm trembled as he hurriedly took it. All right. Young master, what kind of elixirs do you want? We will prepare them for you. Shopkeeper Lu's face was flushed red. Damn it, the other party actually gave him the interspatial ring directly. This business was 100% successful. Wuxia nodded his head faintly. It wasn't that he trusted Shopkeeper Lu, but rather he trusted Feng Luan. Something had happened in Feng Xian's elixir and weapons workshop. He would help as much as he could. All right. Wuxia nodded his head faintly. This. However, Shopkeeper Qing of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop, the shopkeeper of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, Dao Hen and the rest were completely dumbfounded. They were still ridiculing Shopkeeper Lu earlier on. They even said that the kid was a poor kid who could only buy 2 extraordinary first-level elixirs at most. In an instant, it was a slap in the face. Moreover, it was so loud and clear. Their mockery seemed to be mocking themselves in front of the 8 million spiritual stones. This caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. The real person doesn't show his face. Who would have thought that he actually has so many spirit stones? Oh my god. I really can't believe it. He's too rich. Fuck. After this Fengxian completes this business, she can completely close the shop for 2 to 3 years. The eyes of everyone around flashed with shock. They looked at shopkeeper Dao Henqing and the others, their expressions somewhat mocking. That's right, they were mocking. Shopkeeper Qing and the others' expressions slowly became ugly. She looked at Dao Hen at the side. Dao Hen's one eye flashed with a luster. I said, "Whoever dares to buy things from the Phoenix Immortal is not giving me face, kid. Dao Hen, I'm warning you. If you dare to threaten our customers, the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop will definitely not be able to protect you." Shopkeeper Lu was instantly enraged when he heard Dao Hen's voice. He turned his head and stared at him coldly. Dao Hen's expression changed slightly when he heard Shopkeeper Lu's angry threat. If he were to say that he had so arrogantly ruined Fengxian's 8 million middle-grade spirit stones business, he did not dare to guarantee that the forces behind Fengxian would directly send experts to eliminate him. That was because the benefits this time were too great. "Young master, don't worry. If anyone dares to threaten you, I will immediately report this matter to the headquarters. I believe that the headquarters will definitely send experts to eliminate the person who threatened you," Shopkeeper Lu assured Wang Xian forcefully. "I believe." Wang Xian smiled faintly and walked straight into the shop. He was not afraid of Dao Hen or the Mirage Sea mercenary group at all. Ao Yao's current strength was stronger than Wang Xian's. She could definitely fight against Dao Hen. "All right, what kind of pills do you want to buy, young master?" Shopkeeper Lu asked respectfully. Someone who could take out 8 million middle-grade spirit stones in one go must be extraordinary. "Bring all the elixirs in your shop that can improve your cultivation," Wang Xian said to Manager Lu directly. "All the elixirs that can improve your cultivation?" Good, good. Manager Lu was slightly surprised. However, he nodded immediately and led him to the back. The elixirs that could improve one's cultivation contained a lot more dragon crystals than those that could detoxify the poison. 8 million spirit stones to buy these elixirs could be exchanged for 5 to 6,000 dragon crystals, according to Wang Xian's estimation. 5 to 6,000 dragon crystals was not enough to upgrade Wang Xian, but it was enough to upgrade the group of thorned dragons. At the very least, it would be able to nurture another transcendent level 4 light spike. The rest of them would be able to upgrade to transcendent level 3 without any problems. "Young man, you have bought so many of our pills. I can make the decision and give you the cheapest price. I can make the decision by giving you a 10% discount," Shopkeeper Lu said to Wang Xian. "If this young master wants to buy pills, you can come to me. I will definitely give you the cheapest price." "All right." Wang Xian took the bottles of pills and placed them into his interspatial ring. Then, he had an idea and asked, "Shopkeeper Lu, may I know what kind of mission your Fengxian has issued in the hiring association?" "Mission?" Manager Lu's face was filled with astonishment. "We didn't issue many missions either. There were only 3. Among them, the mission to find the Heaven Billowgrass has the highest level. It's a 5-star silver mission. The remaining one is a 4-star bronze mission and a 5-star bronze mission." As Manager Lu spoke, he took out a mission stone plate. Pointing at it, he said these 3 missions were issued by U.S. However, these 3 missions were also issued by the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and other small pharmacies. Therefore, we will give them some rewards after we have completed the mission. It's also for them to give us the mission items. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. "All right, goodbye." As he spoke, he walked straight out. "Young master, if you need anything in the future, you can come and look for me," Shopkeeper Lu said hurriedly. "Don't worry, we will meet soon." Wang Xian waved his hand and walked out. At the entrance, Shopkeeper Dao Henqing and the people from the Holy Item Forging Workshop had not left yet. When they saw Wang Xian coming out, they looked extremely embarrassed. It was a business of 8 million middle-grade spirit stones. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly and left in a carefree manner. Who is this kid? How could he take out 8 million middle-grade spirit stones? On the street in front of the Phoenix Immortal shop, Shopkeeper Qing asked Dao Hen with an embarrassed expression. Dao Hen's eyes flickered with a dark expression, but he didn't say anything. Humph, so what if you take down a huge business? In the future, there will be no place for them in Holy Sea Town. Shopkeeper Ching snorted coldly with an embarrassed expression and left angrily. When the people from the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw this scene, they raised their eyebrows and returned to their own shop. Dao Hen and the rest of the mercenary group also left, leaving behind the passers-by who were filled with shock and discussion. Mission. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was walking towards his residence, opened the mission stone tray and looked at the missions on it. There were 3 missions issued by the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop. They were Bronze 4-star Stargrass, Bronze 5-star Blood Flame Stone, and Silver 5-star Star Sky Wave Grass. The Stargrass and Sky Wave Grass were located in the Black Sea area. The Black Sea area was a place that the mercenary group was very keen to visit. The Black Sea area was located 60 kilometers away from the shore of Shanghai Zhenhai. There was a ferocious beast living in this sea area, a jellyfish. It was different from the jellyfish on Earth, but it had a common toxicity. This kind of toxic paralyzing effect was mostly effective. Once it was hit, it would become the jellyfish beast's food. The strength of the jellyfish beast ranged from Transcendent Level 1 to Transcendent Level 5. The teeth, flesh, and poison sacs in the body of the jellyfish beast were all precious items. Therefore, many mercenary groups came here to hunt the jellyfish. Because of the influx of large numbers of mercenary groups, the Transcendent Rank 2 and Rank 3 detoxification pills quickly ran out. The lack of detoxification pills resulted in fewer mercenary groups entering the Black Sea area. And with fewer mercenary groups, naturally, the ingredients for detoxification pills and other spiritual herbs growing in the Black Sea area became more difficult to obtain, resulting in the current situation where detoxification pills were rare. Even all the pill stores in the entire Holy Sea Town did not have the detoxification pill. This was also the reason why the Life and Death Pill Workshop had made an early move after learning that the Sand Sea mercenary group had obtained the Heaven Billow Grass. Currently, a group of Draconids has gone to other towns to develop the market of the Dragon Assassin organization. If we want to increase our strength in a short period of time, we'll need other methods. The fastest way to complete a mission is to devour the aquatic creatures. At the same time, we can complete the mission and obtain resources. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Xian was deep in thought as he searched for all the missions related to the Black Sea. Currently, he still had a system mission that he had yet to complete. That was to upgrade to a silver mercenary group. Upon upgrading to a silver mercenary group, one would obtain extraordinary items randomly. After returning to their residence, a group of members of the Dragon Palace were cultivating in the courtyard. The strength of the Golden Swordfish clan was much weaker compared to the Thorn Dragon. The only thing they could do now was to fight a powerhouse 1 level higher than them. Out of the 11 Golden Swordfish, only Ao Jian and 2 or 3 others had reached the 3rd level of Extraordinary, while the rest were at the 2nd level of Extraordinary. Wang Xian entered the room and swallowed all the elixirs into his stomach, turning them into dragon crystals. Nearly 7,000 dragon crystals. It's a little more than I expected. Wang Xian thought to himself and immediately called the group of strange demons over. The strange demons had evolved into the light-pricking dragon species. They could assassinate enemies that were 2 levels higher than them. Wang Xian had to raise their strength first. Very soon, when Wang Xian upgraded all the strange demons to extraordinary level 3, he spent a total of 3,900 dragon crystals. It was a huge deviation from their budget. He thought that he could create an extraordinary level 4, but in the end, he didn't have enough dragon crystals. To upgrade a strange demon to extraordinary level 4, he needed 3,000 dragon crystals. Hence, the remaining 2,000 dragon crystals were used to upgrade all the golden swordfish to extraordinary level 3. Although it was a huge deviation from the budget, it was totally worth it. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group of Dragon Palace members and revealed a smile. Within a short period of time, there were 32 Dragon Palace members including Ao Jianao. Golden Swordfish, 11 of them were at Transcendent Level 3. Strange Demon, 20 of them were at Transcendent Level 3 and 1 of them was at Transcendent Level 4. Wang Xian's strength was at Transcendent Level 3. This was his entire force at the moment. Due to the uniqueness of the divine dragon bloodline, they had the ability to fight against opponents of a higher level. AO Demon, who was the strongest, could fight against a level 7 extraordinaire. Wang Xian, on the other hand, could fight against a level 6 extraordinaire. A group of light spikes could fight against a level 5 extraordinaire. Golden Swordfish could fight against a level 4 extraordinaire. This force was extremely strong in Shanghai town. It could definitely be ranked in the top 5. Let's go. Let's go and carry out our mission. The Dragon Assassin organization has already become famous in Shanghai town. Next, it's time for the Fairy Phoenix mercenary group. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he led the group of members of the Dragon Palace out. The Dogfish mercenary group had been annihilated. Bei Qianjun and Qinggu Cliff had also been assassinated. Now, there were no more obstacles in Shanghai town. The group walked out of the city. Is that the young man? However, just as Wang Xian reached the door, a surprised voice came from the side. Wang Xian's heart stirred slightly as he looked to the side. Race human. Good and evil. -15. Strength. Level 5 extraordinary. Weakness, the second rib on the waist, eyes. His gaze landed on a middle-aged man. Instantly, a figure appeared in his mind. The ability of the Dark Fire Dragon Eye was an extremely powerful ability. Through the Dark Fire Dragon Eye, he was able to see a person's good and evil. Good and evil came from the ability of the heart of light and darkness. Being able to see a person's strength came from the ability of the eye of the heavenly dragon. Being able to see a person's weakness came from the ability of the piercing pupil. All sorts of abilities overlapped together, forming the powerful eye technique of today. There were more than 10 people beside the middle-aged man. They were fully armed and were also walking towards the wilderness. Obviously, they were also carrying out a mission. On their chests there was a badge. Mirage Sea Mercenary Group, 5-star silver rank. It's that young man from this morning who took out 8 million. Beside the middle-aged man, a young man's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. That's right. However, from the looks of it, they seem to have left the city. A 2-star bronze rank mercenary group. A skinny woman licked her lips and tightened her grip on the saber. Captain and the rest are looking for information on this young man now. Let's go. Let's follow them. The middle-aged man in the middle had a greedy look on his face as he said softly. Wang Xian sensed the gazes of everyone. He smiled and continued to walk out. As long as you dare to come over, I will make you into the nourishment of the dragon pool. Wang Xian thought to himself. He walked straight out of the city gate and flew towards the Black Sea. His speed was not very fast and he did not hide anything at all. Wang Xian could easily notice a group of more than 10 people following behind him. 40 minutes later, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at a sea area. The sea water was ink-colored with some weak toxins. This sea area was the edge of the Black Sea. The entire Black Sea area occupied an area of 70 to 80 kilometers. At the edge of the Black Sea, it was usually an extraordinary level 1 or level 2 jellyfish. The more central it was, the stronger the jellyfish was. There was not even a single sea bird in the sky above the entire sea area. It seemed a little desolate. There are 10 bronze-level missions and 7 silver-level missions. Wang Xian looked at the entire Black Sea and revealed a smile. 10 bronze-level missions, 5 4-star bronze-level missions, and 5 5-star bronze-level missions. If they could complete them, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group would be able to attain 5-star bronze-level missions. In addition to the 7 silver-level missions, they would be able to attain 2-star silver-level and 3-star silver-level missions after completing all of them. Such an improvement speed was absolutely terrifying. Let's go in. Wang Xian ignored the group of people who had been following behind them and entered the Black Sea directly. Captain, they entered the Black Sea as well. What a coincidence! At this moment, when they saw Wang Xian and the rest entering the Black Sea, they paused in the air and said with smiles on their faces. That's right. What a coincidence. Manager Qian got us some detoxifying pills from the Life and Death Elixir workshop today. It's perfect. Let's complete a few missions and then play with them. The middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. He moved his body and dived into the sea. Let's go. The poison in the sea has yet to reach the supernatural realm. One will die immediately if they enter the sea. Wang Xian entered the sea and felt the poison inside. He thought to himself. However, as a divine dragon, the poison posed no threat to him. It didn't even pose any threat to the golden swordfish and the rest. In the water, their combat ability would be even stronger. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. This is? The devil's nest at the bottom of the sea. Wang Xian looked down. The entire area was more than 20,000 meters deep. There seemed to be many mountain ranges below. Many of the mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea had huge holes that looked like the devil's nest at the bottom of the sea. The devil's nest at the bottom of the sea is the nest of the jellyfish. Some of the devil's nests are connected together. The celestial star grass and the heaven waves grass live in these nests. The celestial star grass grows above the nest, while the heaven waves grass lives inside. Wang Xian recalled the information about the Black Sea and looked at the nests below. The jellyfish lived in these nests that were like demon caves. If they wanted to gain something, they had to enter the demon caves. Or they could lure the jellyfish out. The mercenary group determined the strength of the jellyfish based on the size of the devil's lair. Wang Xian moved his body and flew straight down. When he arrived at this mountain range that was in the middle of the ocean, Wang Xian scanned the surrounding devil's lair. Let's go! Without any hesitation, he flew straight to the nearest devil's lair. When he arrived in front of the demon cave, the entrance of the cave was 2 meters wide. According to the records, it should be a level 2 extraordinary jellyfish. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and his eyes sparkled. No! Not every demon cave had jellyfish. Some of the jellyfish might have been killed and there were no jellyfish living in the nest. With a move, Wang Xian arrived in front of another mountain peak. He looked at the 1-meter-wide demon cave. His gaze swept across the demon cave. 10 meters away from the demon cave, a jellyfish with 6 claws and a gigantic head was lying inside. It was almost 1 meter in size and looked like an armor. Its entire head was covered with densely packed teeth. Boom! Wang Xian's body shook and a wave of divine dragon's pressure covered him directly. GG! A terrifying sound came from inside. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and the jellyfish immediately appeared in front of him. Hee. Wang Xian smiled. The control of the dragon's pressure was a complete suppression to the water tribe members who were weaker than him. When his strength reached a certain level, the dragons in this world would be able to be controlled directly. You guys go around and hunt the jellyfish. Be careful. Wang Xian looked around and said to the members of the Dragon Palace. In the area of the Black Sea, the most powerful jellyfish was only at Transcendent Level 5. The members of the Dragon Palace could easily deal with it. 1. Wang Xian controlled the jellyfish and immediately flew towards the other demon lair. His speed was very fast. With a sweep of his gaze, he could see if there were any jellyfish inside. Most of the jellyfish at the edge were at the 1st or 2nd level of the supernatural realm. He unleashed his dragon's might and directly controlled them. Soon, dozens of jellyfish gathered behind Wang Xian. In the surroundings, golden swordfish and strange demons were also killing the jellyfish one by one. With their strength, they were not much slower than Wang Xian. Why are there no signs of the jellyfish in the caves? The detoxification pills have been cut off recently, so there shouldn't be so few jellyfish. Could it be that there are experts here? Also, why did the young man and the rest who entered the water earlier disappear as well? At this moment, the Mirage Sea mercenary group, who was at the back, looked around and asked with an embarrassed expression. They must have realized that there are no jellyfish beasts in the surrounding caves, so they went to the front. Let's speed up. The middle-aged captain pondered and said. He immediately quickened his pace. Boom. At this moment, Wang Xian waved his arm 1,000 meters in front of them. A ball of seawater surrounded an extraordinary level 3 jellyfish. The terrifying water energy entered its body directly. Wang Xian moved his body and turned into a divine dragon to devour it. Ding! Devouring the jellyfish. Extracting 9 dragon crystals. The system's voice rang out. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Upgrading required 10,000 dragon crystals. A level 3 transcendent could only provide 9 dragon crystals. He needed to devour more than 1,000 level 3 aquatic creatures before he could reach level 4 transcendent. After Wang Xian devoured the jellyfish, he immediately entered the nest of the jellyfish. When a jellyfish reached extraordinary level 3, the things secreted from its body would be able to grow the heaven star grass and heaven billow grass. Wang Xian entered the nest but did not discover anything. He immediately came out. Continue. His body moved and continued to advance forward. The surrounding members of the Dragon Palace were also advancing forward rapidly. One by one, the jellyfish were killed quickly. Some of the members of the Dragon Palace found some heaven star grass and heaven billow grass inside. Boom! Wang Xian waved his arm and a huge dragon claw condensed in the seawater. He killed an extraordinary level 3 jellyfish. He had a thought and kept it into his interspatial ring. He entered the ring and saw a heaven billow grass in the depths of the ring. He smiled. The Black Sea area with a radius of 70 to 80 kilometers can be easily defeated. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. Haha, you're quite fast, huh? It seems like you've made some gains. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Wang Xian quickly looked over. You're really courting death. 10,000 meters under the sea, in front of an underwater mountain, a group of more than 10 people stood in front of a devil den. At the entrance of the devil den, a golden swordfish stood there, expressionlessly staring at the dozen people in front of it. Hee. I really don't know why a small 2-star bronze mercenary group has so many spiritual stones. The woman next to the middle-aged captain sized up the golden swordfish. Are your other members nearby? Call them over. The middle-aged captain revealed a greedy look. A 2-star bronze mercenary group and a young captain who could take out 8 million spirit stones. Perhaps this mercenary group and that young man weren't simple, but after seeing their strength, greed rose in their hearts. The group of young men holding longswords only had the strength of a rank 3 transcendent, so what was there to be afraid of? To be able to reach this step, they not only possessed courage but also decisiveness. My companions are all around. They heard your voice just now, they should be rushing over soon. The golden swordfish looked around and said to the group of over 10 people with a smile. Are you very confident? The middle-aged captain saw the expression of the golden swordfish and narrowed his eyes slightly. He swept his gaze around and gestured to the people around him. The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group nodded slowly and dispersed. Mirage Sea mercenary group, do we have any enmity with you? Wang Xian walked over and swept his gaze across all of them as he asked expressionlessly. At this moment, the golden swordfish in the surroundings also flew over and stared at all of them with an expressionless face. The middle-aged captain didn't say anything. He sized up Wang Xian and the rest again and again before he slowly narrowed his eyes. There's no enmity, the middle-aged captain said with a smile. Then why are you surrounding our team members? Wang Xian smiled when he saw how vigilant they were. As expected of a seasoned mercenary group, they didn't even make a move under such circumstances. Attack! All of a sudden, the middle-aged captain moved and gave the order to attack Wang Xian. It's really... Wang Xian shook his head slowly when he saw their attack. The sound of penetration was heard. The expression of the middle-aged captain who had just leaped up changed drastically. When he turned his head around, a terrifying white figure appeared beside his subordinate. A weapon as sharp as a sickle directly killed them. Pooh! Before he could react, a sharp claw directly pierced through his body, causing his eyes to widen as he looked at the smiling youth. This kind of creature? The spirit stones on his body? Could it be? Suddenly, before his death, a thought flashed across the middle-aged man's mind. Following that, he widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Dragon Assassin Organization. He widened his eyes and growled in a low voice with a face full of shock. Following his words, blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Wang Xian moved his arm and stored their corpses into his interspatial ring. These were rare nutrients. Let's go, let's continue. Clean up this area within 5 days. Wang Xian said to the members of the Dragon Palace before returning to his original position. Wang Xian did not care about the more than 10 people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Since they were seeking death, Wang Xian would not be merciful either. They continued to advance forward. With Wang Xian and the rest's abilities, their speed was extremely fast. It had been 2 to 3 years since many mercenary groups had come to the Black Sea region. This caused the number of jellyfish to increase. There were quite a number of celestial stargrass and heaven billowgrass. I wonder how the mercenary groups will react when they discover that there are no jellyfish when the celestial stargrass and heaven billowgrass are available in Shanghai town. Wang Xian smiled when he thought of this. However, this didn't have much of an impact. Both the celestial stargrass and the heaven billowgrass were used for detoxification and detoxification. They could be used in many places, not just in the Black Sea region. Wang Xian and the rest were very fast. Within 2 days, they had swept across an area of more than 20 kilometers. It was only on the 3rd day when they were close to the central region that their speed slowed down. It's going to be troublesome now. Wang Xian looked ahead. In front of him was an endless mountain range. The demon caves in the mountain range were no longer just a dozen meters or 20 to 30 meters deep like before. Here, the demon caves were completely connected together. They were densely packed like a demon palace. The entrance of each cave was about 4 to 5 meters in size. There were jellyfish beasts of supernatural level 4 and 5 living inside. No wonder there are no extraordinary level 6 or 7 experts to clean up the Black Sea. The jellyfish beasts here can make a fortune. Wang Xian entered the Devil's Cave and looked at the passageways that extended in all directions. He raised his eyebrows. The entire mountain range was completely cleared. He had no idea how many jellyfish beasts were inside. Moreover, even if Aoyao entered, she would feel dizzy inside. This was not a problem of perception. There were simply too many passageways. It seems like Aoyao and Ao Jian can only stay behind me. Wang Xian had the light and dark fire dragon eyes. With the penetration of the eye of the heavenly dragon, he could push forward directly. Even so, he still had to mark the road. Let's go. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the area and noticed that there were 4 to 5 jellyfish beasts gathered at a distance of more than 500 meters. He moved his body and rushed over immediately. From the perspective of the dragon eyes of light and dark fire, it was a distance of 500 meters. However, there were a few caves that needed to be circled. In fact, the distance was more than 500 meters. When Wang Xian and the rest got closer, the 5 jellyfish that were lying on the ground instantly stood up vigilantly. Out of the 5 jellyfish, 3 of them were nearly 4 meters in size while the rest were more than 2 meters in size. Chirp, chirp. The largest jellyfish in the middle let out a low growl. The other 4 jellyfish instantly attacked Wang Xian and the rest. Ft, ft, pffft. However, in an instant, streams of white light flashed and the 4 jellyfish were instantly killed. Chirp, chirp. When the other jellyfish saw the rapid death of its companion, a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It opened its mouth and a thick, ink-colored poisonous fog directly covered Wang Xian and the rest. Meanwhile, this jellyfish was fleeing frantically towards the back. If you can't beat it, then run. Even if it's a ferocious beast, it will still possess powerful instincts when its level is higher. Wang Xian looked at the escaping jellyfish. He raised his eyebrows and moved his arm. A thorny bush emerged from the ground and completely wrapped around its body. Bang! The thorny bush entered the body of the jellyfish and easily killed it. Let's go, continue. Wang Xian moved his body and walked forward again, leaving marks in the places he passed by. The members of the Dragon Palace were observing the stargrass and the heaven billowgrass. The appearance of the labyrinth-like demonic cave caused Wang Xian to slow down completely. Moreover, most of the jellyfish in the labyrinth were in groups. Every level 5 extraordinary jellyfish had 20 to 30 underlings. Once they sensed danger, they would immediately flee. Although the strongest jellyfish here was only level 5 extraordinary, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. In this narrow area, even a level 5 extraordinaire would have a high chance of dying. Even a level 6 extraordinaire would be restricted by the surrounding rocks here. This was a place where low-level mercenary groups hunted ferocious beasts, but it was not an ideal place for a powerful mercenary group. There are actually 3 level 5 extraordinaire jellyfish beasts gathered together. There are more than 50 level 3 and 4 extraordinaire jellyfish beasts. When Wang Xian stayed in the maze for 2 days, he suddenly saw a densely populated area. There were 3 extraordinary level 5 jellyfish. Heaven billowgrass. There are so many heaven billowgrass. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and his eyes lit up. Currently, Wang Xian had obtained a total of more than 100 heaven billowgrass. However, there were at least 50 to 60 heaven billowgrass in the area in front of him. After collecting these heaven billowgrass, I will leave this place. Wang Xian thought to himself. There were not many sea jelly beasts in this dark demon lair. Furthermore, there were too many passageways in the surroundings that gave him a headache. In 2 days, they had only killed about 70 to 80 sea jelly beasts. Among them, many of them were at the 2nd level of transcendence. Therefore, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Furthermore, Wang Xian and the rest had already kept the items for the mission. Kill! Wang Xian pointed with his arm. The group of strange beasts immediately hid themselves and came to the group of jellyfish beasts lying on the ground. The highest level of strength was at level 5 transcendence. Under the attacks of Ao Yao and the rest, they were completely defenseless. After storing all the jellyfish beasts' corpses into his interspatial ring, Wang Xian looked at the heaven waves grass in front of him. There were a total of 63 heavens wave grass of extraordinary 4th level. The heavens wave grass, heaven star grass, and the carcasses of the ferocious beasts in Wang Xian's possession were worth over 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. To other mercenary groups, this was something unimaginable. For example, the Horn Shark mercenary group was so powerful that it would require a huge amount of energy to kill a level 5 extraordinary horned snake. The huge horned snake was brought to the Holy Sea town and caused a huge commotion. Ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were not easy to kill. Not to mention killing a level 5 extraordinary ferocious beast and searching for spiritual herbs in Wang Xian's current environment. Even if Dao Hen, the number 1 mercenary group in the Holy Sea town, brought all his members here, their harvest might not even be 1/10 of Wang Xian's. This was even under the circumstances where Dao Hen was personally involved. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Wang Xian led the members of the Dragon Palace out of the Demon Den and headed in the direction of Shanghai Town. After successfully returning to Shanghai Town, Wang Xian headed towards the Demon Hunters Association with a smile on his face. One could pass through the mission stone plate if they accepted the mission. However, they had to go to the Demon Hunters Association if they handed in the mission. There would be many people in the Demon Hunters Association every day. The number of people in the association today was much more than usual. Wang Xian and the rest went in. They were curious when they saw many people queuing up to submit the mission. After listening for a while, they realized that it was a mercenary group from Donghai City. Every few months, the merchants of Donghai Town would gather together and hire more than a dozen mercenary groups to come to Shanghai Town to deliver supplies. This resulted in a group of mercenary groups submitting missions together every time. Wang Xian was waiting in line while a group of members of the Dragon Palace stood at the side. The mission this time is really dangerous. The strength of those bandits is beyond imagination. Fuck, if boss hadn't made a breakthrough not long ago, we might have died here. After submitting the mission this time, we should be able to advance to a 2-star Silver Star mercenary group. A 2-star Silver mercenary group can be ranked in the top 40 in our academy. I'm so tired. After handing in the mission, hurry up and find a place to rest. At this time, another group of people came to the mercenary group and began to talk loudly. This group of people was not very old. They were all young people. They were talking loudly, but there was a proud look on their faces. Such a long line? It was obviously their first time in Holy Sea Town. When they saw 7 or 8 mercenary groups lining up, they were surprised. When we reach the gold mercenary group, if there is no gold mercenary group in front, we can directly cut the line, a young man said with some yearning. Reaching the gold mercenary group was a watershed. When a mercenary group reached the gold level, the minimum must be a transcendent level 6 powerhouse. At this level, when one was handing in the mission, they could directly cut the queue when there were mercenary groups below the gold level at the front. This was the privilege of a powerhouse. A 2-star bronze mercenary group? Look around. Most of the mercenary groups in Shanghai Town are bronze level. There aren't many gold level ones at all. Haha, after all, this is a small town. Our one-star silver-level mercenary group is considered pretty good here. The group of people came to the back of Wang Xian and said with a smile when they saw the mercenary group logo on Wang Xian and the rest. Brother, can you give us some space? We are in a hurry. At this moment, Wang Xian felt a palm placed on his shoulder and the voice from behind was heard. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and moved the young man's hand away. He turned around and said, I'm sorry. We are also in a hurry. Ha! Wang Xian's words made the young men unhappy. What, you don't agree? Wang Xian smiled faintly and ignored them. Humph, a small 2-star bronze mercenary group. We are talking to you guys properly, yet you don't give us any face. A young man saw Wang Xian turning around and his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and flicked his finger. The golden needle formed from metal attribute pierced directly toward Wang Xian's back. Buzz. Wang Xian sensed the small movement behind him and a golden light flashed across his back. Ah! A scream came out from the young man's mouth. He covered his arm with an embarrassed expression. What's going on? Everyone in the hall turned around immediately when they heard the young man scream. They looked over in astonishment. Kid, you actually dared to sneak attack me. One of the young man's palms was covered in blood. He stared at Wang Xian with a gloomy expression. I know who is going to sneak attack who. Wang Xian glanced at the young man indifferently and said with slight disdain. You're courting death. The young man covered his wound and stared at Wang Xian coldly. No one is allowed to make a move in the hiring association. At this moment, the cold voice of the guard came from the side. When the young man saw the guard staring at him coldly not far away, he looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he knew that the guard had noticed his small actions just now. A few young men at the side winked at him, telling him not to stir up trouble. HMPH, a 2-star bronze rank trash mercenary group. You better not let me find a chance. The young man stared at Wang Xian coldly. His tone was filled with threat. How dare a 1-star silver mercenary group act so impudently? Ao Jian, who was at the side, heard the young man's insult and stared at him coldly. That's right. It's just a 1-star silver mercenary group. You don't have the right to talk about others like that. Suddenly, a girl came from behind. Several young men turned their heads with gloomy faces and looked at the girl who spoke. The girl was in her 20s and 30s. Her looks were average, but she had short hair. She looked valiant. She wore a leather armor with blood stains on it. The mercenary group badge on the girl's chest was a 4-star silver mercenary group. The girl spoke with hatred. Cough. We are students of the Demon Hunters Academy. The mercenary group is only 1-star silver mercenary group now, but it won't be long before we can reach gold rank. The young man looked at the girl and said with a sullen face. So you are students of the Demon Hunters Academy. My daughter is not sensible. Please don't mind her. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. A middle-aged man next to the girl heard the words of the young men and his expression changed slightly. He quickly said to the young men, Humph. The young men snorted coldly. They were too embarrassed to argue with a girl. The female student was a little indignant and wanted to say something, but she was stopped by the middle-aged man. When the female student suddenly opened her mouth, the group of young men became embarrassed and stopped talking. They waited quietly. The speed of handing in the mission wasn't very fast. Wang Xian waited in line for half an hour before it was his turn. After handing over the badge of the mercenary group, Wang Xian said directly, Hand in the mission. The waiter took the mercenary group badge and checked the mission that Wang Xian had accepted. Bring me the mission item. The waiter looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. All right. Wang Xian handed over an interspatial ring. The waiter took the interspatial ring and opened his eyes wide. Sir, please wait for a moment. I will count it for you. The waiter was shocked and his tone was filled with respect. Please hurry up. Why is the speed here so slow? The waiter took the interspatial ring for about 2 minutes. A few young men at the back urged him in annoyance. How many missions can a 2-star bronze mercenary group take? Why is it so slow? The waiter raised his head and looked at the young men at the back coldly. Then, he looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said, Sir, Your mercenary group has been upgraded. I will change your badge for you. All right. Wang Xian nodded and passed all the badges to him. He reminded him overlapping missions. Priority is given to Phoenix Immortal Pills and Weapons Workshop. All right. The waiter nodded and said, "Sir, please wait for a moment." Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and walked to the side to wait. It's finally our turn. The few young men at the back glanced at Wang Xian coldly and muttered. They walked forward and threw their badges over. Hand in the mission. The waiter nodded his head lightly. He checked the badge and muttered softly, "You're still so arrogant after completing a 3-star silver grade mission. Ha!" Obviously, all the extraordinary experts present could hear it clearly. This caused the expressions of the few young men to turn ugly. They asked in a low voice, "After completing this mission, you should be able to advance to 2-star silver rank, right?" "Yes, bring the badge over. I'll exchange it for you," the attendant said indifferently. "Hurry up," the few young men urged impatiently. "We can't." This female attendant might have had her period, or she might have seen that they were a little annoyed, so she directly rebuked them. "That gentleman has completed 10 missions. Now he can even wait to advance to 3-star silver tier. Why are you all in such a hurry?" The attendant said sarcastically. "What?" The young man was slightly taken aback and his face was full of astonishment. "You guys, you should keep a low profile, understand?" At this moment, a staff member inside handed the newly made badge to the attendant. The staff member took it and patted the badge in his hand. He glanced at them and looked at Wang Xian. "Sir, your badge is ready." "Thank you." Wang Xian nodded with a smile on his face. "No need, no need." The staff member quickly smiled and said. Then, he looked at the few young men with a straight face. "Look, they are a 3-star silver mercenary group." "What? How is this possible?" He was clearly a 2-star bronze star just now. The few young men were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this not possible? He handed in 5 4-star bronze star missions directly. 5 5-star bronze star missions, 3 5-star silver star missions, and 2 4-star silver star missions. "Humph! Quickly move aside and wait at the side," the waiter said impatiently to the few young men. Wang Xian passed the badges to the golden swordfish and the rest. He played with them for a while and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the few young men mockingly. "It's only a 2-star silver mission, trash," he said faintly and wore the badges on his chest. His contemptuous tone and mocking behavior made the few young men's faces extremely awkward. Just a moment ago, they had mocked the other party for being only a 2-star bronze mercenary group, but damn it, they actually advanced to 3-star silver in an instant. This was simply flying. How could a mercenary group advance so quickly? Their mercenary group was a mercenary group created by the Academy's 50th strongest person. It took them 3 years to reach 2-star silver. However, the other party actually surpassed them in an instant. Furthermore, they actually completed the mission of 5-star silver grade. 5-star silver grade? They had to hunt at least level 5 supernatural beasts and demonic beasts. Haha! How interesting. At this moment, the laughter of the girls could be heard from the side. The faces of the few young men changed drastically. They lowered their heads in shame. Wang Xian didn't bother with the few young men. He could just slap them in the face. There was no need to bother with this bunch of clowns. The mission reward was placed in his interspatial ring. There was no problem with that. Wang Xian, right? Just as Wang Xian walked to the door, shadows blocked his way. 20 to 30 people blocked the entrance and stared at them coldly. Wang Xian raised his head and stared at the group of people in front of him with a twinkle in his eyes. The Mirage Sea mercenary group. They are blocking our way. I wonder what's going on. Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the old man who was standing in the middle. He was the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. "We are a small team. 5 days ago, they contacted us for the last time. At that time, they bumped into you guys. I want to ask about their current situation." The leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group stared at Wang Xian expressionlessly. "Huh? What's the situation with the Mirage Sea mercenary group?" "The leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group is here personally. What is he trying to do by stopping those young men?" When the surrounding people saw the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group blocking the entrance of the mercenary group and Wang Xian and the rest, they were bewildered. Wang Xian stared at the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. There was no expression on his face as he asked indifferently, "Why did the members of your mercenary group bump into us? Furthermore, they have the time to contact you guys. I'm asking you a question." A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the leader of the Illusionary Sea mercenary group. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian. "I'm asking you a question too." Wang Xian stared at the old man without showing any signs of weakness. This scene caused everyone around to be slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. How dare they go against the Illusionary Sea mercenary group? What are their identities? The Illusionary Sea mercenary group is a reputable group in our holy sea town. Not many people dare to provoke them. Who is that young man? Some people around looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. Wang Xian had only been in Holy Sea Town for less than half a month. Although there were a few sensational incidents, not many people knew him. "Kid, I think you are courting death." A strong murderous intent shot out from the eyes of the leader of Huan Hai. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. "The person who is courting death is already dead." Wang Xian smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a corpse appeared on the ground. The corpse was the middle-aged leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The corpse that appeared out of thin air stunned everyone. This was especially so for the members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Their eyes were instantly bloodshot as they stared at the corpse on the ground with an extremely embarrassed expression. Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the corpse back into his interspatial ring. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Excuse me, please step aside." "Kid, I think you want to die." An angry roar came from the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group beside him also had cold expressions on their faces as they gripped their weapons tightly. Those who are looking for death are already dead. Those who want to die, I think they are going to die soon. Wang Xian stared coldly at the leader of the Illusionary Sea mercenary group and the rest of the members. They were going head-to-head with each other. He did not show any signs of weakness. "Hiss, what was that just now?" "That seems to be Xiao Hanshan's corpse." "It can't be. Xiao Hanshan, a level 5 extraordinaire, was killed." He is one of the only 3 level 5 extraordinaires in the Illusionary Sea mercenary group. When the surrounding people saw the corpse just now, they were shocked. They looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment. The atmosphere was a little tense. "Get out of the way." Wang Xian looked at the group of people who were filled with killing intent and said coldly, "Brat, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I will have wasted my dozens of years in Shanghai Town." The leader of the Illusory Sea mercenary group, Xiao Chenshan, stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Hee hee." Wang Xian smiled disdainfully and walked straight ahead. The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group opened a path and stared at all of them with bloodthirsty eyes. Who is that young man? Why is he so confident? A 3-star silver mercenary group, the Phoenix mercenary group. This is the first time I've heard of it. The surrounding people looked at the badges on Wang Xian and the rest and exclaimed in surprise. 3-star silver mercenary group? Xiao Qinshan's gaze froze slightly. When Captain Han Shan replied with the communication stone plate, he said that the other party was only a 2-star bronze grade. Why did he suddenly become a 3-star silver grade? An old man from the Mirage Sea mercenary group said with a solemn expression. A 3-star silver grade mercenary group must have an extraordinary level 5 powerhouse. However, it was unbelievable for the other party to advance to 3-star silver grade so quickly. Their Mirage Sea's 5-star silver rank took more than 30 years. With the level of the mercenary group, they could only advance after completing 10 missions of the same level. However, if one mission failed, 2 mission points would be deducted. Once they failed, the previous 2 successful missions would all be nullified. Moreover, if a mercenary group failed too many times, they would lose their level. This was also the reason why a 5-star silver grade mercenary group took more than 30 years. For example, Wang Xian's Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was completely different. They possess the combat strength of a level 7 supernatural being. The average level 5 supernatural being would naturally increase their level very quickly. At the later stages, their speed would slow down. Of course, this was only relative. With the speed at which Wang Xian and the rest increased their strength, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would soon reach the gold grade. After clashing with the Mirage Sea mercenary group, Wang Xian walked straight to the Celestial Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop. When he arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Phoenix shop, he realized that there was no one inside. Yesterday, the threat from Dao Hen and the involvement of the Mirage Sea mercenary group made the mercenary group of Shanghai Town not dare to come to the Celestial Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop to shop. Today, the entire shop was completely empty. "Young master, I didn't expect it to be you. Would you like to buy some elixirs?" When Wang Xian walked into the shop, the staff in front of him was slightly stunned and asked respectfully, "Buy some elixirs? Where's Shopkeeper Lu?" "Shopkeeper Lu is at the back. I'll call for him immediately." A middle-aged man behind the counter said hurriedly and walked to the back quickly. "Young master, are you going to buy some elixirs again?" Shopkeeper Lu walked out and asked Wang Xian with a face full of anticipation. "Yes, an elixir that costs 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones." Wang Xian nodded his head directly and took out the remaining Heaven Star Grass and Heaven Billow Grass after the mission. "Also, I have some Heaven Star Grass and Heaven Billow Grass in my hands. Please calculate the price." "Heaven Billow Grass?" Manager Lu's eyes lit up and revealed an excited look. "Young master, we are willing to buy it at 1.5 times the market price." "Thank you, young master." Wang Xian waved his hand. "Change it into elixirs that can improve your cultivation." "Yes, yes." Manager Lu nodded his head quickly and his face was flushed. It was another deal that was close to 1 million middle-rated spirit stones. Although it was far from the previous deal, it was still a huge deal. Furthermore, after this deal ended, some of the elixirs in Shanghai Town were about to run out of stock. To buy 70% of the elixirs in the Fengxian Elixir and Weapons Workshop by himself, it was a terrifying thought. "Young master, please take a look." Wang Xian received the elixirs that Manager Lu handed over. After checking them, he was very satisfied. Manager Lu was obviously not a short-sighted person. He had offered a huge discount on both purchases. Wang Xian brought along a medicinal pill worth 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and walked towards his residence. After digesting these medicinal pills, the strength of the strange demon and the golden swordfish could be improved considerably. This young master seems to be called Wang Xian. I don't know why he helped our Fengxian medicinal pill and weapon workshop so much. His strength is really strong. He came twice and bought 9 million medicinal pills. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes flickered as he watched Wang Xian leave. Ding! Congratulations to host for advancing to a silver-level mercenary group. Activate the reward. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Light and Shadow Barrier. Light and Shadow Barrier Transcendent Level 8 Formation. Function: set up a barrier to trap the enemy and protect yourself. Ding! The second phase mission of the mercenary group has been activated. You have been promoted to a gold-level mercenary group. You will be rewarded with a random transcendent item. When Wang Xian was walking on the road, the system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. An extraordinary level 8 formation. Not bad, not bad. It can withstand an attack from an extraordinary level 8. Furthermore, after upgrading to a gold-tier mercenary group, you will be able to obtain an extraordinary item at random. Wang Xian was full of smiles. If this light and shadow barrier was used properly, it would have a great effect. When he returned to his residence, Wang Xian took out an elixir and swallowed it directly, obtaining more than 800 dragon crystals. More than 800 dragon crystals were not enough to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. They could only continue to accumulate. Following that, Wang Xian took out the mission stone plate and prepared to search for another place to complete the mission to increase his strength. This time, he was prepared to choose a place where the level of the ferocious beasts was higher. For low-level aquatic creatures, the amount of dragon crystals they obtained after swallowing them was too little. It was too slow to increase their level. However, just as Wang Xian was looking for a mission, In the most luxurious restaurant in Shanghai town, a young man was sitting next to a woman with a fawning expression. The woman was wearing the tight-fitting uniform of a city guard. However, it was this uniform that made the young man's eyes burn with passion. Beside the young man, there were more than a dozen young men sitting next to him. A few of them were the few people who were mocking Wang Xian in the hiring association. "Luan, when are you going back to school?" "I'll go with you. I'll be able to take care of you on the way back." The young man poured a cup of tea for the girl with a flattering look and said with a smile, "Let's set off 5 days before school starts. There's still half a month's time." Jean Luan said to the young man calmly, "Oh, is that so? It just so happens that we'll be staying here for a period of time as well. It's our first time coming to Shanghai town. We'll go to Donghai City together," the young man said with a smile. Jean Luan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "There are still some classmates in Holy See Town. Let's go together." "Okay." The young man nodded. "Okay." At this moment, Jean Luan was suddenly shocked and hurriedly took out the communication stone plate from her pocket. Her communication stone plate was different from the ordinary one. Obviously, it was much more advanced. At this moment, the communication stone plate was emitting light. Not good. When Jean Luan opened the communication stone plate and saw the words on it, her expression changed drastically and she suddenly stood up. "What happened?" The young man at the side saw Jean Luan suddenly stand up and asked with a stunned expression, "Don't leave the city. I'll go to the watchtower." Jean Luan immediately walked towards the window of the restaurant. "Luan, what happened? Can I help?" Seeing that Jean Luan was about to fly out, the young man frowned and hurriedly asked, "Monster siege?" Without turning back, Jean Luan flew toward a watchtower in Holy See Town. "Monster siege?" Hearing these words, the young man's face changed dramatically. The dozen or so young men beside him were also stunned. "A monster siege?" They cried out in surprise, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the bell suddenly rang throughout the entire Holy See Town and the rapid bell chimes echoed in everyone's hearts. What happened? What's going on? Why did the bell of the faraway watchtower suddenly ring? Not good. Something bad has happened. When everyone in Holy See Town heard the bell, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes revealed shock. Holy See Town, all mercenary groups, all cultivators above Transcendent Level 1, be on alert. The monsters are about to attack the city. At this moment, a majestic voice covered the entire Holy See Town and entered everyone's ears. When everyone heard this voice, their expressions changed drastically. It's the mayor's voice. Monsters are attacking the city. Oh my God. Monsters are attacking the city. Monsters are attacking the city. What level of monsters are attacking the city? They actually made the mayor take precautions personally. The monster attack this time isn't simple. I hope it's not a powerful monster. In an instant, the entire Holy See Town was in chaos. The weak citizens prayed with pale faces. A monster siege. A terrifying monster siege. For everyone, the biggest disaster was a monster siege. In the Transcendence continent, many cities were destroyed by the monster siege and turned into ruins. Countless experts died under the monster siege. Once the city was breached, at least 1 million people would die. The sudden siege of the city caused everyone to look terrified. Diamond-level monsters are attacking the city. Everyone, don't panic. The mercenary will start the mission to defend the city. At this moment, the voice from earlier sounded again, comforting the panicked people. Diamond-level monsters are attacking the city. Fortunately, with the mayor's presence, we should be able to resist them. Phew. A diamond-level monster attacking the city shouldn't be too much of a problem. A diamond-level monster is still a little dangerous. Come, let's go to the position of the city wall. The mission to defend the city has begun. Haha, as long as we defend Holy See Town and kill the murderer demon beasts, we will be able to obtain a huge amount of resources to increase the level of the mercenary group. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief and followed closely behind the mercenary group and the city wall. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in his room, was slightly taken aback when he heard this majestic voice. A monster siege? A diamond-level monster siege? He was slightly taken aback and immediately stood up. His eyes were sparkling. A monster siege was not very rare on the Transcendence continent, especially for the town of Shanghai, which was located by the sea. It happened once every few years. Compared to the safer town, the mayor's strength was around Transcendent level rank 8. Only a special city like Holy See Town was at Transcendent level rank 9. Every time a monster attacked a city, a lot of employees would die. However, every time a monster attacked a city, it was an opportunity for any mercenary group. As long as it was not a destructive monster siege, they could kill a large number of fierce beasts and demon beasts with the advantage of the city wall. The corpses of these demonic beasts and murderers were treasures. Let's go. It will be difficult for diamond-level monsters to destroy the Holy See Town. This monster feast is our chance to improve our strength quickly. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he immediately ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. A group of members of the Dragon Palace followed behind Wang Xian and headed towards the city walls. There were 4 city gates in Shanghai town. Only the south gate of the east gate was closer to the seaside. Wang Xian headed straight for the east gate. On the way, Wang Xian opened the mission stone tablet. At this moment, there was no mission on the mission stone tablet. There was a line of words in the middle. The mission to defend the city was about to begin. The mission to defend the city was about to begin. The rest of the missions had been eliminated. During the special time, the main mission was to defend the city. Wang Xian and the rest rushed towards the east gate. There were also many mercenary groups rushing towards the east gate. The entire street was filled with cultivators holding weapons. Their faces were filled with fighting spirit. When they arrived at the city gate, the city wall was filled with city guards. They were standing on top with bows and arrows in their hands and weapons in their hands. In the middle of the city wall stood a middle-aged man. The strongest person in Holy See Town, the mayor of a town, Jin Qianyuan. At this moment, beside Jin Qianyuan was an old man dressed in the uniform of a member of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association. The words Demon Hunting were written on the old man's clothes. This was the president of the Demon Hunting Mercenary Association of Holy See Town, a Transcendent Level 8 powerhouse. At this moment, there were many mercenary groups gathered in front of the city gate. Each of them held a weapon in their hands, waiting for the mission to be activated and the mayor's order. According to our investigation, this should be the first wave of attack. There are even more powerful aquatic creatures behind. In the middle of the city wall, Jin Qianyuan stared ahead with a serious expression. In the ocean ahead, groups of creatures swam towards them. At a glance, they were densely packed, almost endless. At the front was a very strange monster. A white shell was on both sides of its body. It had 4 limbs and one of its arms was as long as a knife. The knife was emitting a golden light. This monster was not very big. Most of them were about 1 meter in size, and the biggest one was only 3 meters in size. This was a golden scalpel fish, an aquatic creature with the lowest transcendence level 1. Other than the ground, there was also a strange aquatic creature in the sky. Its entire body was pitch black, like a bat, and it had a sharp mouthpart and a black whip-like tail. Every time this creature stirred, it would bring with it a dense black aura. Its aura seemed to far surpass that of the golden machete fish below. This was a demonic winged beast. Its strength was at least at the 2nd rank of the extraordinary realm. Apart from these 2 aquatic creatures, there were other creatures behind it. However, they were still very far away from Holy See Town. Kill the first wave of aquatic creatures as soon as possible. Let the mercenary group take action first. The few experts in the city are ready to deal with the leader of the fierce beasts at any time. The president of the mercenary group stared at the front with an expressionless face and said slowly, "Well, apart from the west gate, the east gate, the north gate, and the south gate will be attacked. The east gate is in the center." Jin Qianyuan's eyes flickered. Seeing that the aquatic creatures were about to arrive, he ordered the city defense mission is activated. "It's the mayor." The old man next to him nodded, then slowly turned his head and looked at the city gate. There were tens of thousands of mercenary group members gathered here, each of them holding a weapon in their hands, waiting for the mission to start. City defense mission begins. The old man waved his arm, and an image appeared above him. City defense mission begins. First mission. 1:5 Star Silver Mission. Battle outside the city. Kill fierce beasts. According to the number of fierce beasts killed, obtain additional corresponding points. The fierce beast corpse belongs to the slayer. 2:1 Star Bronze Mission. Stand on the city wall and attack from afar. Based on the number of berserk beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The corpse of the berserk beast will belong to the slayer. Additional points: 1 point for a Tier 1 berserk beast, 10 points for a Tier 2 berserk beast, 100 points for a Tier 3 berserk beast, and 1,000 points for a Tier 4 berserk beast. The points will be increased one by one. When a mercenary group participates in a mission, more than half of them must complete it. There were 2 missions and they were vastly different. The first mission was to leave the city and fight. As long as they survived, they would be considered to have completed the 5-star silver mission. While fighting on the city wall, the 1-star bronze mission was mainly because there was no danger on the city wall. Apart from these 2 missions, killing a beast could obtain points and the corpse of the beast. The first mission was relatively dangerous, while the second mission was 100% safe. Obviously, the demon hunters would encourage mercenary groups to leave the city to fight. The first wave of attacks could be easily defended by the guards on the city wall. You can accept missions through the mission stone plate, or you can accept missions through registration. Mission begins. Boom, boom, boom. When the old man finished speaking, the city gate immediately opened. Haha, if you want to kill, then go out and kill. Brother, follow me and charge. Fuck, although it's dangerous, as long as we can survive, we can definitely make a fortune. Haha. Charge. Very quickly, a mercenary group chose a mission and directly charged out of the city. The first wave of missions was not very dangerous. For cultivators whose strength had reached transcendent level 3 or 4, the danger of leaving the city to battle was not very high. However, the rewards would definitely not be low. The mercenary groups flew out with fighting spirit. Let's go! Wuxia did not hesitate at all. His body moved and he flew straight into the sky towards the outside of the city. During the period of defending the city, he could fly in the city. A group of members from the Dragon Palace followed behind while the strange demon was hidden in the void. Wuxia and the rest were floating in the sky outside the city. They stared ahead with cold eyes. There were about 7,000 to 8,000 cultivators around them. Each of them was at least at level 2 of the extraordinary realm. There were at least hundreds of thousands of goldfish in front of them. There were also thousands of demonic winged beasts in the sky. The battle to defend the city was about to begin. The real battle was about to erupt. It's all of you. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. Wuxia frowned and looked to the side. He saw 4 to 5 young men staring at him coldly. What's wrong? Who is he? In the middle of the young men, a young man with long hair tied up and a golden long sword under his feet looked at the 4 to 5 of them curiously. Beside them, Jin Lian also looked over curiously. Leader. This kid called our mercenary group trash and even mocked us. A young man stared at Wuxia coldly and said to the long-haired young man beside him, "Is that so?" A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the long-haired young man. Jin Lian frowned and looked at Wuxia and the rest. He's only 1 level higher than us and he said that we are trash. Kid, you are really arrogant. The long-haired young man moved his palm and another golden longsword appeared in his hand. Hee trash. It's time to fight. Wuxia swept his gaze across the few of them with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He stared ahead and charged forward. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. An earth-shattering sound of killing rang out as 7,000 to 8,000 people charged towards the hundreds of thousands of golden mackerel. When the long-haired young man and the rest heard Wuxia's words, their faces turned ugly instantly. What an arrogant fellow who is courting death. The long-haired young man's face was gloomy. His eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across Wuxia's figure. Let's kill the ferocious beasts first. Jin Lian, who was at the side, also frowned. She shouted softly and charged over. Kill! The area of 10 kilometers in front of them was filled with densely packed golden bladefish. There were the most golden bladefish at Transcendent Level 1, followed by Transcendent Level 2, Transcendent Level 3, and even Transcendent Level 5. The number of golden bladefish was dozens of times more than the number of mercenary groups. One by one, the mercenary groups spread out and attacked the golden bladefish below. Wang Xian led Ao Jian and the rest to attack a spot in the middle. There were more than 10,000 people. For at least 300,000 to 400,000 goldfish, it was very little. However, the strength of more than 10,000 members of the mercenary group was much stronger than the goldfish. Among the members of the mercenary group, there was also an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse. Burn the river and boil the sea. Wang Xian came to the sky above the goldfish. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a terrifying fire Ubichna. Whoosh! 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 The moment he arrived, hundreds of goldfish below him waved their golden knife-like arms and slashed at him. With a swing of the knife, a 100-meter-wide knife mark was formed. In an instant, hundreds of knife marks were comparable to an attack of a level 2 transcendent. Boom! However, before the knife light could reach him, the terrifying flames covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 meters below him. The terrifying flames melted the saber ray directly and landed on the ground. In an instant, it covered more than 100 golden knife fish. A single divine ability instantly killed more than 100 golden knife fish, including 4 to 5 extraordinary level 3 golden knife fish. HMPH, using a divine ability as soon as you come up. You're really courting death. At this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Wang Xian glanced at the long-haired young man and ignored him. Do you want to compare our killing speed, trash? The long-haired young man obviously held a grudge against Wang Xian's words of trash. He mocked him coldly. You are not qualified. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of these prideful young men. He opened his mouth directly. HMPH coward. The long-haired young man snorted coldly. More than 10 long swords appeared around him in an instant and attacked the surrounding goldfish. Jin Luyen, who was not far away, took a glance at this place. Water arrows were shot at the goldfish. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 long swords killed more than 10 goldfish in an instant. Clearly, the long-haired young man was not weak either. Whoosh! Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat out the fire dragon bead instantly. He attacked the goldfish one by one. Wang Xian's arm changed slightly and turned into a dragon claw. He landed directly in the middle of the goldfish. Kill! His face was ice cold. He waved his dragon claw and killed a goldfish with one strike. Even if it was a level 3 transcendent, he would be killed instantly. So strong. The long-haired young man took a glance at Wang Xian and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. 10,000 swords, slash. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. The long-haired young man quickly looked over and saw 11 middle-aged men wielding the same golden longswords on the right. A unified move, a unified attack, and a unified divine ability. In an instant, thousands of long swords appeared in front of each of them. The 11 of them moved and charged forward together. A single charge of 3,000 meters killed 4,000 to 5,000 golden swordfish. The terrifying attack was blocked by 3 transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. Boom! Wang Xian rushed to the front of the few transcendent level 4 golden swordfish in a frenzy. His dragon claws enlarged by 3 meters and grabbed a transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. Crack! Crack! The body of the golden swordfish split open and died instantly. Ao Jian and the rest of the golden swordfish swung their longswords and slashed at the other 2 transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. P15. 11 terrifying sword rays flashed and killed the 2 golden swordfish. So strong. The long-haired young man's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he killed a transcendent level 4 golden swordfish. That kid's strength was not weaker than his. Kill, kill, kill. There were simply too many golden mackerel. However, this made Wang Xian extremely excited. His body moved quickly as he killed 1 golden mackerel after another with his dragon claws. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Xian had killed more than 1,000 golden mackerel. Ao Jian and the rest were also not slow in their killing speed. 11 of them had killed more than 2,000 golden mackerel. A massacre. The golden machete fish was not very strong. Wang Xian relied on his terrifying physical strength and dragon claws to kill them quickly. A massacre. Not a single golden machete fish could withstand 2 of his attacks. What kind of supernatural power is that claw of his? How can it be so strong? The long-haired young man looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a serious expression. Which mercenary group is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Its combat strength is so insane. This time, even Jin Luyen was astonished. In the few mercenary groups nearby, with the young man as the leader, the number of goldfish they killed in a short period of time exceeded the total number of 4 to 5 mercenary groups in the surrounding area. Damn! They're so violent. Their physiques are so strong. Which mercenary group is that guy from, bro? He's too fierce, killing much faster than us. The other mercenary groups also looked over in shock. The strength of their mercenary groups was not weak either. All of them were 3 to 4 stars silver rank. Their leader was an extraordinary Type 5 expert, but the number of kills he killed was still far from the 12 of them. It's a pity that the strange demon can't be exposed. If the strange demon attacked together, its speed would be even faster. Wang Xian thought to himself. With the physique of a divine dragon, the energy and physical strength in his body were dozens of times stronger than that of a human. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired when he killed. Damn, look ahead. The leader of the Sword Scar mercenary group is too abnormal. He killed over 1,000 golden mackerel fish in one strike. The few large mercenary groups in Shanghai town are all there. Even though they were surrounded by 70,000 to 80,000 golden knife fish, they still managed to kill everyone in all directions. Awesome! At this moment, exclamations could be heard from the surroundings. Wang Xian raised his head and looked ahead. He noticed that there were terrifying attacks coming from the front. 70,000 to 80,000 golden knife fish were surrounding and attacking more than a dozen people. These people were all the leaders of the top mercenary groups in Shanghai town. The strongest knife marks was at level 7 of the supernatural realm. Interesting. Wang Xian licked his tongue and looked towards the center of the group. He then flew towards the area where the goldfish were the most concentrated. Damn! Is he fucking courting death? The few young men who were following the long-haired young man shouted in surprise when they saw Wang Xian suddenly charging over. He's courting death, the long-haired young man said disdainfully. Entering the encirclement without the strength of a transcendent level 5 was simply courting death. Although it's not good to expose the physique of the divine dragon, it shouldn't be a problem to expose the other attributes. Wang Xian licked his tongue and looked at the nearly 100,000 golden mackerel fish in front of him. He flew up high. The wood world descended. Spirit enchantment. The long-haired young man's expression changed drastically. On Earth, an extraordinaire could cover an area of more than 10 kilometers with a wave of his hand. However, on the extraordinaire continent, due to the rich spiritual energy, the quality of the spiritual energy in the world was higher than on Earth. The attack of an extraordinaire could only cover an area of 1 to 2,000 meters at most. The descent of the wood world was the result of Wang Xian advancing to the extraordinaire and obtaining a wood attribute supernatural ability. As his level increased, it would increase. The power of the descent of the wood world was comparable to a level 5 divine ability. However, with the addition of the spirit enchantment, the attack was even more terrifying and more agile. Descent of the wood world. Spirit enchantment. When Wang Xian's voice rang out in the sky, dense trees instantly appeared beneath him. The trees were 5 to 6 meters thick, 4 to 500 meters tall, and had an area of more than 1,000 meters. Within this range, Wang Xian could control the wood world to descend and attack. However, after the enchantment, all the trees seemed to come alive. Boom! 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 The trees seemed to have woken up and were emitting green rays of light. Kill! Wang Xian stood at the highest point of a tree. His body was emitting a dense azure dragon aura. The azure dragon aura seeped into the tree, causing it to become even stronger. A divine ability with a coverage of more than 1,000 meters was not considered small in this battlefield with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, such an area of attack had appeared 5 to 6 times since the start of the battle. Some of the area of effect attacks had a wide coverage, but they did not last for long. It was like burning the river and boiling the sea. It only lasted for about 10 seconds. The descent of the wood world was different. Only when all the trees were destroyed could the descent of the wood world disappear. The attack power of the descent of the wood world was slightly weaker than that of burning the river and boiling the sea. However, it was completely different after the enchantment. Even if Wang Xian did not turn into a divine dragon, his attack power was still not weak. Hundreds of huge trees were like awakened tree demons. They attacked the gold-blade fish in front of them directly. Holy shit! What divine ability is this? The tree demons that suddenly appeared, and there were hundreds of them, waved their thorns and attacked the golden knife fish. This scene made many people look shocked. They summoned trees, but the trees attacked like living creatures. Such a divine ability was unbelievable. What a powerful divine ability! Some of the mercenary group leaders looked over and revealed a look of astonishment. What him? He. The long-haired young man and the rest were stunned. Even Jin Luyen, who was standing at the side, looked at the young man standing on the tree demon in astonishment. Due to the conflict with Wang Xian, they had been paying attention to his battle. In the beginning, he used the fire attribute, but now he actually used the wood attribute. Dual attributes? The long-haired youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Dual attributes meant that his attack power far exceeded that of a single attribute. However, the cultivation speed of dual attributes was twice that of a single attribute. He actually has dual attributes, and he should be at Transcendent rank 4 or rank 5. How terrifying! Jin Liuyan's face was filled with shock. Not many people in Eastern Sea City could match such talent. Boom! 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 Just as everyone was in shock, the spirit-imbued trees in the tree world transformed into tree demons. One after another, the trees moved their huge bodies and attacked the gold-blade fish. The densely packed trees smashed onto the gold-blade fish and sent them flying. Terrifying. There were hundreds of tree demons that were hundreds of meters tall, and each one of them had the strength of a rank 3 transcendent. With their huge bodies, their attacks were simply abnormal. Whoosh! 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 In just a few minutes, the group of tree demons had killed 3,000 to 4,000 golden bladefish. However, after killing so many golden bladefish, the dozens of tree demons looked like they were in tatters. Crack! 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 At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the sky. Thousands of demon-winged beasts suddenly swooped down and attacked the tree demons. These demon-winged beasts were stronger than the golden mackerel. Thousands of demon-winged beasts emitted a terrifying demonic aura and could easily destroy all the tree demons. Wang Xian stood at the top of a tree demon. He frowned slightly and thought of something. Whoosh! 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 When the group of demon-winged beasts attacked, all the trees started to move. They were not attacking the demonic winged beasts. Instead, all the tree magic thorns intertwined together to form a huge net. Whoosh! When the net that covered a radius of more than 2,000 meters intertwined together, it directly covered all the demonic winged beasts. Ka ka ka! When the demonic winged beasts saw the net that covered them, their eyes revealed a cold expression. They flapped their wings and instantly, demonic feathers flew towards the net of thorns. However, the moment the demonic winged beasts attacked, all the trees condensed into thorns and filled up the spot where the net was broken. The tree demon turned into thorns and interweaved into a gigantic net that was suspended in the air. In the net, over 1,000 demonic winged beasts were covered. This is the moment. A blazing fire flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He moved his body and dashed toward the net formed by the tree demons. Boom! In an instant, terrifying flames shot out from Wang Xian's eyes and body. The flames ignited all the tree demons in an instant. Wood-based fire! Wood-based fire! Boom! 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 In an instant, a flaming battlefield with a radius of more than 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on the battlefield with a radius of 10 kilometers. Gulp! Dual attribute wood makes fire. Using these trees as fuel, the fire attribute explodes with even more terrifying power. My God! This move is too terrifying. Who is that young man? How can he be so strong? This move is simply amazing. Too strong, too strong. What kind of monster young man has appeared in our holy sea town? Around them, the members of the mercenary group looked over with a look of horror on their faces. Among the demonic winged beasts that were surrounded by trees, there were quite a number of transcendents at level 4 and level 5. Crack! 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 At this moment, screams of agony were heard coming from the huge flames. Whoosh! A few demonic winged beasts at level 5 transcendents flew out from the flames. Kill! At this moment, Wuxia took action and chased after the 3 transcendent level 5 demonic winged beasts. The 3 demonic winged beasts were already severely injured. Kill! Aojian 11 followed closely behind Wuxia. Their bodies transformed into long swords and charged towards the 3 transcendent level 3 demonic winged beasts in the sky. The 3 extraordinary level 5 demonic winged beasts that had just escaped were killed by them. Hiss! They're too strong. What kind of mercenary group is this? It's simply heaven-defying. The most terrifying one is the young man with wood and fire attributes. He's too amazing. Some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group saw this scene and widened their eyes. They were filled with shock. The long-haired young man and the few members beside him looked extremely embarrassed. There was even some fear in their hearts. I saw their badges just now. Their mercenary group seems to be called the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. The Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. When Wuxia descended with one move of the Tree World, one move of the Spirit Enchantment, and the final mass of Wood Fire Burial, his formidable strength and dual attribute talent instantly shocked everyone in the entire Holy Sea town. Genius, Heaven's Pride, evildoer. In everyone's eyes, he was even more evildoer than evildoer. What kind of mercenary group is the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group? Why haven't I heard of it before? Strong, too strong. The other 11 members of the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group are all at Transcendent Level 4. The 12 of them have killed at least 10,000 ferocious beasts. This is simply heaven-defying. That young man looks young, but he possesses such strength. He might be able to become a powerhouse above transcendence in the future. Everyone looked at Wuxia, the golden swordfish, and the rest in astonishment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. With just 12 people, they had killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts. Among them, there were a few beasts that were at Transcendent Level 5 and Transcendent Level 4. They were so powerful that they were almost heaven-defying. Only the 2 or 3 mercenary groups in Shanghai Town could achieve such a feat. Wuxia's name was completely known in Shanghai Town during this battle. The Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group could also be considered to have officially stepped onto the stage of the supernatural continent. Hee. Listening to the discussions and shock of the people around him, Wuxia smiled faintly. The strength that he displayed now was less than 1/10 of his peak strength. Even if he revealed some of his strength, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Continue, kill. Wuxia didn't stop and continued to attack the surroundings. This was a rare opportunity. After the monster siege this time, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group had a high chance of being upgraded to gold rank. In addition, the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts' corpses belonged to them. A Transcendent Level 5 demonic beast's corpse was worth 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If they killed dozens of them, they could earn a few million spirit stones. When that time came, their strength would be upgraded once again. This is too ferocious. After 2 rounds of casting, they are still so powerful. Seeing Wuxia attack again, the people around were shocked. Even if I cast all my spells, it won't consume too much of my energy. Wuxia smiled. He waved the vines in his hands rapidly and killed the ferocious beasts one by one. Leader, this person is not someone we can provoke. At the back, the few young men beside the long-haired young man, who had provoked Wuxia last night, were looking at Wuxia's figure with pale faces as they spoke to the long-haired young man in fear. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we won't provoke them either. The long-haired young man spoke with a guilty expression. When he recalled his taunting just now, his expression turned extremely ugly. The other party's strength could completely crush him. He would never have thought that there would be such a monstrous young man in such a small Holy See town. What a strong kid! On top of the city wall, Jin Shenyuan looked at Wuxia's figure in astonishment. To be able to reach extraordinary 4th or 5th level at such a young age, he was a top-notch existence in the entire kingdom. Furthermore, the other party had dual attributes. This was somewhat heaven-defying. If this kid doesn't perish, his future is limitless. The president of the hiring association was also staring at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. Supervisor E. It's that young man who spent more than 9 million middle-grade spirit stones on our Phoenix Immortal. At this moment, in an area of the city wall, Manager Lu stood beside a woman and pointed at Wang Xian, who was in the middle of a battle. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group? Do you know where he came from? Why did he help us Phoenix Immortal? The woman was about 1.8 meters tall and had a good figure. She stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes and asked curiously, I don't know. He seems to be from another place. Manager Lu shook his head and hesitated for a moment before continuing, but I feel that he seems to have some connection with us Phoenix Immortal. To be able to support us under the threat of the two big mercenary groups in Holy Sea Town, there must be some connection. I just don't know the exact reason. The woman's face revealed a thoughtful expression. But no matter what, since the other party has helped us, we should also be on good terms with him. In the future, when he buys medicinal pills, he will give us a 20% discount. Yes, Manager E. Shopkeeper Lu nodded. Right now, the weapons and elixirs workshops in all our places are being suppressed by the life and death elixir workshops and the biological weapons workshops. Holy Sea Town is considered to be quite lucky. The woman muttered, This time, we came at the right time. We encountered monsters attacking the city. So we can sell some of the elixirs we brought. Haha, 15 transcendent tier 6 goldfish. The rest are not allowed to attack. Leave it to me. In the middle of the battlefield, a maniacal laughter suddenly erupted. At the very front, Dao Hen held a long knife with a maniacal smile on his face as he charged forward. Over there was the leader of the golden knife fish, 15 transcendent level 6 ferocious beasts. As long as he killed these 15 transcendent level 6 golden knife fish, it was only a matter of time before he killed the rest. Dao Hen dashed forward. The rest did not dare to follow him. In the entire battlefield, only Dao Hen was at level 7 transcendence. The rest of the mercenary groups continued to clean up the golden anchovies. In half an hour, only a few 100,000 golden anchovies were left. What a strong kid! On the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group, Xiao Qianshan, was killing the golden anchovies. From time to time, he would look at Wang Xian, who was slaughtering everyone. The strength that Wang Xian displayed shocked him. However, the more he did so, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. I can't wait any longer. I have to get rid of this brat. Otherwise, Han Shan's death will be in vain. Xiao Qianshan's eyes were extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The battle was ongoing, and the slaughter was also ongoing. Wang Xian didn't know how many goldfish he had killed. Each time he attacked, more than 10 goldfish would die immediately. These low-level goldfish didn't have any strength left to resist Wang Xian's attacks. They didn't dare to resist either. In fact, Wang Xian possessed the might of the dragon. Once he used it, 80% of the ferocious beasts on the battlefield would be under his control. After all, goldfish belonged to the aquatic race. Most of their strength was below level 3 of the supernatural realm. If he really used the might of the dragon, it would be a little shocking. Dragon King, be careful. At this moment, a reminder entered his ears. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. His eyes that were emitting light swept behind him. Whoosh! Sneak attack! Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. A flash of coldness flashed across his eyes. His body moved, and his dragon's might covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He hurriedly dodged to the back. Around him, many golden machete fish of transcendent level 1 and 2 were attacking that figure. Damn golden mackerel. I was actually discovered. Xiao Qianshan's expression changed slightly. He swept the long sword in his hand, directly killing the golden mackerel that was charging at him. Captain Huan Hai, what are you trying to do? Wang Xian flew into the sky and stared coldly at the captain of Huan Hai's mercenary group, Xiao Qianshan. Dragon King. The group of golden swordfish immediately flew to Wang Xian's side and stared coldly at Xiao Qianshan. Hee, kid. There's no need to be so nervous. It's just killing a ferocious beast. When Xiu Qianshan saw Wang Xian and the rest staring at him vigilantly, some of the mercenary groups around him turned their attention to him. Their expressions changed and they chuckled. "If you want to ambush me, I'll just say it. As the leader of a 5-star silver-grade mercenary group and an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse, is there a need to find so many reasons? We both know that we have a grudge against each other." Wang Xian stared at Xiu Qianshan coldly and said with some disdain, "Hee hee." Xiu Qianshan's expression turned cold when he heard his words. He licked his lips and said, "So what if I want to kill you? Just you wait, kid. If you kill a member of my Mirage Sea mercenary group, I will definitely take your dog life." Xiu Qianshan stared at Wang Xian coldly. Dozens of members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group flew to his side and stared at Wang Xian and the rest coldly. Huh? What happened? Why did the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group suddenly attack that young man? Could it be that they have a deep grudge against each other? They actually attacked during the siege. Xiu Qianshan actually wanted to kill that young man. It seems like the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group killed a member of a small team of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Xiu Qianshan wanted revenge. However, now that the sneak attack has been discovered, even if Xiu Qianshan was stronger than that young man, it would be difficult to kill him. The people who were fighting around them were shocked when they saw the Illusionary Sea mercenary group suddenly confronting the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. The Illusionary Sea mercenary group was one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Shanghai town. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had shown brilliantly today. The confrontation between the two powerful mercenary groups in Shanghai town instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Kill me. You are not qualified to do so." Wang Xian stared at Xiu Qianshan coldly and said coldly, "Don't worry. I will step on your corpse soon. Everyone in your Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will die." Xiu Qianshan emitted a strong murderous aura as he growled with confidence. His current position was too close to the city gate and was surrounded by ferocious beasts. If Wang Xian and the rest wanted to escape, he didn't have the confidence to stop them. After the failed sneak attack, he didn't attack again. "Kid, just you wait." A goldfish rushed towards him. Xiu Qianshan waved the long saber in his hand and a terrifying saber radiance gathered. When it landed on the goldfish, it exploded instantly. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Xiu Qianshan smiled menacingly. "Go!" He snorted coldly and waved his saber to attack the surrounding golden machetes. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group actually provoked the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Next, that young man is in big trouble. Yeah, a genius who hasn't grown up is no different from an ordinary person. Some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group looked over and discussed in a low voice. "Are we waiting?" Wang Xian looked at the Mirage Sea mercenary group that had once again charged into the group of golden swordfish. His dragon aura slowly spread to the surroundings. In an instant, all the extraordinary level 1 and level 2 golden swordfish within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly attacked them. A few thousand golden swordfish charged over, but it did not cause any chaos in the Mirage Sea mercenary group. "You dare to threaten me? Attack!" Wang Xian moved his body and dashed towards the Mirage Sea mercenary group at a terrifying speed. Ao Jian and the rest followed closely behind, their faces filled with killing intent. They had to take revenge on the spot. If it wasn't inconvenient to expose Ao Yao and the rest directly, everyone in the Mirage Sea mercenary group would be dead by now. But even so, they were fast. Endless sight. Golden sword thrust. The 11 golden swordfish instantly unleashed their strongest abhichna. Their bodies were like long swords as they directly attacked the Mirage Sea mercenary group. "They actually dare to attack us." The Mirage Sea mercenary group, who was killing the golden swordfish, had a change in expression as anger appeared on their faces. It was especially so for Xiu Qianshan. He was like a tiger that had been angered by a monkey. His body was filled with a murderous aura. He had already allowed him to live for a few more days when he did not continue to attack earlier. Now he actually dared to retaliate. "You're courting death. Kill them all." Xiu Qianshan shouted angrily. This time he did not conceal his anger at all. His body was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, the group of golden mackerel fish around the Mirage Sea mercenary group seemed to have gone crazy. They jumped up and attacked everyone in the Mirage Sea mercenary group without any fear of death. In an instant, more than 2,000 goldfish attacked without any fear of death. Although their strength was below level 3 of the supernatural realm, they still had to defend with all their might. Boom! 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 In an instant, a strong defense burst out from their bodies. The sword gleam of the goldfish landed in front of them and was blocked. However, this did not make the golden blade fish give up on attacking. Their bodies flew over and chopped off their kitchen knife-like arms. Scram! The members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group felt their bodies shake and immediately scattered the group of golden blade fish. However, following that, another wave of golden blade fish's attack arrived. What's going on? A member of the Mirage Sea mercenary group had a slight change in expression. They could clearly feel that the surrounding golden blade fish were suddenly going all out. It was as though they would slash them even if they were to die. This made them flustered. Quick, dodge! At this moment, the furious roar of Xiao Qianshan could be heard. However, it was over. Wuxia couldn't see everything clearly. The golden sword spikes of the golden swordfish had already landed on the bodies of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Scram! A captain of the Mirage Sea mercenary group looked at the flames that were attacking him. At the same time, his body was emitting terrifying flames that burned the golden swordfish around him to death. He grunted coldly and held his flaming long saber with both hands. He swung it at an unending line of sight. Boom! The flames resisted the flames. The result was that the flames on the team leader's body became even more intense. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. Ah! Following that, another 4 or 5 miserable screams were heard from the surroundings. Phoenix mercenary group, you're courting death. A terrifying blade ray was attacking Wuxia. His face was solemn as he landed on the ground quickly. A huge wooden shield was used to block the attack. Boom! The wooden shield exploded and completely neutralized the blade ray. The sudden outbreak of the battle shocked everyone once again. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn, what's going on? Why did the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group suddenly attack the Mirage Sea mercenary group? This is going to be an all-out battle. However, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group's strength is obviously much weaker than the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Everyone hurriedly looked over and widened their eyes. The Mirage Sea mercenary group leader's sneak attack on that youth was unsuccessful. In the end, they had just left when they were instantly ambushed by that youth. Was there a need to be so violent? On the battlefield outside the city gates of Shanghai Town, just now, the leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group was about to launch a sneak attack on Wuxia. However, after he left, he was instantly attacked by the other party. At this moment, when the city was being attacked, there were around 70,000 to 80,000 people watching from the surrounding and the city walls. The sudden outbreak of the battle caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Especially the counterattack of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, it shocked everyone. Berserk to berserk. Although the young leader of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was extremely powerful, in everyone's eyes, there was still a huge gap between him and the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The leader of the Mirage Sea mercenary group had just advanced to Transcendent level 6 not long ago, and there were 2 Transcendent level rank 5 experts in the mercenary group. There were 7 or 8 Transcendent level rank 4 experts. On the other hand, there were only 12 people in the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, and the other 11 people had Transcendent level rank 4 strength. The difference in strength between the two was huge. This is too violent. Xiao Qianshan failed his sneak attack just now, and in the blink of an eye he attacked back. Moreover, he killed 7 or 8 people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group and even killed a Transcendent level rank 5. The Mirage Sea mercenary group was too careless. They were suddenly attacked by a group of golden mackerel. They couldn't dodge in time and were directly killed by 8 people. It wasn't that the Mirage Sea mercenary group was careless. No one expected that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group dared to counterattack. They actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Seeing the 8 members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group fall to the ground, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. The timing of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was too tricky. The Mirage Sea mercenary group, which was surrounded by 1,000 to 2,000 golden mackerel, was not in any danger. However, if the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group were included, this would be the ending. The 8 members were killed, including an extraordinary level 5 powerhouse. I will tear you into pieces. When Xiao Qianshan saw that his 8 subordinates were dead, his eyes were blood-red. He held the long saber in his hand and slashed at Wuxia. The violent aura caused some of the surrounding members of the mercenary group to quickly hide behind. This is too fucking crazy. The long-haired young man and the rest were not too far away from Wuxia and the rest. When they saw the situation, they retreated with pale faces. They had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. It was a sneak attack and a counter-sneak attack. They were not afraid at all. It was a battle where they were risking their lives. This made them feel fearful. This motherfucker. Even if the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group provoked us, we shouldn't fight back. The long-haired youth was completely afraid. Under the situation where there were fierce beasts around, being attacked by a mercenary group that was stronger than him and still daring to resist was indeed quite irritable. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. Lord, the battlefield outside. On the city wall, everyone looked at the sudden outbreak of battle in shock. A city guard walked to Jin Chenyuan's side and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Since we're outside the city, let them kill each other." Jin Chenyuan's eyes flashed with displeasure as he coldly said. The city guard slowly nodded and everyone looked over. That young man's talent is indeed terrifying, but he's so stupid. He actually dared to launch a sneak attack when he wasn't the opponent's match. He's courting death, genius. He's nothing before he grows up. Humph. This kid is really courting death. He might be killed by Captain Xiao Qianshan. Some of them looked at the battle on the battlefield with a hint of disdain on their faces. Although you are a genius, if you act so arrogantly, you will still be killed. You dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Your Mirage Sea mercenary group is courting death. Wuxia's eyes flashed with a cold glint as the plants around him grew rapidly. Hee hee. I want to feed that head of yours to the ferocious beasts. Earth-shattering. Xiao Qianshan let out a loud roar as he slashed the long saber in his hand toward the ground. Crack, crack, crack. A 3-meter wide crack formed instantly and spread toward Wuxia. Tree World's Descent. It had been half an hour since Wuxia had used Tree World's Descent the last time. The Azure Dragon energy in Wuxia's body trembled. The surrounding trees were uprooted from the ground. However, Wuxia did not possess any spirit this time. With a thought, he made Tree World's Descent form an encirclement. This move of yours is ineffective against me. When Xiao Qianshan saw that his attack was blocked by the trees from Tree World's Descent, a cold smile appeared on his face. Go in. Wuxia ignored him and said to the group of golden swordfish that were being suppressed. Boom, boom, boom. Ao Jian and the rest immediately unleashed their attacks and fled into the tree world. Destroy them. Don't let any of them escape. Xiao Qianshan roared loudly. The long saber in his hand emitted an earthen yellow glow. Divine ability, heaven-shattering and earth-shattering. Boom! The terrifying tremors attacked the inside of the tree world. In an instant, large areas of trees were shattered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kill! The Mirage Sea mercenary group's bodies emitted all kinds of light as they attacked the tree world. In an instant, more than half of the hundreds of trees were destroyed. You can't escape. Xiao Qianshan charged straight into the forest. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is done for. They are completely suppressed. The people who were watching from the surroundings looked over. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was completely suppressed. That's not right. The trees have sealed off the surroundings. At this moment, some people revealed a look of surprise. The moment everyone from the Mirage Sea mercenary group charged in, the tree world descended and surrounded all of them. Congratulations on coming in to die. At this moment, Wuxia was smiling as he stared at the more than 30 members of the Mirage Sea mercenary group who had rushed in. Ao Jian and the rest were standing on the left and right, staring at them coldly. When Xiao Qianshan heard Wuxia's words and saw that he was smiling, his expression changed slightly. He immediately scanned his surroundings. The rest of the Mirage Sea members were also looking around vigilantly. "You're playing tricks." Xiao Qianshan suddenly felt a little uneasy. He growled, "Kill!" Before he could finish his sentence, he charged at Wang Xian directly. Ift, ift, ift. However, just as he charged into the air, a series of sounds of people falling to the ground came from behind him. His expression changed drastically and he turned his head quickly. What? The corpses. In less than a second, more than 30 of his subordinates had fallen to the ground. There was no sign of life at all. How was this possible? Impossible, this is an illusion, an illusion. His expression changed drastically. His body trembled and the earthy yellow armor instantly covered his entire body. He looked around vigilantly. Congratulations, Death! Wang Xian waved his arm and a red piece of paper floated towards him slowly. Xiao Qianshan widened his eyes and stared at the red piece of paper. He knew this piece of paper very well. Everyone in Holy Sea Town knew it very well. The red piece of paper represented congratulations on death. The Dragon Assassin Organization. Dragon Spike. Dragon Assassin Organization, you... Xiao Qianshan stared at the red piece of paper floating in front of him. His eyes filled with fear. An assassin organization had intimidated the entire Holy Sea Town in just 3 days. It had even made the families of Holy Sea Town put down their grudges and weapons and settle their conflicts. It made many people feel terrified and uneasy all day long. In just 3 days, there was no one they couldn't kill. Even if it was a transcendent level 6 powerhouse, 2 to 3 people had died at the hands of Long Ci. No one knew how strong Long Ci was. However, the strength he displayed was definitely not something that the Mirage Sea mercenary group could afford to provoke. You are from the Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization? You are. Xiao Qianshan's body was trembling slightly. More than 30 of his subordinates were killed in an instant. The Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization had already instilled fear in him. His voice was trembling slightly. I am the founder of the Dragon Thorns Assassin Organization. Wang Xian stared at Xiao Qianshan as he spoke slowly. How did this? Before he could finish his sentence, a claw pierced through his chest. His face instantly turned extremely pale. How did he have such a terrifying concealing ability? How could it be so terrifying? He was so stiff that he wanted to turn his head around to see what creature had killed him. However, the life force in his body quickly disappeared. Wang Xian walked over slowly and kept the red piece of paper on the ground. Your men wanted to kill me. I killed your men and then you came back for revenge. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at his corpse and shook his head mockingly. Use it as nourishment for the dragon pond. Wang Xian moved his arm and took out the interspatial ring from his hand. Ao Jian and the rest also took out the interspatial rings from the other 30 or so Mirage Sea members. There are so many elixirs. There are also quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. He took a rough look. There were millions of middle-grade spirit stones and dozens of elixirs. It's not bad for a 5-star silver mercenary group to have such assets. Wang Xian kept the interspatial ring and looked at the interspatial rings of the rest. As one of the top mercenary groups in Shanghai Town, everyone had quite a lot of resources in their hands. This was especially so for their weapons. The weapons in Xiao Qianshan's hands were at Transcendent Level 6. Their value was much higher than the Transcendent Level 6 pills. The combined value of the Spirit Stones, pills, and weapons was close to 3 million middle-grade Spirit Stones. Wang Xian kept them unhurriedly. Ao Yao and the rest hid in the void again. With the cover of the trees, no one could see what was happening inside. Wang Xian was not afraid that the strange demon would be exposed. He kept all the corpses into his interspatial ring. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding trees turned into green dragon energy and entered his body. The trees slowly disappeared. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this place from the outside. When the trees that blocked their vision disappeared and when Wang Xian and the rest stood there, everyone was in an uproar. What? Where are the people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group? Could it be? No. It can't be. Xiao Qianshan and the rest were killed. How is this possible? He is an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse. Oh my god. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group actually destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They widened their eyes and could not help but exclaim. This was the Mirage Sea mercenary group, one of the top 5 mercenary groups in Holy Sea Town. It had actually been annihilated. However, the one who annihilated them was a newly emerged 3-star silver mercenary group. A young man was the leader. Could it be that the young man has the strength of a transcendent rank 6? That's impossible, right? No, definitely not a transcendent 6th rank. From his combat strength just now, he isn't that strong. He must have used some kind of weapon or array formation to wipe out the Mirage Sea mercenaries. That must be it. There was no sound of attack from the area that was surrounded just now. They must have fallen into the array formation and then been killed. Everyone could not help but guess. At this moment, most of the goldfish had been killed. In the distance, Dao Hen was even more excited as he killed one after another of the extraordinary level 6 goldfish. The first wave of attacks from the ferocious beasts was about to end. Wuxia ignored the discussions of the people around him. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw that there were not many goldfish left. He stood there with a smile on his face. Some of the people around him looked over intentionally or unintentionally. Their eyes were filled with respect. An expert who was able to destroy the Mirage Sea mercenary group was worthy of their respect. The strength of the Fairy Phoenix mercenary group could be ranked in the top 5 in Shanghai town. The first wave of the city defense mission has been completed. Everyone returned to the city immediately to rest and reorganize. Soon, the second wave of the ferocious beasts siege will begin. Under normal circumstances, the ferocious beasts attacking the city were controlled by the sea demonic beast race. As they were all ferocious beasts, their intelligence was not very high. Therefore, when attacking the city, it was impossible for all the ferocious beasts to rush over at once. If that was the case, before they reached the city wall, all the ferocious beasts would start to kill each other. Therefore, the monsters attacking the city were carried out wave by wave. The further they went, the higher the level of the monsters would be. The first wave would have level 6 transcendence, and the second wave would definitely have level 7 transcendence. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew into the city. The Mirage Sea mercenary group was destroyed by that kid. At the last position, a group of more than 100 people were floating in the air as they slowly flew into the city. In the middle of these 100 people, Dao Hen was covered in blood. His single eye was emitting a threatening luster as he looked at a figure in front of him. It's the leader. It's their Immortal Phoenix mercenary group that destroyed more than 40 experts of the Mirage Sea mercenary group. An elder beside him nodded. I didn't expect them to have some strength. Dao Hen's single eye flashed with an unknown luster. He then narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. On the city wall, everyone looked at the group of mercenary group members flying over with respect. These were all the strongest members of the mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, especially the last one, Bladescar mercenary group. However, today a mercenary group rose up. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group stepped on the corpse of the Mirage Sea mercenary group and directly stepped onto the peak. Everyone looked at the young man who was a bit too excessive with respect. He was the leader of a powerful mercenary group with terrifying strength. Oh right, it seems that the leader was accepted by the Demon Hunters Academy with the first place result in Shanghai Town. That's right, it's him. I remember that he even killed the daughter of the vice leader of the Squalid Shark mercenary group back then. That's right, it's this young master. He's really the new wave that has surpassed the new wave. I can't help but admire him. Wang Xian and the rest landed on the city wall. The people around him immediately cleared a space and were very respectful. Some of them even addressed Wang Xian as the leader and young master. The battle today, whether it was killing the ferocious beasts or destroying the Mirage Sea mercenary group, had shocked everyone. In the future, there would be one more mercenary group that would shock the entire Shanghai Town. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. The first wave of monster siege has ended. Through the formation, we can clearly record the number of ferocious beasts killed. The corpses of the ferocious beasts will be distributed to everyone. The second wave of monster siege will probably be in half an hour. Everyone rest as soon as possible. There will be a new mission soon. On the city wall, Jean Chenyuan's gaze swept across all the mercenary groups and said expressionlessly. Although the first wave of attacks were perfectly resisted, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with the mercenary group's civil war that occurred during the defense of the city. However, he couldn't say anything during this period of time. After all, the mercenary group accepted the mission to defend the city. Defending the city wasn't their responsibility, but the responsibility of the city guards. Even if there was a civil war during the defense of the city, it was still the mercenary group's own business. The group of mercenary groups nodded with excitement. Hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts' corpses was definitely a terrifying income for them. However, there were also some mercenary groups whose faces were extremely ugly. In the first wave of attacks, although the fierce beast strength was relatively low under the encirclement of many fierce beasts, they still lost 500 to 600 people. We have a large number of recovery pills and healing pills. During the defense of the city today, all of them will be sold at a 10% discount. At this moment, a middle-aged man at the bottom of the city wall shouted loudly. At the center of the city below, there was a huge temporary stall with densely packed medicinal pills on it. A woman stood at the center of the stall with a hot figure and a smile on her face. Holy Item Forging Workshop. Weapons will be given a 10% discount during the defense period. A voice also came from the side. An old man was standing in the center, surrounded by more than a dozen salesmen. Pills, weapons, 10% discount. Welcome to buy. At the bottom of the city, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, Holy Item Forging Workshop, Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop, and all the weapons shops and pharmacies in Holy Seatown had set up a temporary place to sell pills and weapons. During the defense of the city, the demand for medicinal pills and weapons was relatively large. When the monsters attacked the city, these medicinal pills and weapon shops were likely to benefit the most. A group of warriors from the mercenary group swarmed toward the weapon shops of the medicinal pills shop, buying all kinds of medicinal pills to prepare for the upcoming battle. The 3 big medicinal pills and weapon workshops occupied the 3 most central positions. However, at this time, many people gathered in front of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Only the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop did not have any people in front of it. In front of the Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop, more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group stood at the side, coldly glancing at any cultivator who wanted to buy pills and weapons from the Immortal Phoenix. When all the mercenary groups saw this situation, they tactfully went to other pill and weapon shops to buy items. Today, the Knife Scar mercenary group leader single-handedly killed 15 extraordinary 6th-grade fierce beasts, intimidating the entire battlefield. That invincible fighting strength made everyone fear him. There was no need for them to offend the Dao Hen mercenary group. If Dao Hen were to casually kill them as a warning to the others while they were defending the city, then they would be in deep trouble. As a result, not a single mercenary group came to purchase pills or weapons. Supervisor E, this is the situation. Manager Lu stood in front of the temporary stall and spoke to the woman beside him with a bitter expression. It's the same as the situation in other places. The woman's face was dark, and she looked very embarrassed. The Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapon Workshop had been suppressed by the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. It was not only Holy Seatown but also many places. Some places had started to fight back, but most of them were still very miserable. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop each had a foundation that was thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. It was absolutely not something that the Immortal Phoenix, who had been established for more than 2 years, could resist. Even if their empress had unparalleled talent. However, this was still the empress from 1,000 years ago. The current empress needed time. She firmly believed that within 100 years, their empress would once again be able to cry out to the 9 heavens. Manager E, I do have a method that can solve the current predicament. Shopkeeper Lu hesitated for a moment and said to the woman, Oh? What method? A trace of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes and she quickly asked. The main reason why others don't dare to come to our Phoenix Immortal to buy things is because of knife marks. If we can solve the knife marks mercenary group. A trace of coldness flashed in Shopkeeper Lu's eyes as he said in a low voice. Our Phoenix Immortal has already sent powerful people to solve this problem. But it's not the turn of the Holy See town yet. The woman shook her head. They had naturally thought of this method, and had even begun to implement it. However, they were dealing with the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Saint Item Forging Workshop. This was a protracted battle, and it could not be solved just like that. Moreover, many of the difficulties in the city had not been solved, and it was not St. C Town's turn. If it were not for the fact that St. C Town had suddenly sold nearly 10 million middle-grade spirit stones in 2 days, she would not have come here. Shopkeeper E. I don't mean to let our experts take action, but to let the assassin organization take action. Shopkeeper Lu said in a low voice. Assassin organization? The woman was slightly stunned as she looked at him. That's right. In the past few days, an assassin organization has appeared in our Holy See town, Dragon Spike. In just a few short days, several transcendent rank 6 experts have died at their hands. The entire Holy See town is in a state of panic. Now, Dragon Spike is the underground king of Holy See town. It's said that even the undercurrents have retreated from Holy See town. We can ask Dragon Spike to take action, but the price for assassinating a rank 7 transcendent might be. Shopkeeper Lu hesitated slightly. According to his understanding, Dragon Spike had assassinated a rank 6 transcendent and offered 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. If he assassinated a rank 7 transcendent, it would be at least 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price wasn't high because experts were worth this price. In fact, if one were to offer this price, the other party might not even dare to accept it. Show me the information on the Dragon Spike. The woman's eyes flickered as she spoke to Shopkeeper Lu. All right, we have nearly 2 million middle-grade spirit stones in our hands. We can sell them first to raise Ao Jian's strength. The strength of the golden swordfish is still too weak. Standing in front of the city gate, Wang Xian looked forward as he felt the respectful and curious gazes from the surrounding people. Among all the temporary stalls for elixirs and weapons, only Feng Xian did not have anyone. It seems that the current situation of Feng Luan is not ideal either. Wang Xian smiled and walked toward the location of Feng Xian's shop with a smile on his face. In such a situation, Wang Xian had to make a move. Moreover, with the strength of the Knife Scar mercenary group, he was not afraid. The strength of the Dragon Spike was sufficient to destroy the knife marks. Kid, don't court death. Beside the Phoenix Immortal shop, more than 10 members of the Knife Marks mercenary group saw Wang Xian and the rest walking over. They stared at them coldly and warned them. There were more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group. The strongest one was at level 6, while the remaining 2 were at level 5 and 10 were at level 4. This force could be ranked in the top 3 in Shanghai town. However, this was only a part of the strength of the Knife Scar mercenary group. The more than 10 members of the Knife Scar mercenary group clearly recognized Wang Xian and the rest. The leader of the powerful mercenary group was in the limelight. He was a peerless genius with dual attributes. It could be said that in today's battle, Wang Xian would be the brightest star among the younger generation in the entire Holy See town. However, they didn't have Wang Xian and the rest. Peerless genius? Destroy the Mirage Sea mercenary group? So what? In front of their Knife Scar mercenary group, what was he? For a mercenary group like Mirage Sea, their Knife Scar could destroy 10 of them. Even if the young man in front of them was in the limelight and was the most dazzling young man, they were not afraid of him at all. A threat, a blatant threat. More than 10 members of the Knife Marks mercenary group threatened him without hiding anything. Wang Xian paused for a moment and looked at the dozen of people standing beside the Phoenix Immortal shop. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What I want to do is none of your business. Wang Xian stared at the dozen of people coldly and said with slight disdain. Boom. In an instant, the expressions of the dozen of people from the Knife Scar mercenary group turned cold. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian glanced at them indifferently and continued to walk towards the shop. Have you heard of the saying, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? A middle-aged man from the Knife Scar mercenary group threatened Wang Xian coldly. Don't think that you are strong just because you have some ability. Don't think that you are strong in Shanghai town just because the people around you respect you. Hee. Do I need to report what I want to do to you? Do I need your approval? Wang Xian glanced at them with disdain. Young master. Shopkeeper Lu was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian walking towards them and the conversation with the Knife Scar mercenary group. He quickly shouted. The woman beside him was also sizing up Wang Xian with a face full of astonishment. He had an imposing manner and had a unique aura of a superior. The people around also saw this scene. They looked at Wang Xian and the dozen of Knife Scar mercenaries with astonishment. Why? Why did the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict with the Knife Scar mercenary group? This. An old man was stunned. Why would a rising star like the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict with the Knife Scar mercenary group? This was an unwise thing to do. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were courting death. Moreover, the Knife Scar mercenary group wasn't something the Mirage Sea mercenary group could compare to. The difference in strength between the two was huge. The leader of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group has such a violent temper. He directly retorted back when faced with the threat of Blade Scar and the other experts. Isn't he afraid that Blade Scar will attack them? It's irrational. Simply too irrational. As a genius, he must first ensure that he can survive before he can become an expert. It's clearly courting death to make enemies everywhere. This is too arrogant. For the Knife Scar mercenary group to become the #1 mercenary group in Holy Sea Town, their strength is definitely not something that a newly emerged mercenary group can afford to provoke. Even if they are a peerless Heaven's Pride or a monster, they can't do it. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group and shopkeeper Qing from the Life and Death Pill workshop beside the Knife Scar also stared at Wang Xian coldly. Last time, he took out 8 million spiritual stones and directly slapped the faces of the Life and Death Elixir workshop and the Holy Item Forging workshop. Now that he had provoked them again, they were filled with killing intent. Shopkeeper Lu, do you guys want to buy some weapons? Also, I want to buy some elixirs. Wang Xian directly told Shopkeeper Lu all the spiritual stones. Weapons? Shopkeeper Lu glanced at the woman beside him and nodded immediately after she nodded. Yes, young master. Thank you for choosing a small shop under such circumstances. In the future, you will get a 20% discount for all items you buy from Fengxian. Shopkeeper Lu said hurriedly. These are some elixirs that we brought from Donghai City overnight. I will help you choose them now. The price of weapons will be the market price. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and passed an interspatial ring to Shopkeeper Lu. Little brother, may I know what is the relationship between you and our Fengxian? The woman beside him was surprised when she saw Wang Xian taking out a minimum of 2 million spirit stones. She couldn't help but ask. He had spent 11 million middle-grade spirit stones for 3 purchases. Such a huge sum of money, and he was being threatened. If she said that he had no relationship with their Fengxian, she wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the name of the other party's mercenary group was the exact opposite of the name of Fengxian. There is some connection. If there is a chance in the future, you will know about it. Wang Xian smiled mysteriously. He did not say that he knew your master, Feng Luan. Compared to Feng Luan, Wang Xian was still too weak. He thought that when his strength was on par with her, he would call her over and compare their strengths. The woman was slightly stunned and felt very surprised. However, she could feel a trace of goodwill from Wang Xian. Captain Dao Hen, that kid has repeatedly refused to give you guys face. Is it? Meanwhile, at the side, when shopkeeper Qing saw Wang Xian taking out a large amount of resources again, a hint of heat flashed in her eyes. However, when she saw Wang Xian's face, her expression turned cold again. She said to Dao Hen, who was beside her with a murderous aura, "This kid is playing with fire and setting himself on fire." Dao Hen glanced at Wang Xian with one eye. There was no fluctuation in his eyes as he declared coldly. I'm relieved with Captain Dao Hen's words. Shopkeeper Qing nodded with a smile on his face. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian and snorted coldly. HMP. There are some disputes that a kid like you cannot participate in, even if it's a kid with monstrous talent. The second wave of the city defense mission begins. The weakest ones are the 1,000-legged fish and the raging sea crab with level 2 extraordinary strength. At this moment, Jin Shenyuan's voice came from the city wall. Mission begins. 1:5-star gold mission. Exit the city to battle and kill the ferocious beasts. Based on the number of ferocious beasts killed, you will obtain additional points. The carcass of the ferocious beast will belong to the slayer. 2. Silver 1-star mission, stand on the city wall and attack from afar. Based on the number of berserk beasts killed, additional points will be awarded. The corpse of the berserk beast will belong to the slayer. Additional points, 1 point for a tier 1 berserk beast, 10 points for a tier 2,100 points for a tier 3, and 1,000 points for a tier 4. The voice of the president of the Mercenary Association sounded. At the same time, the second wave of the city defense mission began. Everyone immediately flew into the air and looked at the ferocious beasts in the distance. There were 2 types of ferocious beasts, the 1,000-legged fish. The lowest level was Transcendent 2, and there were around 70,000 to 80,000 of them. The Inferno Sea Crab was at Transcendent 2, and there were around 40,000 to 50,000 of them. Although there were fewer of them, their strength was dozens of times greater than before. The danger of this mission was 10 times greater than before. The mercenary groups that accept the mission can fight within a kilometer of the city wall. If they encounter any life-threatening danger, they can fly into the city. Of course, if there are mercenary groups that take advantage of the situation and escape after accepting the mission, it will be considered as a mission failure. The Demon Hunters Association will ensure that the mission is fair and just. The mercenary groups that accept the mission immediately go to battle. After the mission was displayed, the president of the association reminded everyone once again. There are at least Transcendent level rank 2 beasts, and there are many Transcendent level rank 3 beasts. This mission is not something we can accept anymore. It's too dangerous. Transcendent level rank 2 cultivators, unless they have confidence in their own strength, are extremely dangerous. When the mission came out, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the beasts crawling over from the surface of the sea. Many mercenary groups looked outside with serious expressions and gave up on this mission. However, many mercenary groups still accepted it. A 5-star gold mission was enough to tempt many mercenary groups. Especially when fighting outside the city, the ferocious beasts they hunted were definitely more than the long-range attacks on the city walls. The corpses of the ferocious beasts were a huge income. Wealth and honor came from taking risks. For many mercenary groups, it was a good opportunity to make a fortune. Let's go! Charge! In an instant, the confident mercenary groups moved and flew out of the city. Wang Xian moved and followed them out of the city. Ao Jian and the rest followed them. One by one, the mercenary groups flew out and soon reached 4,000 to 5,000 people. Leader, this kid is too arrogant. Do we want him later? On the city wall, a group of people from the Swordscar mercenary group walked slowly towards Qingqing. An old man glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with a cold expression and said, "There's no rush. There will be 3 waves of monsters attacking the city this time. Once the siege is over, we will take action. If we take action now, the mayor will be displeased." Dao Hen pulled out the long saber on his back without any expression. He didn't even look at Wang Xian. In his opinion, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group was just an ant that could be easily squashed to death. They could take action at any time. All right, then let that kid live a little longer. You don't need to report to us if you want to do anything. However, if you dare to disobey us, you will die. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. Everyone, get into formation and coordinate with each other. The second wave of attacks isn't something the first wave can compare to. Dao Hen slowly walked to the center of the front from the void. He scanned the surroundings with one eye and said coldly, Yes, it's Commander Dao Hen. Everyone get into formation and coordinate with each other. Only then can we kill more fierce beasts." The rest of the mercenary groups quickly responded. The members of the Dao Hen mercenary group stood at the center. Around them, the mercenary groups were arranged in formation under the command of the Dao Hen mercenary group. The prestige of Dao Hen was very ordinary when he ordered all the mercenary groups. The 200 mercenary groups, 4,000 to 5,000 people, quickly got into formation. However, only the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was ignored by the side. The second wave of ferocious beasts was still 4 to 5 kilometers away. Everyone was holding their weapons. Leader Dao Hen's prestige is really strong. Under his orders, everyone immediately formed a formation. After all, that is the strongest mercenary group in the Holy See. However, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group seems to have been ostracized. Because of the incident at the 3-pill and weapon workshops, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group seems to have angered the Dao Hen mercenary group. I saw this just now. The leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, Wang Xian, is too arrogant. He didn't give any face to the Knife Scar mercenary group. I think they will suffer in the future. A kid dares to get involved in the incident at the 3 elixir and weapons workshops? Does he really think he is the leader of the Knife Scar mercenary group? I think that kid is going to be destroyed. Yeah, so what if he has dual attributes? So what if he is a genius? He dares to provoke the Knife Scar mercenary group. He is simply courting death. In Shanghai town, which one of them is a match for the leader of the Knife Scar mercenary group? On the city wall, everyone saw the neatly arranged mercenary group. Only a dozen or so members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group were in a different position. Some of them said mockingly, "The strength displayed by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group today and the domineering aura it displayed could be said to have shocked many people. For a young man to have such strength and power, it made many people feel jealous." Upon seeing this scene, they mocked him. Jin Xianyuan watched this scene indifferently and was very satisfied with Dao Hen's behavior. He was a team leader who knew how to adapt to the situation. He was also a capable team leader. It was not luck for him to be able to get to where he was today. He is indeed very strong, but he is too arrogant. However, it is a good thing for him to be young and arrogant. At a spot not far away from Jin Xianyuan, Jin Luyen looked at Wang Xian and the rest and whispered, "Luyen, a tree stands tall in the forest. Arrogant people will not have a good ending." The long-haired young man beside him whispered. Now he could only say it in a low voice. After witnessing the young man's strength and violent personality, he no longer dared to provoke and taunt him in front of everyone. All he could do was to enjoy his words and curse him. "He's here." At this moment, Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly at the bottom of the city wall. He wasn't bothered by being isolated by a group of mercenaries. Even if he was asked to line up with them, he wouldn't agree to it. The 1,000-legged fish and the raging sea crab, which had the lowest level of extraordinary 2, posed no threat to him at all. When more than 100,000 ferocious beasts rushed over, Wang Xian dashed out directly. The slaughter began in an instant. Wang Xian displayed his wood and fire attributes and killed the ferocious beasts one by one quickly. The group of mercenaries also collided with the ferocious beasts. On the city wall, the group of city guards and mercenaries also launched long-range attacks. Arrow feathers, flames, water swords, wind blades, and all kinds of attacks were launched at the ferocious beasts. "City Lord, let's go and hunt down those transcendent level 7 ferocious beasts behind us." On the city wall, the only rank 8 transcendent expert in Holy See Town requested Jin Qianyuan's orders. Permission granted. Jin Qianyuan waved his hand. There were a few rank 7 transcendent beasts behind them. These beasts were not something the mercenary group could deal with. They needed to send out experts of the same level as the president of the demon-hunting mercenary group. 2 experts attacked. In an instant, the roars of the city guards' beasts and the sounds of humans fighting could be heard. The 1,000-legged fish looked like a lizard. Each of them was 2 to 3 meters in size and had more than 10 sharp teeth. The raging sea crab's body was emitting flames and it was 2 to 3 meters in size. It had sharp spikes on its head and could spit flames. It was extremely terrifying. In a one-on-one situation, even a level 2 transcendent human might not be a match for the beasts. Fierce battles broke out. From time to time, members of the mercenary group were injured and brought to the city wall by their companions. Compared to the first wave of battles, the second wave was much more intense. The 1,000-legged fish had metal attributes. Its sharp teeth could easily pierce through human warriors. It could stand up and use its 4 legs to support its body. Its other legs were like blade lights. Its attacks were very powerful. The sea crabs were stronger than the 1,000-legged fish. They carried flames and relied on their hard shells to attack. Their hard shells were like 10,000-year-old stones in the lava. If any sea crab was placed in a city on Earth, it would have the terrifying strength to destroy a city. However, there were experts in the Holy See town. 2 experts at the level 8 of the extraordinary realm went to the back to kill the leader of the thousand-legged fish and the sea crabs. The 2 experts held back a lot of the thousand-legged fish and the raging sea crab. Wuxia held a wooden long whip in his hand. It was formed from the green dragon pearl. With a wave of his arm, the long whip pierced through more than 10,000-legged fish. He killed the ferocious beasts below level 3 supernatural realm easily. Even those below level 2 supernatural realm did not dare to resist. Other than the weaker members of the mercenary group, everyone on the city wall participated in the hunting of the ferocious beasts. Looking from the city wall, one could see with the naked eye that the speed at which Wuxia and the rest were hunting the ferocious beasts far exceeded the speed of the other mercenary groups. More than 10 extraordinary second-stage warriors were killed with a wave of their hands. Even the extraordinary third-stage and fourth-stage warriors could not withstand Wuxia's attack. In less than half an hour, Wuxia had killed over 1,000 ferocious beasts. If these over 1,000 ferocious beasts were converted into resources, they would be worth 3 to 4 million middle-grade spirit stones. However, this was only the beginning. Burning the river and boiling the sea. Descending of the wood realm. Spirit enchantment. One after another, divine abilities were released. The golden swordfish at the side didn't fall behind either. They released large-scale metal attribute divine abilities. With a single divine ability, hundreds of thousand-legged fish and raging sea crabs were killed. Hoo-hoo! I can't take it anymore. The energy in my body has been used up. I'll go back first. I can't hold on any longer. After 20 minutes of battle, most of the mercenary group members' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Battles, especially those that involved massacres, consumed the most energy. Those who could stand at the foot of the city were all relatively strong. Half of them could instantly kill a rank 2 transcendent beast. However, it was also this kind of quick instant kill that consumed the most energy. It was just like an executioner. One would not feel tired after chopping off a person's head. However, one would also feel tired after chopping off 100 people consecutively. This was especially so when one released a series of divine abilities, which increased the speed of exhaustion. Very soon, some of the level 2, level 3, and even level 4 extraordinary mercenary group members flew back to the city wall to rest. However, Wuxia, Aojian, and the rest did not feel tired at all. They were slaughtering. They were slaughtering nonstop. Nearly an hour later, Wuxia and the rest were still slaughtering nonstop. This shocked the members of the mercenary group and the city guards who were standing on the city wall and were about to collapse. Damn, are the 12 of them still human? The battle has been going on for an hour without any rest. Awesome. There are only about 500 people on the battlefield. Some of them went back to the city wall to rest and take some pills before continuing the battle. Their physiques are so strong. They must have had some fortuitous encounter. They must have taken some high-grade pills. They spent millions of spirit stones to buy many pills from the Immortal Phoenix. What do you guys think is the relationship between the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group and Phoenix Immortal Elixir and Weapon Workshop? On the city wall, some people wiped the sweat off their foreheads and looked at the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group that was fighting non-stop with admiration. Die! The long whip in Wuxia's hand was like a poisonous snake that pierced through an extraordinary level 4 raging sea crab. He let out a deep breath. After fighting continuously for an hour, he was also exhausted. The second wave is about to end. Wuxia swept his gaze forward. The ground was filled with corpses and only a dozen ferocious beasts were fleeing in panic. Phew, let's go back. We have killed at least 5,000 to 6,000 ferocious beasts this time. Wuxia revealed a smile. 5,000 to 6,000 ferocious beasts were worth 20 million middle-grade spirit stones. He was all smiles. These 20 million spirit stones were enough for him to advance his level to Transcendent Level 4, or it could also allow Aojian and the rest to advance to Transcendent Level 4. Spirit stones were a form of harvest. The points obtained from killing the ferocious beasts could also allow the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group to advance to gold grade. Let's go back. Wuxia's body moved and flew towards the city wall. At the side, the members of the Saber Scar Mercenary Group flew over as well. However, their expressions were not very good. During the battle just now, they were always in the center. In the entire battle, 7 to 8 of their comrades had died. Among them, there was also an expert of extraordinary 6th level. This made their leader's expression extremely gloomy. It was difficult to nurture an expert of extraordinary 6th level, even if it was 10 to 20 million spirit stones. What terrifying combat strength! At this moment, on the city wall, shopkeeper Lu and the woman looked at Wang Xian and the rest who had flown back in astonishment.
If he can grow up, he will definitely be able to suppress a top-notch powerhouse.
The woman's eyes flickered. After hesitating for a moment, she moved her arm and a jade bottle appeared in her hand.
The jade bottle was crystal clear. One look and one could tell that it was extremely valuable.
However, what was even more precious was the medicinal pill inside. Using a transcendent Tier 7 medicinal pill to befriend a friend who has the potential to become a top-tier expert, it's worth it, the woman muttered. Shopkeeper Lu, who was at the side, widened his eyes when he saw Manager E suddenly take out a bottle of medicinal pills. Transcendent Tier 7 medicinal pill. This was the medicinal pill that Manager E was able to mobilize with the highest level. He could use this elixir to recruit strong fighters. However, even for someone at Supervisor Yi's level, he only had the authority to do so once in 3 years. Supervisor E, what are you trying to do? Manager Lu asked with a face full of astonishment. Initially, I was thinking of using this elixir to hire the dragon spike that you mentioned. But now, it seems that making a friend is more worthwhile than assassinating an enemy. The woman smiled faintly. She looked at Wang Xian, who was flying over, and went up to him directly. Shopkeeper Lu also followed him hurriedly. Commander Wang.
When Wang Xian just landed in the city, a voice sounded.
Wang Xian turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Lu and a woman walking over. His face was filled with curiosity. Commander Wang, thank you for your support to our Fengxian elixir and weapons workshop. I was impressed by Commander Wang's massacre just now. It's just a small gift. It should be useful for your upcoming battle. The woman took out the elixir and handed it to Wang Xian. Elixir? Wang Xian looked over and was surprised. Ultimate elixir. Level 7 extraordinary.
Extractable dragon energy, 8,800 dragon crystals.
If he consumed this elixir, he would be able to reach level 4 extraordinary. In the form of a divine dragon, he could fight against a level 7 extraordinary. The ultimate elixir. It is a very precious elixir that can be consumed by even extraordinary 4th or 5th level cultivators. After consuming it, one's strength can be greatly increased, causing one's mind to sink into a state of emptiness.
One's comprehension of supernatural powers will be increased by tens of times. The woman explained with a smile when she saw Wang Xian's astonished expression.
Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. He stretched out his hand and took the gift. He smiled and said, I'll accept the gift. I'll help you solve Fengxian's predicament in Shanghai town. The woman and shopkeeper Lu were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled and said, we will take our time to solve the problem in Shanghai town. Since Leader Wang has treated Fengxian so well, we will naturally repay him. I need to take some pills to rest first. After this battle is over, we can get together. Wang Xian spoke to the two of them and found a place with fewer people. The woman and shopkeeper Lu nodded and watched Wang Xian's figure leave.
I feel that Commander Wang is very familiar with us, Fengxian. His actions give us the feeling that we are his own people.
Shopkeeper Lu looked at Wang Xian's figure in deep thought and said to the woman,
there is one kind. If it were someone else who received our pills, they would definitely be filled with excitement or fear. However, he is just a little surprised. I wonder which one of us, Fengxian, has a relationship with this young man. Moreover, this relationship is not simple.
The woman nodded slowly. Ding. Consume the spiritual pill and extract 8,800 dragon crystals. Ding. Host's level has increased. You have reached transcendent level 4. Ding. Host's level has increased. Your supernatural ability, Burning River and Boiling Sea, has been upgraded to the flame of the fire dragon. At the side, Wang Xian, who had consumed the transcendent level 7 pill, had his level increased immediately. a transcendent level 7 pill and a pill that was worth tens of millions of middle-grade spiritual stones, had directly increased his level by 8,800 dragon crystals. Wang Xian had a thought. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elemental divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level extraordinary grade 4. Dragon crystal, 177/100,000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, fire dragon's flame, gold splits the void, wood world descends, water crisis city, fury of the earth, soul capture, spirit possession, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless. Dragon Palace. Level 2. Dragon Palace members, 3,377. I've leveled up. The burning river and boiling sea has turned into the flame of the fire dragon. I wonder how powerful it is. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. He did not understand the supernatural powers of the light and dark attributes. He did not know if it was because he did not fuse with the heart of light and dark or some other reason. However, this was sufficient. With an increase in level, Wang Xian's strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. In the third wave of the city defense battle, he would be able to kill even more ferocious beasts. After this city defense battle, the strength of the Dragon Palace will definitely experience a crazy increase. Wang Xian was full of confidence. The corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had killed were absorbed by the dragon pool and turned into dragon blood. This would allow a large number of members of the Dragon Palace to increase their levels. The third wave of Monster Siege begins. At this moment, Jin Xinyuan's voice sounded from the city wall again. The third wave of beasts, black-horned seahorses, has the lowest level of transcendent level rank 2 and many of them are at rank 3. There are more than 100,000 of them. Flying thorn sea beasts, the lowest level of transcendent level rank 3 sea beasts. There are about 5,000 of them. Mission begin. 1. Diamond 1-star mission. Get out of the city and kill the beasts. Based on the number of beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The beast corpse will belong to the slayer. 2. Silver 5-star mission. Stand on the city wall and attack from a distance. Based on the number of beasts killed, you will receive additional points. The beast corpse will belong to the slayer. Additional points, 1 point for a level 1 ferocious beast, 10 points for a level 2,100 points for a level 3, and 1,000 points for a level 4. The points will increase one by one. It's starting, the last wave. Oh my god, there are about 5,000 flying thorn sea beasts. If we leave the city, it will be too dangerous. There shouldn't be more than 50 mercenary groups that can accept this mission. The third wave will have city guards leaving the city to fight. Moreover, there should be a level 8 extraordinary ferocious beast this time. The mayor should also make a move. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Everyone flew towards the city wall to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, the 500 guards of Shanghai town flew out. They were fully armed and the weakest among them was at supernatural level 3. This was the strongest force of the guards in Shanghai town. Wang Xian accepted the mission without any hesitation. A 1-star diamond mission was equivalent to more than 10 5-star gold missions. As long as he completed this mission, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group would be able to advance to the gold level. Let's go! Wang Xian led Ao Jian and the rest to the outside of the city and looked ahead. 500 city guards were floating in the sky. Their main focus was to deal with the flying sea beasts. Standing at the front was the mayor, Jin Xinyuan. The strength of the Holy Sea town alone was not enough to deal with so many ferocious beasts. Fight! On the city wall, there were more city-guarding weapons and huge war machines. There were a total of 100 heaven-piercing arrows that were 4 to 5 meters long. These heaven-piercing arrows could penetrate the defense of a transcendent-level rank 5 beast. It required dozens of transcendent-level rank 2 experts to pull them apart. Kill! This time, there were only 40 to 50 mercenary groups that accepted the mission. They did not charge forward directly. Instead, they waited for the arrival of the beast below the city wall. With their strength, they were not strong enough to charge forward. As long as they could guard the city wall, it was enough.
Black-horned seahorses were similar to seahorses. They had 2 legs and a huge black horn.
The black-horned seahorses emitted a terrifying black light and looked extremely tough. With 2 legs, their speed was extremely terrifying. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of black keratin. They ran towards Holy Sea Town in an orderly manner.
Boom, 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 boom. The ground began to tremble. The powerful aura caused many people's faces to turn extremely pale. Die! 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 On the city wall, a few mighty figures flew into the sky. One by one, their supernatural abilities smashed downwards. In an instant, the charging momentum of the black-horned seahorse was greatly reduced. Flame of the Fire Dragon.
Wang Xian let out a low roar. Flames that were 1,000 meters high instantly rose from his body. He was like a powerful god of fire. Haha, not bad. The flame of the fire dragon is not a one-time AoE spell. Instead, it is attached to the surroundings of the body. It can last for a very long time. Wang Xian was very satisfied. He clenched his hand and a fire sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, he charged forward. The third wave of the monster siege began. The slaughter began.
Wang Xian wanted to make use of this defense to accumulate sufficient resources for the Dragon Palace.
As expected, that kid has been hiding his strength just now. Dao Hen, who was not far away, swept his gaze over. One of his single eyes revealed a cold expression. However, if I want to kill you, it's like killing an ant. Dao Hen turned his head and looked at the black-horned seahorse in front of him. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Be careful this time. He reminded his subordinates around him. It's the leader.
A rank 6 transcendent died in the group. They couldn't afford to be careless.
Boom, boom, boom. The battle began. The sky-piercing arrow on the city wall, the city guards in the sky, and all the experts of the Holy Sea Town all attacked. In the sky, all kinds of fireballs, wind blades, and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. Wang Xian brandished the fire sword in his hand. With the increase in his level, the level 3 supernatural realm beasts did not dare to attack him. If it was not too shocking, he could even float in the air and the hundreds of thousands of level 2 and level 3 supernatural beasts would listen to his commands. Controlling the level 2 and level 3 supernatural beasts, Wang Xian's strength alone was comparable to the hundreds of thousands of city guards and mercenaries. Even so, Wang Xian's killing speed was not slower than the level 7 sword mark. The sounds of slaughter and screams of agony could be heard continuously. In fact, at one corner of the city wall, thousands of black-horned seahorses rushed to the bottom of the city wall and crashed heavily into it. A huge hole was created from the impact. Some black-horned seahorses even flew to the top of the city wall. The terrifying black-horned seahorses penetrated through the corpses of the mercenary groups. The third wave of attacks was obviously much more devastating than the first 2 waves. However, this didn't have much of an impact on Wang Xian.
After his strength had increased once again, even if he didn't transform into a divine dragon, he was still able to fight against ferocious beasts of level 6 transcendence.
Most of these ferocious beasts were below level 5 transcendence. They were no match for him at all. Half an hour had passed. There were around 1,000 to 2,000 ferocious beasts that had died at the hands of Wang Xian.
There was a powerhouse of level 9 transcendence like Jin Qian Yuan in the Holy Sea Town. Although there were still losses, not a single ferocious beast was able to charge into the city. Time passed slowly. After an hour, there were less than 100 people still fighting outside the city. Only 4 members of the mercenary group were still fighting with the beasts outside the city. The rest of the members of the mercenary group had long fled to the city to recuperate.
Everyone, put in more effort and kill all these beasts. Haha. After killing them, wait for the corpses of the beasts.
Kill. This daddy has killed over 100 fierce beasts this time. I won't be short of money within 10 years, haha.
Fuck. Defend this attack and rest well for a period of time.
A city guard leader shouted loudly and encouraged. The surrounding mercenary groups and city guards revealed excited expressions. Although they had lost quite a number of people in this battle to defend the city, their gains were even greater. The hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts' corpses would definitely keep them from leaving the city for a long time.
Kill! The mercenary group and the city guards were excited again, and they continued to fight while roaring.
Outside the city, there were many corpses. The first 2 batches of corpses had been stored in the interspatial rings by special personnel. According to the array formation in Holy See Town, they could see every scene clearly. A group of people had recorded the scene and divided the corpses. Leader, none of our brothers died this time. Moreover, we killed at least 5,000 fierce beasts. At the bottom of the city wall, an old man said to Dao Hen excitedly, after guarding the city this time, we can have a good rest for a while. Haha, everyone has a year off. During this year, everyone can have a good time.
Dao Hen's face was also filled with excitement. Although one of the experts had died this time, the harvest was still extremely huge. Just the corpse of a transcendent 6th grade fierce beast, they had already harvested 30, including the other corpses.
This time, their harvest would reach 30 to 40 million mid-grade spirit stones.
If split evenly, each person would be able to obtain several 100,000 spirit stones.
Thank you, leader. Long live the leader.
Long live the Blade Scar mercenary group.
Below the city wall, more than 40 experts of the Blade Scar mercenary group raised their weapons excitedly and shouted.
How domineering! As expected of the Blade Scar mercenary group. They have fought for so long and still have such fighting spirit. The harvest of the Blade Scar mercenary group this time is simply heaven-defying. Our mercenary group's harvest can't even reach 1% of their harvest. It's really strong. The number 1 mercenary group in Holy See Town lives up to its name. It would be great if I could join the Sword Scar mercenary group. On the city wall, the mercenary groups heard the whistling sounds of the Sword Scar mercenary group, and their eyes were filled with respect and envy. More than a dozen brothers of our Sword Scar mercenary group died this time. We will recruit more than a dozen brothers to replace them. Hearing the voice from the city wall, a proud look appeared on the face of the Sword Scar mercenary group as he said lightly, Yes, we will treat the family members of our brothers who died well. Commander, why don't we announce the recruitment of the mercenary group now? The old man beside him said to Dao Hen. Sure. Dao Hen nodded and slowly faced the direction of Holy See Town, facing the city wall that was dozens of meters long.
I, Dao Hen mercenary group, have lost more than 10 brothers in this battle. We will once again recruit more than 10 experts to become our brothers and fight side by side. Those who want to join our mercenary group after this battle, go to the Dao Hen mercenary group and register.
As Blade Scar spoke slowly, his voice instantly spread across several kilometers, and everyone heard it clearly.
The Blade Scar mercenary group will once again recruit members. Haha, that's great. I want to register. I want to go too. The Blade Scar mercenary group is simply too strong. After seeing their battle today, they are practically invincible in our Holy See Town.
I also want to join the Blade Scar mercenary group, but to join them, I reckon that they must at least have the strength of a rank 4 transcendent. Knife Scar's words made everyone on the city wall boil. Even some of the leaders of the mercenary groups were interested in joining him.
Everyone looked at Knife Scar with burning eyes. That one-armed, one-eyed body stood under the huge city wall, but it didn't seem small at all. Instead, it revealed a sense of majesty. It made people feel fear. In the hearts of the members of the Holy See Town mercenary group, Knife Scar was the king of the mercenary world.
He was invincible. A faint smile appeared on Dao Hen's face. His ugly face made his smile look a bit ferocious. Leader, the 3rd wave of fierce beasts are almost finished. Let's go back.
A middle-aged man said happily. Yeah, but before that, let's get rid of an ant first. Dao Hen turned around coldly and looked at the position of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. A trace of indifference flashed in his eyes.
It was as if killing the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group was as easy as squashing an ant. Huh? Haha, good leader. An arrogant kid. I'll kill him easily. The members of the Sword Scar mercenary group laughed and nodded. They clenched their weapons and looked at Wang Xian and the rest slowly. Outside the eastern gate of Shanghai Town, there were fresh blood and corpses everywhere.
The entire battlefield was silent. When Dao Hen and his men stared coldly at the people from the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group not far away, some people on the city wall noticed it. Papa! Dao Hen led his men and walked slowly towards Wang Xian and the rest.
When their feet stepped on the blood on the ground, they made a special sound.
What are the people from Dao Hen's mercenary group going to do? They are heading towards the direction of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group?
What are they going to do? On the city wall, the mercenary group and the city guards looked at the location below in astonishment.
Why was Dao Hen's mercenary group going to the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? Bladescar and the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group have a conflict. Do you think it's possible?
An old man widened his eyes and guessed with a surprised look. Don't tell me they're going to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. It's possible. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is recklessly participating in the conflict between the three big shops. Maybe the leader of the Bladescar mercenary group is going to destroy them. It shouldn't be possible. Their hatred hasn't reached such a level, has it?
The surrounding people revealed a surprised expression. Haha, our regiment commander naturally wants to kill that arrogant brat. At this moment, on the city wall, more than 10 members of the Bladescar mercenary group laughed loudly. They said loudly with smiles on their faces without the slightest bit of taboo.
What?
This brother of the Bladescar, Regiment Commander Bladescar, really wants to kill that young man.
Everyone was slightly shocked and quickly asked.
Of course. A reckless kid. Killing him is like killing an ant. Let's go too.
More than 10 Knife Scar mercenary group members slightly raised their heads and showed cold disdain on their faces. They jumped and directly flew down. Knife Scar mercenary group really wants to kill that young man? It's over. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is going to be finished. What genius, what monster. They are all going to fall.
Some people looked down with a look of amusement.
Big brother, should we go over? If we help the Bladescar mercenary group, maybe the leader of the Bladescar mercenary group can let us in directly. Second brother is right. If the leader of the Bladescar mercenary group really wants to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, we might be able to leave a good impression on the leader of the Bladescar mercenary group. The two burly middle-aged men whispered to each other. Then they flew out of the city.
Let's go. Commander Dao Hen wants to destroy the Immortal Phoenix. If we help him, we might be able to join them.
The warriors had also thought of this. They rolled their eyes and flew down.
In an instant, more than 30 people flew towards the back of the Knife Scar mercenary group.
Not good, Supervisor E. The Knife Scar mercenary group wants to harm Commander Wang and the others.
At this moment, on the city wall, shopkeeper Lu, who had been watching the city battle, changed his expression and hurriedly said to the woman beside him, Commander Wang and the others are not strong enough to deal with the experts of the Knife Scar mercenary group. It's going to be troublesome.
The woman's expression changed slightly as her eyes sparkled. Let me go over. It's only a few hundred meters away from the holy sea town. The woman thought for a moment and said, her strength was at transcendent level 7. It was sufficient for her to bring Wang Xian and the rest into the city.
TSK, Supervisor E, do you want to go over personally?
At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side.
The woman's expression changed slightly and she hurriedly turned her head. A middle-aged man who looked very refined was holding a metal fan in his hand and he was staring at her with a smile on his face.
The shopkeeper of the Holy Item Forging Workshop stood at the side. This kid destroyed our cooperative mercenary group in Holy Sea Town. TSK. If you want to make a move, then I can only make a move. The middle-aged man opened his fan and said with a smile on his face. The woman's expression changed and instantly sank. Today that kid must die. No one can save him.
Another voice came from behind. Shopkeeper Ching of the Life and Death Pill Workshop swayed her pretty body as she walked over. She glanced at the woman and looked down at the city.
I didn't expect Supervisor E to personally come to this small place, Holy Sea Town. Supervisor E. Enjoy it. She looked down with a smile, her eyes full of mockery and pride. Seeing the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop coming over, the woman knew that it would be difficult for her to make a move this time.
She looked down with an embarrassed expression.
This young man who was on good terms with them was probably doomed. That kid is going to die. At this time, the long-haired young man who was standing in the middle and next to them looked down with excitement and said joyfully, His strength is very, very strong, far surpassing ours. It would be a pity if he died like this.
Jean Luen frowned as she looked at that figure.
After 3 waves of siege, the figure of him slaughtering everyone in the area caused her to be extremely shocked. Among the younger generation, there might not be a second person in the entire kingdom who could achieve such a feat and possess such strength. A truly peerless genius. Jin Shenyuan, who had returned, watched this scene indifferently and paid no attention to it. With so many people going down, it seems that they want to leave a good impression on Commander Dao Hen. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is dead for sure this time. Just as the members of the Dao Hen mercenary group said, killing them is as easy as squashing an ant. A young man who had just shaken the entire Holy See town, and a newly risen mercenary group was instantly annihilated. What bad luck. It's better to keep a low profile.
As he saw the experts leaving one by one, some mocking voices sounded on the city wall. When the people from the Knife Scar mercenary group looked in their direction, Wang Xian sensed it.
When he saw that they were holding weapons in their hands and their eyes were filled with contempt, he raised his eyebrows and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian didn't move. He watched quietly as the people from the Knife Scar mercenary group walked up to them. Ao Jian and the others followed beside him. Captain Knife Scar, we are here to help you. Captain Knife Scar, we want to join the Knife Scar mercenary group. Hee. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group stopped and looked at Wang Xian and the rest with a mocking expression on their faces.
Hearing the voices from behind, the members of the Knife Scar mercenary group revealed proud smiles on their faces.
In Shanghai town, their Knife Scar mercenary group was the king of the hiring world.
With a single order, even other mercenary groups would obey it.
Kid, you destroyed the people from the Mirage Sea mercenary group and recklessly participated in something that you are not qualified to participate in. Since you guys are courting death, I, Knife Scar, can only kill you casually. Knife Scar looked at Wang Xian and the rest and grinned. He bared his teeth and said with a smile, killing casually? When Wang Xian heard Dao Hen's words, he smiled too. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone around him. There were about 60 to 70 members of the Knife Mark mercenary group, plus a group of martial artists who wanted to curry favor with the Knife Mark mercenary group and join them. There were about 100 people in total. Each of them had a proud look on their faces as they stared at them with contempt. It was as though they wanted to kill a fish on a sticky board. Are you guys here to kill me? Wang Xian's cold gaze swept across all of them as he asked coldly.
Haha, don't be so serious. We are here to kill you, not to kill you. A middle-aged man from the Sword Scar mercenary group laughed out loud as he said mockingly.
There was a huge difference between the word kill and slaughter. Slaughter was a term used to describe a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was very powerful and destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group. The young leader was extremely talented and powerful, but in the eyes of the Knife Scar mercenary group, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Kill if you want to. That's right. I advise you to pull your necks out and commit suicide so that we won't hurt you later. Haha, that's right. If the Knife Scar mercenary group wants to kill you, you have to die. I think you should commit suicide. Going against the Dao Hen mercenary group is simply courting death. Behind them, a group of powerhouses who had come down to curry favor with the Dao Hen mercenary group pointed at Wang Xian and said mockingly. Their tone was filled with contempt.
From their point of view, it shouldn't be too easy for Dao Hen to destroy the Immortal Phoenix.
All of you have to get involved too. Wang Xian glanced at the people behind him coldly and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Join in? Ha. A burly middle-aged man laughed out loud. Following that, he moved his body and blocked the path leading to the city wall. Leader Dao Hen, I, Lao Han, have extraordinary level 4 cultivation base. I'm gonna sign up to join the Dao Hen mercenary group. I'll help you to prevent them from escaping. Although I don't need Lao Han, I still have to support you. The burly middle-aged man said with a fawning expression.
When the surrounding people heard the burly middle-aged man's words, they secretly cursed him for being cunning. Why didn't they think of that?
Leader Dao Hen will help you surround them.
That's right. As long as Leader Dao Hen gives the order, we'll take action immediately.
The strong ones who were not weak immediately surrounded Wang Xian and the rest as they spoke with smiles on their faces.
Dao Hen looked at this scene with great satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You've mobilized so many people. Kid, do you want to commit suicide or do you want me to make a move?
Wang Xian swept his cold gaze across everyone who surrounded them. In the end, his gaze met Dao Hen's eyes.
It's over. Everyone in the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group has been surrounded. It's going to be difficult for them to escape now.
Today, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will definitely be destroyed. A short-lived genius.
More than 100,000 people on the city wall watched this scene and spoke slowly.
Haha, they really treat us as ants. How interesting. All of you will die today.
A terrifying killing intent shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. He stared at Dao Hen coldly and said, You brought this on yourself. You can't live.
Buzz.
Buzz.
Buzz. Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, lights started to flash within a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The surroundings seemed to have become strange. A black light barrier suddenly enveloped the surroundings. A faint white light was emitted from their surroundings.
Light shadow barrier, level 8 extraordinary formation. Function, set up a barrier to trap the enemy and protect yourself.
Array formation activated. Light shadow barrier was a transcendent item obtained by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group after they advanced to silver rank.
Transcendent rank 8 array formation. Creatures within Transcendent rank 8 could forget about breaking this array formation. Only experts above Transcendent rank 8 could destroy this array formation. The light shadow barrier directly enveloped everyone within the array formation. The sudden appearance of the scene caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Their faces revealed a stunned expression. Even Dao Hen frowned as he looked at the surrounding formations in astonishment. An extraordinary level 8 formation. A hint of seriousness flashed across Dao Hen's eyes. An extraordinary level 8 formation. With his strength, he couldn't break it. What? An extraordinary level 8 formation. What is he trying to do? The expressions of the surrounding experts and the members of Dao Hen's mercenary group changed slightly as they stared at Wang Xian in astonishment. Level 8 formation. You trapped us here. Are you trying to kill us? You're simply courting death. Blade Scar scanned his surroundings coldly. He didn't find any danger and sneered.
Hee, I was afraid that you guys would run away, so I trapped all of you here. Then, kill. Ha! However, when Wang Xian finished his sentence, the surrounding people stared at him in astonishment.
How could this kid be so calm and confident?
It was at this moment that Ao Yao and the rest who had been hiding in the surroundings made their move.
In an instant, the people who were surrounding them suddenly widened their eyes and slowly lowered their heads to look at the position of their chests.
There's no need to hide, Wang Xian said indifferently to the group of strange demons around him. Bang, bang, bang. Ao Yao gave a gentle push, and 20 corpses fell to the ground.
What?
In an instant, everyone in the formation had a drastic change in expression. They let out a series of exclamations. Even Dao Hen's expression changed drastically as he looked at the group of strange monsters with a solemn expression. The group of strange monsters slowly walked to Wang Xian's side. Ao Yao came to his right. Half of his body was black and the other half was white. It looked extremely strange. The rest of the strange demons were emitting a white light. They didn't look like an assassin at all. However, everyone saw it in an instant. Terrifying. Strange. Sinister. Wang Xian ignored their shock. He moved his palm slowly and pieces of red paper appeared in his hand. The paper floated towards the Sword Scar mercenary group and the group of martial artists. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they stared at the red paper vigilantly. This is... An incredulous voice came from the mouth of a middle-aged man. He stared at the red paper with his eyes wide open.
Congratulations on your death from the Dragon Assassin Organization.
Congratulations on your death. How is this possible? At this moment, there were sounds of shock from the surroundings. A piece of paper that looked festive was now an item that terrified everyone in Shanghai town. Congratulations to the death of the Dragon Assassin Organization. This was a death notice, a death name tag. A sense of horror and fear enveloped their hearts. They raised their heads with an embarrassed expression and stared at Wang Xian and the group of strange demons. The Dragon Assassin Organization? Kid, who are you? Dao Hen stared at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. His eyes flickered as he growled. Who am I?
Hee, don't you know who I am if you want to kill me?
Wang Xian took 2 steps forward slowly. He raised his head slightly and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. I am the leader of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. I am the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Monthly Pass. I'm the leader of the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group. I'm the leader of the Dragon Assassin Group. When Wang Xian's words rang out, the surrounding Sword Scar Mercenary Group and the group of martial artists were completely stunned.
When they saw a strange creature instantly killing the group of martial artists and saw the red piece of paper, they felt a sense of horror in their hearts.
Especially when Wang Xian said that he was the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but shrink.
How is this possible? How can you be the leader of the Dragon Assassin Organization?
Dao Hen also widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at the group of strange monsters with an ugly expression as he held the long saber in his hand tightly. Congratulations to all of you. You are not the first to meet the Dragon Assassin, nor will you be the last. However, all of you are the first to make me fight with all my might. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. He was no longer the Wang Xian who had just arrived at the Transcendence Continent. He was no longer the Dragon King who had to endure and endure back then.
Longshao, the 9 heavens started from the small town of Shahai Town.
Ao Jian and the rest slowly dispersed, holding the golden longsword tightly in their hands. Dao Hen and the rest looked extremely embarrassed. Their eyes were twitching violently. They were both furious and fearful. An ant that they felt could be squashed to death easily turned into a terrifying elephant all of a sudden. This feeling made them extremely uncomfortable. This was especially so for the group of people behind Dao Hen's mercenary group. They saw that Dao Hen wanted to recruit members and that Dao Hen's mercenary group wanted to destroy the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group. Initially, they wanted to come over to express their goodwill and help Dao Hen mercenary group destroy the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group.
In their eyes, this was a very good opportunity to curry favor with Captain Dao Hen. However, they didn't expect it to turn out like this.
The 20 experts who were at least at extraordinary level 3 who surrounded the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group were instantly killed. I'm sorry, Captain Wang. It's our fault. We don't want to be enemies with you. Please let us out. We can listen to your orders. Please. At this moment, the middle-aged man who said that he wanted Wang Xian and the rest to commit suicide begged for mercy with a face full of cold sweat.
He threw away his weapon and put his palms together. His face was full of fear.
Commander Wang, young Master Wang, young Master Wang. I also.
Shut up.
A middle-aged man begged for mercy while another middle-aged man said with a face full of fear. However, just as he spoke, Dao Hen's cold voice was heard. At this moment, Dao Hen stared coldly at Wang Xian with one eye. He had gone through more than 10 life and death situations, but he was able to survive each time.
This time, he didn't think that he would die for sure. His cold one eye swept across Wang Xian and the rest. Among you, none of you have reached Transcendent Level 7. Do you think you can kill me with just these sneak-attacking monsters? Kid, when I fought with my life, you were still a bug. As he spoke, he raised the long saber in his hand. All of you, hold on to your weapons. They are just a bunch of people who are bluffing. So what if they are from the Dragon Assassin Organization?
What? There is no Transcendent Level 7? Since Leader Dao Hen said there is no such thing, there must be no such thing. So what if there's a dragon spike? Our leader Dao Hen has been through dozens of years to reach this stage. Why would he be afraid of an assassin organization that has just emerged? That's right. Assassins are only terrifying when they are hidden. Why would we be afraid of a direct battle? The members of the Dao Hen mercenary group clenched their weapons with vicious expressions and stared at Wang Xian and the rest with murderous intent. As expected of the Knife Scar mercenary group. As expected of the number 1 mercenary group in Shanghai Town. However, all of you will die today. Wang Xian looked at them and was filled with fighting spirit in an instant. A cold expression appeared on his face. He wasn't afraid of arousing their fighting spirit. This was the reason why it was interesting. Kid, I will chop your corpse into 18 pieces. Dao Hen growled in a low voice. His one eye was filled with calmness.
Kill! Wang Xian clenched his fist slightly. Outside the formation, a black light barrier rose up and covered an area of 3 kilometers. This sudden change stunned the hundreds of thousands of people on the city wall.
What's going on? What's going on?
Why did a black barrier suddenly rise up?
That's an array formation. It's a transcendent level 8 array formation. What's going on? This array formation couldn't have been activated by the Blade Scar mercenary group. It was activated by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Could it be? Could it be that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group has a powerful foundation? When the array formation rose up and covered an area, everyone revealed shocked expressions. It was an array formation that covered 1,000 meters in height and a radius of 3,000 meters. Everyone could sense the terrifying defense contained within the array formation.
It was extremely difficult to break this array formation.
Why did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group directly use the array formation to envelop everyone? Could it be that they still had a trump card?
It's an array formation of Transcendent Rank 8. Even if I wanted to break it, it would take some time.
Jin Chenyuan looked at the array formation that suddenly appeared and revealed a surprised expression. The defensive array formation in Holy Sea Town was only at Transcendent Rank 9, but the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group used an array formation of Transcendent Rank 8. Even he didn't have such a precious array formation.
This Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is not simple. A small mercenary group appeared out of nowhere. As far as I know, he spent tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones in the Immortal Phoenix pill and weapons workshop. His background is definitely not that simple.
An elder beside Jin Chenyuan said in a low voice, Immortal Phoenix? Immortal Phoenix. Jin Chenyuan glanced at shopkeeper Lu and the woman. Is this mercenary group cultivated by Immortal Phoenix Pill and Weapons Workshop? Or are they the elite disciples behind them? However, based on my observation, it's impossible for the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group to kill Dao Hen and the others. Jin Chenyuan was a bit confused. Even if the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group trapped Dao Hen and the others with an array formation, they wouldn't be a match for Dao Hen and the others. Could it be that they want to trap Dao Hen and the others inside and starve them to death? The possibility is very small, but no matter how you look at it, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is going to die. This might be a death struggle.
After a moment of shock, everyone on the city wall recovered and discussed.
Shopkeeper Lu and the woman frowned as they stared at the array formation below.
It was a level 8 extraordinary formation. They could not see what was happening inside and could only wait here.
Roar! Roar!
Within the formation, a dragon's roar was heard. The terrifying sound instantly filled the entire area.
Following that, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Knife Scar mercenary group, Wang Xian's figure underwent a huge change. His terrifying figure was 30 meters tall, and his body was emitting a 5-colored glow.
He had 5 terrifying attributes, and his body was exuding endless majesty. He looked extremely powerful.
What kind of creature is this? Could it be that he's an expert from the demon race who has transformed into a human? No, that's not right. He has the aura of a human. He should be a bloodline cultivator. Hiss, what a powerful aura. What kind of bloodline is this? So powerful.
In the formation, when Wang Xian revealed his body size, the expressions of the people from the Sword Scar mercenary group changed drastically. The powerful aura and the majestic and huge body made everyone dumbfounded. A bloodline cultivator.
Knife Scar's pupils contracted slightly as his eyes revealed a vigilant look.
On the Transcendence continent, other than the common cultivation method of absorbing spiritual energy, there was also a very special cultivation method. It was called a bloodline cultivator.
A bloodline cultivator had a huge advantage. As long as he had sufficient energy and sufficient bloodline, his strength would be able to increase rapidly. On the Transcendental continent, the most powerful race was the Dragon race bloodline.
On the Transcendental continent, there was a race called the Draconid race. They had the bloodline of the dragon race, the peak race on the transcendental continent. Once they awakened this bloodline, their cultivation speed would be very fast. They didn't even need to comprehend supernatural powers. As long as their strength reached a certain level, they could automatically comprehend supernatural powers. The Draconid race had established a powerful empire in the Transcendence continent, the Dragon Empire. The strength of the Dragon Empire was at the top of the entire Transcendence continent. However, Wang Xian's transformation was very rare among the bloodline cultivators. Even the strong ones among the dragon bloodline cultivators could not transform into dragons. They could only transform part of their bodies into the dragon race. Furthermore, there was a limit to the strength of a bloodline cultivator. Once they reached the peak of the bloodline, they would never be able to increase their strength. The solidification of the bloodline would set a limit. Even so, there were still many people who wanted to become a bloodline cultivator. Roar, kill! Wang Xian let out a low roar. His body moved and he attacked Dao Hen. Beside him, Ao Jian and the rest of Ao Yao's group also attacked Dao Hen's group. He's just a bloodline cultivator. Today, I'll kill you, you bastard. Dao Hen's expression didn't change when he saw Wang Xian attacking. He raised his weapon with one arm and a terrifying golden radiance slashed at Wang Xian. The golden radiance condensed into a 100-meter-wide violent blade that emitted a terrifying aura. Kill! All the members of the Saber Scar mercenary group and the remaining 10 or so experts gritted their teeth and charged forward. The opponent didn't have any transcendent level 7 experts. As long as the commander of the Saber Scar group killed that bluffing monster, they would win. Furthermore, the opponent only had 30 people while they still had more than 80 people. They weren't afraid of 2 to 3 people attacking one. Crack! 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 Wang Xian's golden dragon claw clawed at the 100-meter-long saber. The saber collapsed immediately after the collision of the metal elements. What a strong physical body! Dao Hen's expression changed slightly as a grave expression appeared on his face. However, at this moment Wang Xian's dragon claw had already attacked. His terrifying 30-meter-long body was already 2 to 3 meters in size with just his dragon claw. The terrifying golden dragon claw went straight for Dao Hen's body. Bang! Get lost! Dao Hen had only one arm, but his strength was extremely terrifying. With a wave of his long saber, it instantly condensed into a golden mountain and charged towards the dragon claw. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled. Dao Hen leaped and flew into the sky. With a swing of his saber, he split into 3 terrifying saber rays. 10,000 saber light slash! Dao Hen roared loudly. 3 saber rays were released and split apart rapidly, forming 1-meter-long golden sabers. The golden sabers covered an area of 1,000 meters, completely enveloping Wang Xian. This was a supernatural ability. Golden Void Rend. Wang Xian's expression did not change. With a wave of his dragon claws, 10,000 golden rays of light attacked forward in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The intense sounds of collision rang out. A large area of space within the formation was completely covered by their attacks. At this moment, screams of pain could be heard from below. What? Dao Hen swept his gaze over and a look of shock instantly appeared in his eyes. In the area below, that black and white terrifying creature was like the god of death. It easily killed the subordinates of Dao Hen's mercenary group. Even the only level 6 transcendent expert in his mercenary group was killed in an instant. This leader, help! When the members of the Saber Scar mercenary group clashed with the members of the Dragon Palace, the ones who were fighting with the golden swordfish were still fine. But the warriors who were fighting with Ao Yao and the others had terrified expressions on their faces. Terrifying. Terrifying. After the strange monsters evolved into the Light Dragon, although their cultivation was only at the 3rd rank, they were able to unleash the strength of the 5th rank. Among the members of the Blade Scar mercenary group, only 6 were at the 5th rank. The rest were all below the 5th rank. With such a huge gap, the members of the Blade Scar mercenary group suffered heavy losses. The only one who was at transcendent level 6 was killed instantly by Ao Yao. When a captain of the Sword Scar mercenary group saw this situation, he immediately shouted in fear. One of the eyes of the sword scar was about to split open. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. This was his subordinate, the #1 mercenary group in Holy See Town that he had spent decades to build. Now, they suffered heavy losses in an instant. Don't be distracted during the battle. Wang Xian saw that Dao Hen was in a daze and didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he revealed a cold expression. Killing me is like squashing an ant. I want to see how Leader Dao Hen squashed me to death. Let's fight seriously. Haha. Wang Xian let out a wild roar. Water Crisis City. Water Crisis City. A water attribute supernatural ability. Water, the blue water that appeared out of thin air, covered an area of more than 1,000 meters once again, completely enveloping the saber scar. The terrifying water energy instantly formed a restraint and the water shockwave attacked the saber scar. The expression of the saber scar changed slightly. Sea Splitter. Sea Splitter, a metal attribute ability. In the face of an expert whose strength was not much different from his, the opponent could only use his ability to defend against his ability. Boom. The ocean with a radius of more than 1,000 meters was torn apart from the middle. Waterborne wood. The descent of the wood world. Wang Xian's expression did not change as he continued to cast his supernatural ability. The descent of the wood world. Splash. Huge trees grew out from the seawater that was split apart by the sea. With the support of the water energy, Wang Xian realized that the descent of the wood world that he cast this time was much stronger than before. How can there be so many attributes? How is this possible? Dao Hen looked extremely embarrassed when he saw that the water attribute had been converted into wood attribute. In the Transcendence realm, other than the weapons and armor, the biggest difference in the strength of a martial artist was their abhijna. Every time a martial artist leveled up, there would be an additional abhijna. However, martial artists with multiple attributes were an exception. Every time they leveled up, they would need to comprehend the abhijna of the attributes that they were cultivating. This was the reason why warriors with multiple attributes could fight beyond their levels. In the Transcendence continent, those who dared to cultivate 2 attributes were definitely geniuses among millions of people. However, after Dao Hen saw that Wang Xian had displayed at least 4 attributes, his expression turned even uglier. As everyone knew, the more attributes one had, the stronger one's ability to surpass one's level would be. At the same time, the difficulty level of dual attribute cultivators was twice that of single attribute cultivators. And if one cultivated 4 or 5 attributes, what kind of concept would that be? 4 or 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. In other words, a single attribute cultivator might have reached rank 5 transcendence, while that multi-attribute cultivator might not have broken through to rank 1 transcendence. In battle, a rank 5 transcendent would naturally be able to easily kill a rank 1 transcendent. Although quantitative changes could trigger qualitative changes, it was useless if the quality was too different. Even 10 rank 1 extraordinary divine abilities could not break the defense of a rank 5 extraordinary expert. However, the young man in front of him had transformed into a monster with 4 to 5 attributes, and his strength had even reached rank 4 extraordinary. What kind of concept was this? He was certain that even those powerful empires would not have such a monstrous fellow. Golden light explosion. Dao Hen gritted his teeth and roared. He could only use his supernatural ability to resist. Golden light explosion. One beam, 10,000 beams of golden light exploded when it came into contact with the wood world. In an instant, all the trees were turned into dust. Continue, Fire Dragon's Flame. He used his supernatural ability again. From the start of the battle, Wang Xian had unleashed 4 supernatural abilities, one after another. From metal to water, water to wood, wood to fire. The flame of the fire dragon was a divine ability evolved from the burning river and boiling sea. Under the enhancement of the wood chips, the power of the flame was even more terrifying. Roar! Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and spat out the dragon flames. Scram! I Dao Hen have experienced life and death. How can I die here? Dao Hen roared loudly. His entire body was emitting golden light as he charged through the flames that filled the sky and slashed at Wang Xian. Boom! Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a mixture of white and black-red light. The 2 flames landed on Dao Hen's body. Boom! The dragon eyes of light and dark fire was still able to retain its original attack after the fusion of several ocular arts into one. It was even more terrifying. The red, white, and black flames landed on Dao Hen's body. The golden light was quickly dissolved. Ah! The special flames landed on Dao Hen's body, causing his expression to change drastically. His eyes revealed a look of horror. His body was sent flying into the distance. Bang! The powerful force collided with the formation, causing Dao Hen to spit out a large mouthful of blood. This is your strength. Wang Xian's red, black, and white eyes emitted a strange luster as he said coldly, "Cough, cough." Dao Hen coughed violently as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. "Leader, save us. All our brothers have been killed." At this moment, a miserable voice came from below again. His face was pale as he looked down. There were more than 70 corpses on the ground. Out of all the experts in Dao Hen's mercenary group, only 2 or 3 of them were still standing there. However, they would be killed soon. As long as I'm still alive, I can do everything again. Slowly, Knife Scar's eyes turned blood red. His desire to survive caused a terrifying aura to erupt from his body once again. As expected of Knife Scar, the legend of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group and the king of the mercenary group. However, from today onwards, the Holy Sea Town will have no Knife Scar mercenary group. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will be the king of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and attacked Knife Marks directly. Haha, dream on. I, Knife Marks, will not die. Knife Marks roared loudly. His 2-meter-long broadsword turned completely dark gold. His body flew into the air and slashed towards Wang Xian. I will kill you with this attack. Wang Xian's gaze was cold. His dragon claws were emitting terrifying flames. Die! Dao Hen used all the strength in his body to slash at Wang Xian. Void! The moment the long blade was about to land on Wang Xian, he unleashed his supernatural ability, Void. How is this possible? The long blade passed through Wang Xian's body. Dao Hen widened his eyes and revealed an incredulous expression. At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon claws grabbed Dao Hen's body. No! Dao Hen, who was grabbed by the dragon claw, revealed a look of despair. His ugly face looked at Wang Xian ferociously. How can a small mercenary group stop my footsteps? Wang Xian clenched his dragon claw. One of Dao Hen's eyeballs almost popped out. The life force in his body slowly disappeared. Pung! Wang Xian threw it casually and threw it on the ground. His gaze swept across the area. The members of the Knife Scar mercenary group and more than 10 other experts were all killed. Dragon King, Ao Yaoa Jian and the rest bowed and shouted, "Search their interspatial rings and put away their corpses." Wang Xian ordered. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace replied. Wang Xian had a thought. He transformed back into his human form. He lifted his head slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. In the future, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group will be considered to be in the top spot in Shanghai Town. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. In less than half a month, his strength and Ao Jian and Ao Yaoyao's strength had improved tremendously. Dragon King, it has been taken care of. Ao Jian reported to him very quickly. Then, let's go out. Wang Xian moved and came to the position where the formation was placed. It was a light and shadow barrier. It was an extraordinary level 8 formation. The activation of the formation required spirit stones to maintain. The formation is not under attack. The spirit stones are not consumed at all. Wang Xian took a glance and smiled. He picked it up slowly. Retract. The formation was retracted and the black curtain covering a radius of 3,000 meters disappeared. However, at this moment, outside the city, a group of city guards were cleaning up the corpses of ferocious beasts. They occasionally looked at the position of the formation, their eyes filled with curiosity. On the city wall, all the mercenary groups didn't leave either. Even the mayor, Jin Qianyuan, didn't leave either. His gaze was fixed on the position of the formation. They were also waiting for the disappearance of the formation, waiting for the final result. It disappeared. The formation disappeared. At this moment, when the formation disappeared,
Everyone on the city wall was in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on it. The experts of the Bladescar mercenary group wanted to destroy the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, but they were surrounded by the formation. They couldn't see the situation inside clearly.
Was it the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group that was destroyed, or something else? Where are the members of the Swordscar mercenary group? As soon as the array disappeared, everyone looked over with surprise on their faces.
Only the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group?
Could it be?
Could it be? Everyone was stunned. Below them, there were only 12 members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group.
A handsome young man stood proudly in the center.
Beside him, 11 subordinates stood respectfully on both sides.
Looking down on St. C Town.
Could it be that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had wiped out the experts of the Bladescar mercenary group? A cry of surprise sounded from the city wall of St. C Town. This voice spread throughout the surroundings, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, their eyes widened, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, when they saw the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group standing under the city wall, exuding a supreme aura, everyone's eyes flickered. Their gazes swept across the fresh blood on the ground, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Blade Mark mercenary group has really been destroyed. How can the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group be so strong? How strong is that young leader?
A middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't help but sigh.
How strong is he? The surrounding people also muttered. First, they destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group, and then they destroyed the Knifescar mercenary group. In just one day.
If they could destroy the Mirage Sea mercenary group, it was already shocking to everyone. However, destroying the Knifescar mercenary group was shocking to everyone.
The most powerful mercenary group in Holy Sea Town was destroyed, which meant that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would become the leader of the Holy Sea Town mercenary group.
They were indeed the king of the mercenary group in Holy Sea Town. This mercenary group is not simple.
Jin Chenyuan looked at Wang Xian and the rest in astonishment.
Dao Hen's strength is considered to be at the top among those at Transcendent Level 7. However, he was still killed. If that young man didn't conceal his strength, then that young man must have a powerful weapon or array formation.
The president of the Mercenary Association was also looking at Wang Xian in astonishment.
For a young man to be able to bring out an extraordinary level 8 array formation, he might be able to bring out an even more powerful item.
He's really powerful. Jin Lian stood at the side and looked at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes. At such a young age, he was already standing at the top of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group. His strength and talent made all the girls tempted. Is he sure that he is a new student who is about to enter the Demon Hunters Academy? With his strength, he can totally be a teacher. The long-haired young man beside her swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The expression on his face was very interesting. He was a student who was about to graduate from the Demon Hunters Academy. He was a transcendent level 4 powerhouse. He was almost 50 years old. Even so, he was still an expert who could be ranked among the top in the Demon Hunters Academy.
However, compared to this new student who had not enrolled in the academy, he was simply trash.
Let's go. Wang Xian stood at the foot of the city wall and scanned his surroundings. His body moved and he flew directly towards the city wall. Captain Wang. Shopkeeper Liu and the woman saw Wang Xian flying over and they welcomed him excitedly. Yes. Wang Xian nodded at them. His gaze swept across the Shocked Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop.
In the future, no mercenary group will dare to threaten others and prohibit the purchase of weapons and elixirs from the weapons workshop of the Immortal Phoenix Elixir Workshop. If they do, they will be going against us,
Wang Xian said plainly. However, everyone around could hear him clearly. It seems like the relationship between the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group and Immortal Phoenix is not simple. Even a fool can tell. One is Immortal Phoenix, and the other is Immortal Phoenix. It seems like it's impossible for the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to suppress Immortal Phoenix in the future. If they could even destroy the Knifescar mercenary group, which mercenary group in the Holy Sea Town would be their match?
Who would dare to provoke the Phoenix Immortal mercenary group in the future? No one would dare to do so.
In the future, the king of the Holy Sea Town's mercenary group would be the Phoenix Immortal mercenary group. The people on the city wall could hear Wang Xian's words as they discussed in hushed voices. The expressions of the shopkeepers and higher-ups of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop instantly turned ugly. They had spent such a huge price to recruit the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group and the Knife Marks Mercenary Group. However, they did not expect that they would be wiped out within a day. This caused them to suffer heavy losses. Tomorrow, all mercenary groups will head to the city guard office to collect the carcass of the ferocious beast. According to the certificate issued by the city guard office, they will head to the Demon Hunters mercenary group to collect points and raise the level of the mercenary group. At this moment, Jean Qinyuan's reminder sounded. Wang Xian took a look outside the city and bade farewell to shopkeeper Lu and the rest before leaving immediately. How did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group destroy the Sword Scar mercenary group? They seem so mysterious. Could it be that Leader Wang is a disciple of some big family who came out to train? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying talent? That's really possible. He could even take out a transcendent level 8 array formation. Perhaps he has something even more powerful as his life-saving trump card. Even if he doesn't have any trump cards, this Captain Wang is already very terrifying. I wonder if his mercenary group will recruit anyone. This Captain Wang is still young and has endless potential. If he can join his mercenary group, he might be able to live a carefree life in the future. At the back, the group of mercenary groups were discussing in hushed tones as they looked at Wang Xian and the rest. They were filled with respect as they looked at the figure. Today's harvest is really huge. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. Putting aside the corpses of nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts that he would pick up the next day, just the harvest from killing the members of the Knife Scar mercenary group was already very bountiful. As the #1 mercenary group in Shanghai Town, the resources and spirit stones in the hands of the Knife Scar mercenary group were definitely not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Just the middle-grade spirit stones alone were around 10 million. There were also quite a number of elixirs, weapons, and small-scale formations. Adding all these resources together, they could at least add up to nearly 10,000 dragon crystals. However, if Wang Xian wanted to level up now, he would need 100,000 dragon crystals, which was a huge expenditure. At night, Wang Xian had a good night's rest. The next morning, he walked towards the city guard's office. When he arrived at the entrance of the city guards, he saw a few hundred people gathered in front of the door. They were waiting at the entrance noisily. All of them were here to collect the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Leader Wang, please. Leader Xian Feng is here. The ferocious beasts they killed yesterday were only slightly less than the Knife Marks mercenary group. They have the most of them among us. Leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, please go ahead. I wonder if Leader Wang is still recruiting members for your mercenary group. After this, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group should be able to advance to the Gold mercenary group. As soon as Wang Xian arrived, everyone around him immediately recognized him and greeted him with smiles on their faces. Thank you. Wang Xian didn't stand on ceremony. The strong had the privilege of being strong. In the current employment group of Shanghai Town, no one was stronger than him. He walked in from the path that everyone around had cleared. There were dozens of city guards inside. Captain Wang, you really went on a killing spree yesterday and shocked the entire Shanghai Town. There are a total of 10,343 ferocious beasts for you. A middle-aged city guard walked over with a smile on his face and handed over more than a dozen interspatial rings to Wang Xian. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts inside. All right. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and walked out. Under the respectful gazes of all the mercenary groups, Wang Xian walked out from the city guard. Following that, Wang Xian walked towards the location of the Demon Hunter mercenary group. Killing ferocious beasts was to gain points. The points exchanged from the ferocious beasts in Wang Xian's interspatial ring were enough for the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group to be upgraded to gold grade. As for the gold grade stars, he wasn't very clear. When they entered the Demon Hunters mercenary group, the hall was filled with members of the mercenary group. Wang Xian's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Just like the time when they were at the city guard office, everyone greeted Wang Xian and the rest respectfully and made way for them.
Even though Celestial Phoenix had yet to upgrade to gold-grade mercenary group, all the members of the mercenary group still respectfully allowed Wang Xian and the rest to come to the front. In the current Shanghai town, no one dared to provoke Immortal Phoenix. The violent personality that Wang Xian displayed back then made many people fearful. If he really offended the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, he might be exterminated by Immortal Phoenix when he left the city in the future. This was not impossible. On the contrary, such a thing was very common in the mercenary group world. Captain Wang, please show us the certificate of the City Guard Department. We also want to take a look at the carcass of the ferocious beast in the interspatial ring. The staff of the mercenary group said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and passed all the items over. Guess how many beasts did the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group kill yesterday? At least 7,000 to 8,000. Guess what? We'll know soon enough. At this moment, the hall of the mercenary group was extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at the spot in front of them. A total of 13, 40, 6, 231 transcendence at level 1, 3,120 transcendence at level 2, and 1,090 transcendence at level 4. The staff member said with a smile. Congratulations, Commander Wang. Including the mission to defend the city that you guys took yesterday, your mercenary group has been directly upgraded from 3-star silver to 2-star gold. Hiss 2-star gold. My goodness, it has been upgraded by a whole level. With the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, 2-star gold is not surprising. Even without the monster siege yesterday, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group would be able to upgrade to gold soon. Amazing! I heard that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group was established less than half a month ago. It's so frustrating to compare people. Sounds of envy could be heard. Soon, the staff changed the badge of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group to a golden one. The bright golden badge had the words Celestial Phoenix mercenary group written on it. It looked very eye-catching and cool. Wang Xian was very satisfied with the badge of the mercenary group. Let's go back. Wang Xian said to the members of the Dragon Palace. Let's go back. This time, we're not going back to the residence of the Holy Sea Town. We're going back to the Dragon Palace. More than 10,000 corpses of ferocious beasts could be upgraded even if Wang Xian devoured all of them. These more than 10,000 corpses of ferocious beasts could upgrade the strength of the Dragon Palace. They walked out of the city. Once they were out of the city, Wang Xian and the rest quickly flew toward the passage. The improvement in their cultivation made their speed much faster than before. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the bottom of the sea. There were many giant squid, 2-headed giant squid, and 3-headed giant squid living in this sea area. With Wang Xian's current strength, he could already clean up the giant squid here. However, Wang Xian did not make a move. These giant squid were able to better conceal the passageway. When he arrived at the passageway, Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace directly. Phew! When he stepped into the Dragon Palace, a surge of rich spiritual energy entered Wang Xian's body. The Dragon Palace is still the most comfortable place. The spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace is more than 10 times that of the Transcendence Continent. To the people of the Transcendence Continent, the Dragon Palace is also a holy land for cultivation. Wang Xian entered the Dragon Palace and took a deep breath. If he wasn't able to devour other water creatures to increase his strength quickly, Wang Xian wouldn't have left the Dragon Palace at all. His cultivation speed in the Dragon Palace was much faster than that of the Transcendence Continent. Dragon King. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue flew over and spoke to Wang Xian respectfully. Where are Xu Qingyue and the rest? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Gue directly. Dragon King, the Dragon Queens have been cultivating since you left. They have yet to wake up. Prime Minister Gue replied directly. Guan Shuqing and the rest thought that Wang Xian had left for at least a year. They did not expect him to come twice in half a month. They had only been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 days. It was not very long. Wang Xian nodded. Summon the strongest strange demon and golden swordfish to the dragon pool. It's the Dragon King. Wang Xian came to the side of the dragon pool and took out his interspatial rings. Bang! 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 The corpses of the ferocious beasts were placed on the ground and were quickly absorbed by the dragon pool. Splash. A large amount of dragon blood gushed out from the mouths of the 9 divine dragons that were entrenched on the dragon pillars beside the dragon pool. Wang Xian smiled and said to Ao Jian and the golden swordfish, Ao Jian, all of you go down and increase your strength by 1 level before coming out.
It's the Dragon King. The energy required for the golden swordfish to increase its level was much less than that of Ao Yao and the rest. Since the strange demon had evolved into a light spike, the amount of dragon blood required for each level up was much more than that of the golden swordfish. If they were to use dragon crystals, they would be able to level up with 600 to 700 dragon crystals. However, in terms of combat strength, they were much weaker than the strange demon. A golden swordfish at Transcendent level 4 could only fight against a deviant demon at Transcendent level 3 by 50 to 50. Soon, 10 deviant demons and 10 golden swordfish arrived. The strength of these deviant demons and golden swordfish were at the level of a superior immortal. Wang Xian allowed them to enter the dragon pool to absorb dragon blood for cultivation. He also raised Prime Minister Gui's strength to Transcendent level 3. After consuming more than 10,000 ferocious beast corpses, the corpses of the Saber-Scar mercenary group and the Mirage Sea mercenary group were absorbed by the dragon pool. Ao Yao, go down. The energy gathered from their corpses is enough to increase your strength. Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao. Now that Ao Yao's strength had increased to level 4 Transcendence and level 5 Transcendence, he was able to assassinate a level 8 Transcendence. This was the terrifying aspect of the Dragon Spike, which was comparable to a divine dragon. Yes, Dragon King. There was 1 level 7 Transcendence corpse, 2 level 6 Transcendence corpses, and 9 level 5 Transcendence corpses. These corpses were sufficient for Ao Yao to advance to the next level, and there was even quite a bit of energy left. 2 more strange demons to advance to level 4 supernatural realm. Wang Xian continued to command. It's the Dragon King. Soon, more than 30 members of the Dragon Palace were entrenched in the dragon pool. After they came out again, the strength of his subordinates would be doubled. In the future, I can't allow the resources I obtain to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace every time. I have to let them hunt ferocious beasts. Wang Xian scanned the entire Dragon Palace. The strength of most of the members of the Dragon Palace were at the level of immortals on Earth. There were not many lower, middle, and upper immortals. If he, Ao Yao, and the rest were to rely on themselves, their cultivation speed would be reduced. If they wanted to increase their strength quickly, they would be free to enter the ocean of the supernatural continent and hunt ferocious beasts. Dragon King. A day later, a group of more than 40 members of the Dragon Palace came out from the dragon pool and stood in front of Wang Xian as they greeted him respectfully. Including the strange demons who did not enter the dragon pool, there were a total of about 50 of them. Including Ao Jian, 21 golden swordfish, 11 transcendence at level 4, and 10 transcendence at level 2. 31 strange demons and Ao demons were level 5 transcendence. They had evolved into dragon-pricking dragons and were comparable to level 8 transcendence. 2 were level 4 transcendence, 18 were level 3, and 10 were level 2 transcendence. Now, this was all of Wang Xian's strength. This was a huge improvement. Compared to not long ago, it was more than double. In Shanghai town, other than the mayor, Jin Qianyuan, even the president of the Demon Hunters Association is not afraid. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Prime Minister Gui. Wang Xian shouted at Prime Minister Gui. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui bowed. The improvement of the strength of the Dragon Palace is still too slow. Now there are 20 new members of the Dragon Palace who are at Supernatural Stage 2. Organize them to enter the Sea of the Supernatural Continent through the passage and start hunting. We must not let anyone discover the existence of the passage. Increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. I will immediately come up with a plan to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui appraised the plan. All right, try to avoid any losses. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across Ao Jian and Ao Yao. Let's return to the Transcendence Continent. Ao Jian and Ao Yao nodded their heads and followed closely behind Wang Xian to return to the Transcendence continent through the passageway. There are only a little more than 10 days left before the Demon Hunters Academy starts its semester. Get ready and enter Donghai City.
Wang Xian was deep in thought when he returned to the town of Shanghai.
Donghai City was a big city near the sea. It was 10 times the size of Shanghai town and was close to the endless sea.
Compared to Shanghai town, the surroundings of Donghai City were safer. However, there were many dangerous places at a certain distance from Donghai City to the sea. The development of a place was often related to the resources in the surroundings.
Ferocious beasts hunted humans, and humans hunted ferocious beasts as well. If there were more ferocious beasts in some places, it would be easy to hunt them. Naturally, people would be attracted to that place very quickly.
Danger and fortuitous encounters accompanied it. In a place that was too comfortable, there would not be any strong people.
Wang Xian was destined to leave Shanghai town and head to Donghai City to develop. Dragon King. When Wang Xian arrived at his residence, a group of draconids were waiting inside. Upon seeing him, they rushed over to welcome him. How is it? Wang Xian asked them directly. The group of draconids went to other towns to develop the business of the Dragon Assassin Organization. Dragon King, we went to Shaolin Town. That town is slightly bigger than Shanghai Town. Now that we have found the spy, we are only waiting for you to control them, Dragon King. Also, with the achievements of the Dragon Assassin Organization in Shanghai Town, it should be very easy to enter Shaolin Town. Long Yi reported to Wang Xian respectfully. Shaolin Town?
If that's the case, let AOU and the rest make a trip there.
Wang Xian thought for a moment and said directly, the assassin organization was very profitable. In Shanghai Town, they earned close to 10 million middle-grade spirit stones in just a few days.
Bridge Forest Town was bigger than Holy See Town, so the commission they earned would definitely not be less than that of Holy See Town.
More than 10 million middle-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 7,000 to 8,000 dragon crystals. It could allow at least 2 strange demons to advance to Transcendent Level 4. If they were to encounter a mission to assassinate a Transcendent Level 7, the reward would be even more terrifying.
It's the Dragon King.
The group of draconids, Ao Yao, and the rest nodded. Wang Xian took out the mission stone plate and looked for a location to hunt the ferocious beasts so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. The mission in the Holy See Town is obviously much more than the previous 2 days, especially the escort mission.
Wang Xian revealed a curious look on his face.
5-star silver mission. Escort the Hanlin caravan to Donghai City and accept the conditions of the mission. At least a 3-star silver mercenary group.
1-star gold mission. Escort Beiwa town in front of Tianlan caravan and accept the conditions of the mission. At least a 4-star silver star mercenary group.
When I entered the city earlier, I saw many merchants coming to Shanghai town. It must be due to the siege of the city by the monsters.
Wang Xian thought to himself.
After the siege of the city by the monsters, the carcasses of the ferocious beasts were left behind everywhere. These carcasses were a huge fortune.
The Holy See town could not consume so many corpses of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, there would be merchants who would come to purchase them or merchants from the Holy See town who would purchase them before going to another place to sell them.
Moreover, after the monsters attacked the city, there were almost no ferocious beasts in the lair of the monsters. At this time, entering the lair would allow me to easily obtain a large amount of spiritual herbs.
Wang Xian thought to himself as his gaze landed on a mission.
4-star gold mission. Escort the Starship merchant team to Bridge Forest Town. Due to the urgency of the time, they had to pass through the Bridge Forest Beast Park.
A mission for Bridge Forest Town? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. A 4-star gold mission. Furthermore, it's a mission for Bridge Forest Town. Why don't I accept this mission and make a trip to Bridge Forest Town as well?
Wang Xian knocked on the table beside him and stood up. Let's go to Bridgewood Town together, he said directly to the group of draconids and Ao Yao.
All right, Dragon King. Everyone nodded their heads.
Let's go to the hiring association first. The escort mission could not be accepted directly on the mission stone plate. One had to obtain the approval of the caravan before they could accept the mission. the reward of the mission could be negotiated again.
Wuxia and the rest walked out and headed straight to the location of the Mercenary Association.
As they had stayed in the Dragon Palace for a day, there were suddenly many more people at the entrance of the Mercenary Association.
There were even more merchants dressed in luxurious clothes than the warriors of the Mercenary Association.
The siege of the city by the monsters had made many mercenary groups rich. They were prepared to rest for a period of time. As a result, the number of mercenary groups that accepted the mission was only half of their usual number. Many merchant groups were prepared to hire powerful mercenary groups to head to another city.
There were many merchant groups gathered at the entrance. Some of the merchant groups even held up signs with the words Mercenary Mission written on them.
Wuxia walked straight inside. The merchant groups that could issue gold-grade missions would not be at the entrance. A 4-star gold-grade mission required one to face an extraordinary 6th-grade ferocious beast at the very least.
The reward for the mission alone was 6 million middle-grade spirit stones. There would not be more than 5 mercenary groups that could accept such a mission in Shanghai town. Wuxia entered the hall of the Demon Hunters Association and immediately saw a very eye-catching caravan. There were 5 middle-aged and young men dressed in luxurious clothes. There was a signboard in front of them with a mission written on it.
Many mercenary groups could only leave helplessly after taking a glance at it. The reward was very generous, but they were not qualified to accept this mission. Wuxia took a glance and walked straight over. There isn't a single mercenary group that meets our requirements. We have to set off today, or else the flame flowers will die. In Holy Sea Town, there are no more than 5 mercenary groups that can pass through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. This is going to be troublesome. Why don't we invite the mercenary groups at a high price? Damn it, the living flame flowers cannot be put into the interspatial ring. If we can't find the mercenary groups, the flame flowers will all die. You have to know that as long as we send the flame flowers back, the price will be much higher. In the Demon Hunter mercenary group, 2 middle-aged men were discussing with furrowed brows. They were the largest business group in Bridge Forest Town, the Bridge Forest Business Group. Their business group was definitely the most powerful force in Bridge Forest Town. This time, they received the news in advance that a monster siege had happened in Holy Sea Town. So they quickly came to Holy Sea Town. Sure enough, they were not disappointed this time. They obtained a large number of fierce beast corpses. However, what surprised them the most was that they obtained a batch of raging flame flowers.
Raging flame flowers were extraordinary 4th-grade spirit herbs.
Raging flame flowers were an important ingredient for medicinal pills. They were extremely rare in Bridge Forest Town, and were even in urgent need. If they could bring these raging flame flowers to Bridge Forest Town, these raging flame flowers would be able to obtain at least 15 million middle-grade spirit stones.
This was equivalent to 2 years of profit for the Chamber of Commerce. However, those damn mercenary groups didn't keep the flowers perfectly when they picked them up.
This caused the flame flowers to need to be used as soon as possible. Because of the flame flower special characteristics, they would die quickly if they were put into the interspatial ring. Therefore, they could only use the original transportation method. Moreover, they had to reach Bridge Forest Town as fast as possible. The shortest route between Holy Sea Town and Bridge Forest Town was through the Bridge Forest Beast Park. The Bridge Forest Beast Park was a huge forest that covered an area of 100 kilometers. Because the Bridge Forest Beast Park was connected to the Donghua mountain range, it was a paradise for fierce beasts. Without the power of a rank 5 or 6 transcendent, it was impossible to pass through the Beast Park. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to pass through, so they had to hire a mercenary group to escort them. However, the strength of Holy Sea Town was about the same as that of Bridge Forest Town, so it was very difficult to hire a mercenary group of this level. For the whole morning, no mercenary group came, or perhaps they were not strong enough. This made them very irritated, and their faces were extremely ugly. We'll raise the commission of the mercenary group. If no mercenary group agrees, we'll raise the price again. Young master, what do you think?
A middle-aged man frowned and asked the young man next to him,
how much profit can we get from this batch of raging flame flowers? Among the 5 people, the only young man frowned and asked, young master, the profit is about 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. which is the profit of our Chamber of Commerce for 2 years. The raging flame flowers are too precious.
A middle-aged man next to him replied. Increase the commission by 1 million.
The young man said with an unpleasant expression. Yes, young master.
The middle-aged man nodded and swept his gaze across the surroundings. Changing the commission will take a few hours. Let's spread the word in the Chamber of Commerce first. I don't believe that those mercenary groups won't be tempted by the huge sum of money.
The middle-aged man said. He cleared his throat and said, the gold 4-star mission of the Bridgewood Business Association will be increased by another 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. We welcome the experts of the Hiring Association to accept the mission. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to reach Bridgewood Town in 2 days.
Just as Wuxia was walking over, he suddenly heard the voice of a middle-aged man in front of him. He was slightly stunned before a smile appeared on his face. An immediate increase of 1 million middle-grade spirit stones was not a small amount.
An immediate increase of 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The Bridgewood Business Association is really rich. It's a 4-star gold-grade mission. We have to face an extraordinary 6th-grade ferocious beast. It's not something that we can accept.
The middle-aged man's voice caused all the members of the Hiring Association to look shocked as they discussed softly.
We'll take it. Wuxia walked over and said to the 5 people in front of him with a smile on his face. Ha! The 5 people were slightly stunned as they looked at Wuxia. When they saw his face, everyone was slightly stunned. Do you guys have the ability? The young man in the middle raised his eyebrows slightly as he sized up Wuxia.
Finally, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man's chest. There was a different expression on his face. Gold 2-star mercenary group?
Call your leader over. The young man said to Wuxia. You're the leader? Are you kidding me? You guys don't have the ability to accept our mission. A middle-aged man shook his head in amusement. A gold mercenary group was very powerful in Shanghai town. However, with a young man as the leader, they didn't believe that the other party had the ability to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park. If we don't have the qualifications, no other mercenary group in Shanghai town would have the qualifications.
Wuxia smiled faintly and revealed a strong confidence on his face.
Then call the leader of your mercenary group over to talk to us. You don't have the qualifications yet. The young man looked at Wuxia and said directly with a frown.
Hey, the leader of the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group is Leader Wang. Just as Leader Wang said, if Leader Wang and the rest aren't qualified to take on your mission, the entire Shanghai town would be disqualified.
That's right. If Captain Wang is not qualified, you can go back on your own. Ha. Around them, some members of the mercenary group saw this scene and laughed out loud. The young man and the rest were slightly stunned. They looked at Wuxia with a surprised expression and frowned. Celestial Phoenix mercenary group, Wuxia.
Wuxia extended his hand and said to the 5 of them.
Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? The 5 of them had a change in expression. Even though they had only been in Holy Sea Town for a day, they had heard of the name of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group.
Destroy the Illusionary Sea mercenary group and the Knife Scar mercenary group. The current king of the mercenary group in Holy Sea Town was a mercenary group created by a genius, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Hello, Captain Wang. With the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group escorting us, we can rest assured. With the remuneration of 6 million middle-grade spirit stones and 1 million middle-grade spirit stones from the mercenary group, we will set off immediately if Captain Wang agrees.
A middle-aged man said hurriedly as he sized up Wuxia in astonishment. All right, we have accepted the mission. You guys can just confirm it.
Wuxia nodded. All right, Captain Wang. We are in a hurry. After the mission is completed, we will give you all the commission. The middle-aged man said to Wuxia.
All right, let's go. Wuxia nodded and said directly to them. All right. I wonder if Leader Wang has anything else to prepare? The middle-aged man continued to ask. It's ready. Let's go. Wuxia said with a smile. Commander Wang, we have a total of 25 people and 5 carriages. Due to the urgency of time, we need to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park.
The Bridge Forest Beast Park is a very dangerous area. If we cross it directly, there is a high chance of encountering a supernatural tier 6 ferocious beast. If we are unlucky, we might even encounter a supernatural tier 7 ferocious beast.
A middle-aged man from the Bridge Forest Business Association said to Wang Xian after coming out of the Employment Association.
Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Don't worry. Leave the safety issue to us. I guarantee that we will send all of you to Bridge Forest Town safely,
he said with confidence. With the current strength of Wang Xian and the rest, they could deal with even a level 8 supernatural beast, let alone a level 6 supernatural beast. That's good.
The middle-aged man nodded and the group came to a restaurant.
In front of the restaurant, 5 carriages had been prepared. The group was already getting ready in the carriages. Brother Feng, have you hired the mercenary group?
A woman in the middle got down from an extremely luxurious carriage and said to the middle-aged man, We found them. Let's set off immediately.
The young man nodded and said, You found them?
That's great,
the lady said with a smile on her face. She looked at Wang Xian and the rest and saw a slight difference in Wang Xian. It can't be them, right? Yes, they are very famous in Shanghai town. They are known as the #1 mercenary group. There shouldn't be a problem.
The young man nodded. There should be no problem? We are passing through the Bridge Forest Beast Park.
The girl slightly pouted.
The reputation is well deserved. There should be no problem with this mercenary group. The young man also said with uncertainty. He did not dare to imagine that such a young man was actually the leader of the strongest mercenary group in Holy See Town. Young master, we are about to set off. We have to hurry.
At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard.
All right, let's go.
The young man nodded and boarded the girl's carriage. Leader Wang, thank you for your trouble.
A middle-aged man said to Wang Xian.
Don't worry. Let's set off.
Wang Xian nodded and said to him. All right.
The carriage set off from the west gate and headed outside.
Wang Xian, Ao Jian, and the rest sat at the front and back as well as on the central carriage. They looked relaxed. Captain Wang, we have already left the city. Do we need your members to stand guard in front of us? After leaving Shanghai town, they entered the wild. There was no safe zone in the wild.
Even if it was a road that was frequently taken by people, if they were unlucky, they might encounter ferocious beasts that were at level 8 or 9 of the extraordinary. Therefore, once they were out of the city, the mercenary group had to be on alert.
After they were out of Shanghai town, a middle-aged man from the Qiuling Chamber of Commerce frowned and asked Wang Xian.
Everyone, please rest assured. We will guarantee that everyone will enter Qiuling town safely and escort them. We have our own arrangements. Wang Xian said confidently. Ao Yao and the rest were already on alert in the surroundings. They would be able to react in time if they were to encounter any danger. Furthermore, if there were ferocious beasts in the surroundings, Ao Yao and the rest would be able to handle them easily. They would only be in danger if they were to encounter those extraordinary level 9 ferocious beasts.
As long as Commander Wang understands. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard Wang Xian's words. His expression didn't look too good.
However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he had to rely on the other party's protection. He exchanged glances with the other 4 middle-aged men. Their expressions didn't look too good. Wang Xian's feeling made them feel that they weren't reliable. The horse carriage drove at a fast speed.
The horse was a stallion with a burly body that was at least 3 meters tall. The strength of the stallion had reached the level of immortals and gods on earth. It could run for 2 days and 2 nights.
The horse carriage traveled at a fast speed and did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way.
It should be said that AOU and the rest had cleared out all the ferocious beasts in front of them. Our luck is really good. We actually didn't encounter any ferocious beasts along the way.
After traveling for 5 hours, the 4 middle-aged men looked at each other and said in astonishment, The Bridge Forest Beast Park is ahead. Let's stop and have some food before charging through the Bridge Forest Beast Park in one go. When they arrived at the front of a forest, a middle-aged man said to Wang Xian and the rest. Sure. Wang Xian said nonchalantly. The 5 carriages stopped and everyone took out their food.
With the interspatial ring, food was very easy to carry for the powerhouses of the supernatural continent.
The Bridge Forest Beast Park is right in front of us. There are many dangers in there. We have to be more vigilant.
The young man got down from the carriage and said to the young man beside him. With Brother Feng around, I'm not afraid of anything. The girl said to the young man with a bright smile. Don't worry, I'm here. The young man nodded proudly and looked at Wang Xian and the rest. The Bridge Forest Beast Park? Wang Xian looked at the location in front of him. Every tree was a few hundred meters tall and their branches and leaves were very lush. It was afternoon and there were only a few rays of light inside. Commander Wang, it's not a wise choice to stay in the Qilin Beast Park. We need to break out of here in one go. Tomorrow night, we can pass through the entire Qilin Beast Park. During this period, I hope Commander Wang and the rest of you can cheer up. A middle-aged man walked to Wang Xian's side and said solemnly, "You can rest in the carriage. Leave the rest to us." Wang Xian said indifferently, "All right, we'll leave it to Captain Wang then." The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Wang Xian. He wanted to say something but didn't say it out loud. Let's go. After more than 10 minutes, the group set off again and entered the Bridge Forest Beast Park, which was like an abyss. There was a type of blackweed growing at the bottom of the Bridge Forest Beast Park. It looked a little strange. The depth of the weed was even 1 meter deep. It was also because of this that the mercenary group that lacked strength would definitely not dare to step into the Bridge Forest Beast Park. Commander Wang, don't you want to let your men guard the surroundings? This is not a flat land. After entering the Bridge Forest Beast Park, a few middle-aged men saw that Wang Xian and the rest were still standing on the horse carriage. They asked with an ugly expression. Their eyes were cold. If they were to say that they didn't enter the Bridge Forest Beast Park and were so careless, they wouldn't be able to say anything. However, if they were still so careless after entering the Bridge Forest Beast Park, they would be courting death. Once upon a time, a gold mercenary group was wiped out in the Bridge Forest Beast Park. That gold mercenary group had the strength of 3 level 6 transcendence, but they were still wiped out. Now, they actually dared to be so careless. They were simply courting death. This was hard for them to endure. No matter how awesome you were in Holy Sea Town, you can't be so careless, right? How could such a careless mercenary group survive till now? You're courting death, we don't want to die. In the dark and gloomy Qilin Beast Park, 4 middle-aged men stared at Wang Xian with a slightly embarrassed expression. After entering the Qilin Beast Park, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group still didn't put up any alert around them. They couldn't sit still anymore. This concerned their lives. Wang Xian saw their expressions and frowned slightly. He stood up from the carriage and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We have our own alert method. There won't be any problems." Surveillance method? What kind of surveillance method can you guys have while sitting on the horses? A few middle-aged men glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with a displeased expression. All of them were sitting on the carriage. What kind of surveillance method could there be? What's wrong? At this moment, the young man from the central carriage came out from the carriage and looked at the 4 middle-aged men with a puzzled expression. "Young master, we entered the Beast Park of the Bridge Forest and hoped that they would hire a team to send people to guard the surroundings. However, they said that they have a way to do so. We are a little worried," the 4 middle-aged men said hurriedly. "Commander Wang, we are going to cross the Beast Park of the Bridge Forest. We are not joking. If we are not on guard, what if a ferocious beast suddenly appears in front of us? What if it eats us and destroys our spiritual herbs?" The young man's face turned ugly instantly. He spoke directly to Wang Xian with great dissatisfaction. "Since we, the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group, have accepted your mission, we can guarantee that we will complete it. We have already set up a perimeter around the area. Everyone, just leave in peace." Wang Xian assured them once again. With Ao Yao and the rest around, their safety was definitely beyond their imagination. However, he couldn't let Ao Yao and the rest be exposed. "Don't worry. How can we be at ease? This is the Bridge Forest Beast Park, and it concerns the lives of all of us. How can we be at ease? As a golden mercenary group, don't you know how to carry out missions in the wild?" The young man scanned his surroundings with an unpleasant expression. "Hey, our lives are precious. Your mercenary group better be more serious. Otherwise, we will file a complaint against you when we arrive." A girl's head popped out from the carriage and said to Wang Xian angrily. Wang Xian frowned and gestured to Ao Jian and the rest. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Yes. The 4 golden swordfish immediately got down from the carriage and spread out. "Let's go," Wang Xian said to the 4 middle-aged men expressionlessly. "What attitude?
The young man was a little dissatisfied with Wang Xian's attitude as he said coldly, "Let's go." The four middle-aged men looked at each other and nodded. They didn't want to get into a conflict with the mercenary group. If they really got into a conflict, it wouldn't be beneficial to them.
The carriage continued to move forward. Soon, night arrived. The entire area turned dark and was filled with moisture.
However, the darkness did not affect the extraordinaires much. They continued to move forward. Roar! 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 All of a sudden, roars came from the front. The expressions of the four middle-aged men changed drastically. Oh no! It's the roar of a powerful, ferocious beast. Stop it now! Wang Xian swept his gaze over. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Proceed forward. There won't be any problems. Captain Wang, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll have to trouble you to send your men to investigate. A few middle-aged men said to Wang Xian with an unpleasant expression. All right.
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He sat on the carriage and did not move.
When the middle-aged men saw that Wang Xian was unmoved, they looked at each other with a hint of coldness in their eyes. However, the roars of the ferocious beasts soon disappeared. After a few minutes of stagnation, the carriage continued to move forward.
On the way, there were no obstructions and no ferocious beasts came to disturb them.
This made the four middle-aged men let out a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves that they were really lucky.
Following that, they glanced at Wang Xian and the rest with displeasure.
We are about to cross the Bridge Forest Beast Park. We are very lucky.
A middle-aged man said loudly with a smile on his face.
In less than 10 minutes, they drove out of the huge forest. Outside was a stretch of yellow soil.
They were basically safe after arriving here.
The carriage rested for more than 10 minutes before continuing forward. For hours later, a city wall appeared in everyone's sight. Bridge Forest Town was similar to Holy See Town, and both were important towns. We're here. We're finally here. Haha.
Let's go. I'll treat you all to a good meal tonight.
Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. The young man also came out of the carriage and stood on it, laughing loudly. Young master, the president is waiting for us at the East Gate. Our harvest this time is huge. A middle-aged man said excitedly.
Haha.
That's right.
The young man was also full of pride. This time his father would definitely reward him well.
Let's go into the city. It was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. Some mercenary groups were returning from the outside. When they saw the horse carriage of the Wang Xian Bridge Forest Chamber of Commerce, they immediately made way.
Wang Xian was also full of smiles. Although the journey was a little unpleasant, they arrived successfully.
With 7 million middle-grade spirit stones in hand, this escort was totally worth it. Moreover, Ao Yao and the rest had also killed an extraordinary 7th-grade ferocious beast midway. Haha! Feng Er, not bad at all. You've done well. At this moment, a carefree voice was heard. A burly middle-aged man dressed in a white long robe walked up with a smile on his face. Behind him were more than 10 middle-aged elders. Father, our luck isn't bad this time. The youth walked down from the carriage with a face full of smiles and said with a smile.
Haha, luck is also a part of strength. The middle-aged man said with a loud laugh. Young Master Feng, let's move the raging flame flower to prevent them from dying.
An elder said with a smile and waved at the people behind him.
Okay, take a look and see if there are any dead. The young man said with a smile.
Okay, young Master Feng. The old man walked to the carriage and opened one box after another. Ha!
However, soon the old man's face darkened. Old Hong, what's going on? The middle-aged man saw that the old man's face was not good, so he frowned and asked, is there a problem with the flame flower?
Pa! The old man slowly nodded and opened another box. More than half of them died.
What?
More than half of them died. When the young man heard the old man's words, his face immediately turned ugly, and he hurriedly ran over. How did so many of them die? The young man saw that many of the flame flowers that had been preserved in the box no longer had any flames on them, which meant that they were dead. The flame flowers were worth around 15 million middle-grade spirit stones, and the remaining 60 million middle-grade spirit stones were already considered good enough. Moreover, the commission for this mission was 7 million middle-grade spirit stones.
This caused the young man's expression to change drastically.
The flame flowers themselves are very difficult to preserve. It's inevitable that more than half of them will die. Call all the spies of the dragon spike in Xiaoling town over. Get them ready tonight. Wang Xian walked towards the location of the Demon Hunters Association in Xiaoling town and said to Long Yi, who was following him with a cold gaze, "It's the Dragon King." Long Yi nodded his head respectfully.
Xiaoling Business Association?
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. This was the first time the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group had accepted an escort mission. However, they didn't expect to be rejected by someone. Furthermore, they were so arrogant. Their territory?
Wang Xian's face turned cold and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Long Ci was just about to enter Bridgeforest town. He would use the Bridgeforest Business Association to make his move and shake the entire town. He descended into Bridgeforest town in an invincible manner.
A cold smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He went to the hiring association and accepted the reward for this mission.
6 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it was not a small sum, he was still slightly displeased. This was not a problem of spirit stones, but a problem of their attitude.
After receiving the reward, Wang Xian found a restaurant and sat down. He ordered a table full of dishes. I heard that there was a monster siege in Shanghai town. Many mercenary groups have made a fortune this time.
Danger and opportunity coexist. The scale of the monster siege this time is not very large. Shanghai town managed to defend it easily. The main reason is that the mayor of Shanghai town is relatively strong. He is a top-notch expert at Transcendent Level 9. I heard from a friend that Shanghai town is quite chaotic recently.
It seems to be because of an assassin organization. That assassin organization is very powerful.
Damn it. If only I had the money, I would hire an assassin to destroy the Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce. Their Chamber of Commerce monopolizes the food supply in Bridgewood town. As a result, many people can't even eat.
The Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce is too bloodthirsty. Moreover, the mayor doesn't care about it. Damn it.
While Wang Xian was eating, a few voices of discussion came from the side. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and ate some food before walking out.
In the center of Qiaolin town, there were 4 big pill and weapon workshops: the Life and Death Pill Workshop, the Holy Item Forging Workshop, the Phoenix Immortal, and the Qiaolin Pill and Weapon Workshop.
However, the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapon Workshop was completely empty. No martial artists entered. Obviously, they had suffered a huge blow. Dragon King. The people have been called over. Not long after, Long Yi walked over and whispered to him. Wang Xian nodded and found a secret place to develop the 10 of them into dragon men one by one. They would receive a fixed monthly bonus that was sufficient to survive.
It was late at night. Wang Xian was staying in a restaurant at the center of Qiaolin town.
When he opened the window, he could see a huge mansion in the distance. That was the mansion of the Lin family of the Qiaolin Business Association. In Qiaolin town, the Lin family's influence was unparalleled. At night, the Lin family was brightly lit. One could vaguely see that there were guards patrolling inside.
In the center, there was an array formation in Wang Xian's line of sight. It was an extraordinary level 7 array formation. A family that could come up with such an array formation was definitely not simple.
According to Wang Xian's understanding at night, the strength of the Bridgewood Business Association was somewhat beyond his expectations.
As the greatest strength of Bridgewood town, the Lin family had 1 level 8 extraordinaire and 2 level 7 extraordinaires, 6 level 6 extraordinaires, and more than a dozen level 5 extraordinaires.
This strength completely crushed all the families in Shanghai town. This was also the reason why the Bridgeforest Business Association didn't put Wang Xian and the rest of the Golden Mercenary Group in their eyes at all tonight. You will pay a heavy price. Wang Xian opened the window and looked at the Lin family's mansion with a twinkle in his eyes. Ao Yao led all the strange demons and rushed over. I wonder if I can kill all the powerhouses of the Bridgeforest Business Association. Wang Xian mumbled as he stood there and waited quietly. Roar! There's an assassin.
There weren't many people on the streets of Shaolin town in the early morning. Even in the center of the town, there weren't many people left. However, at this moment, a loud roar came from the Lin family's residence. What's going on? What happened? It's old Master Lin's voice. Quick, quick, there's an assassin. Not good, President Lin has been killed. Oh my god! There's an assassin. There's an assassin. Following that, a chaotic sound came from the Lin family mansion. The light instantly lit up the entire Lin family mansion. In the middle of the night, that loud roar spread across half of Shaolin town, causing everyone who was sleeping to be slightly startled. Following that, the surrounding rooms lit up one by one, and they all looked towards the Lin family mansion with faces full of shock. What happened? It seems to be the sound coming from the Lin family mansion. There's an assassin? Could it be that there's an assassin assassinating the Lin family members? Impossible, right? Could it be an assassin from the undercurrent? But who has so much money to hire an assassin to assassinate the Lin family's experts? In Shaolin town, who would dare to assassinate a member of the Lin family? The windows in the restaurant had already been opened one by one. Some of the customers were talking in astonishment. Wang Xian frowned. It didn't work? That's not good. His eyes flickered as he saw Aou and the rest flying towards him with his dark fire dragon eyes. Dragon King. A group of 21 strange demons arrived and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. What happened? Did you fail? Wang Xian frowned and asked. Dragon King. I was discovered when I was trying to assassinate that level 8 supernatural realm expert. The strange demon said with an unpleasant expression. Fortunately, I managed to assassinate him at the very last moment. 13 level 5 supernatural realm experts were assassinated. 5 level 6 supernatural realm experts were assassinated. And 2 level 7 supernatural realm experts were not assassinated. Aou continued to speak to Wang Xian. There are still 2 level 7 transcendents and 1 level 6 transcendents. It doesn't matter. Have you guys been discovered? Wang Xian was more satisfied with this assassination and asked. No, we left immediately because we were afraid of being discovered by others. The remaining 2 level 7 transcendents, do you want to? Yao shook her head and said, No, we don't have to do anything today. We will do it tomorrow. Let them enjoy the fear. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He was very satisfied with the assassination this time. 70% of the experts in the Bridgewood Business Association had been killed, especially the death of a level 8 extraordinaire. It was enough to shake the strongest family in Bridgewood town. The remaining 2 extraordinary level 7 experts could be killed at any time. Send out the contact information of our Dragon Spike mercenary group. We will liven up the entire Bridgewood town tomorrow. Wang Xian said with a smile. It's the Dragon King. Aou and the rest nodded and disappeared quickly. Wang Xian took the interspatial ring that Aou gave him and looked at them one by one. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seems that I have made the right decision to come here. The items in the interspatial ring alone are worth more than 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. It was a great harvest. Wang Xian did not expect the Bridge Forest Business Association to be so wealthy. These spirit stones and resources were merely the interspatial rings of the Transcendent Level 8 and the other experts from the Bridge Forest Business Association. For a family like theirs, they would definitely have a treasure vault that was specially used to store treasures. The items in the treasure vault should not be less than those in the interspatial rings. For a family to be able to accumulate so much wealth, the power of the Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce was not simple. Even if it was placed in the city, it was still a pretty good family. What is this thing? The Dragon Assassin Organization? This assassin organization seems to be somewhat familiar. I remember this piece of paper. This is the Dragon Assassin Organization of Holy Sea Town. I heard that the Dragon Assassin Organization announced not long ago that they would enter Bridgewood Town. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I didn't expect that the Dragon Assassin Organization would really come. The roar from the Lin family mansion. Could it be an assassination by the Dragon Assassin Organization? A wild roar in the middle of the night made everyone look shocked. Not long after, they suddenly found a red piece of paper in their home. On the paper was the contact information of the Dragon Assassin Organization.
This made everyone look shocked.
Many people didn't know about the Dragon Assassin organization, but some people who were well-informed knew about it. The Dragon Assassin organization originated from St. C Town. Their appearance intimidated all the powerhouses in St. C Town.
Even a transcendent level 6 powerhouse couldn't escape the Dragon Assassin's assassination.
A few days ago, the Dragon Assassin organization sent a message to all the customers that they would enter Bridge Forest Town. If the assassination at the Lin family mansion is really the Dragon Assassin organization, then it's too terrifying.
In the center of the town, in a luxurious living room, a middle-aged man said with a face full of surprise,
"What's so terrifying?"
"If the assassins in the Lin family mansion are really from the Dragon Assassin organization, then they are only SOSO. Can't you see that they have already been discovered by the Lin family?"
The old master of the Lin family has the strength of a transcendent level 8. He is not an ordinary assassin organization that can assassinate him.
"That's right. I think this dragon spike can only assassinate a rank 6 transcendent at most. It is only SOSO after entering the Lin family." The other two middle-aged men in the hall shook their heads and said, "That's true. The strength of the Lin family is too strong. It is not something that a small assassin organization can assassinate. Even if it is an undercurrent, only the top-notch assassins can assassinate the Lin family." The middle-aged man who had just exclaimed slowly nodded his head.
Some of the powerful families and mercenary groups in Linhai Town had all received the red piece of paper with the dragon spike. After seeing it, they began to discuss among themselves. The next morning, Shaolin Town was obviously much livelier than usual.
The sky had just brightened when the center of the town became lively. Look at the gate of the Lin family mansion. That huge red piece of paper.
Hiss, it's the dragon spike. The Dragon Assassin organization of Holy Sea Town has set their target on the Lin family.
Could it be that the Dragon Assassin organization really went to the Lin family to carry out an assassination last night? I have to say, this dragon spike is really awesome. It immediately assassinated a powerhouse of the Lin family. But it seems like he didn't succeed. He was discovered. In the early morning, many people came to the Lin family to understand the situation. When they saw the congratulatory death note on the door, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. The crowd started to discuss.
Wuxia also got up early. He found someone to ask about a shop and followed him to a small shop in a remote area. "Young man, do you want to buy funerary items?"
The person who was doing business was an old lady. She was very thin and frail. When she saw Wuxia coming in, she asked with a smile on her face,
"Yes, the enemy is dead. Send some funerary items to celebrate." "Oh right, old lady, bring more funerary items that you want to make. Also, can you write some words on it?"
Wuxia said to the old lady with a smile on his face. The old lady was slightly taken aback. She nodded and said, "Yes, I can write anything. There are some good ones in the shop. You can choose from them. This this, I want all of them. If you want to write some words, it means congratulations to old Master Lin of the Lin family for going to hell. The president of the Shaolin Commercial Association is going to hell," Wuxia said with a smile.
"Shaolin,
the president of the Shaolin Business Association is dead." The old lady was slightly shocked. Her arms were trembling as she asked, "Yes, he's dead. He was assassinated." Wuxia looked at the old lady and nodded his head. "He died well. He died well. I knew it. Selling the grain at such a high price will bring about retribution. He died well. He really died well,"
the old lady said excitedly. She took out the black ink and said with a red face. Wuxia was slightly stunned. He looked at the shabby house. There was a small bed, a shabby table, and a piece of leftover hard steamed bun on the table.
"Looks like the Lin family deserves to die," Wuxia said plainly.
Damn it. They monopolize the food in Shaolin Town. It's twice as expensive as the food sold in other towns. I'll give you the blood-steamed bun that they sell. Young man, I'll give you the burial items. There's no need for money, the old lady said with a smile. Wuxia looked at the frail old lady. Her handwriting was very beautiful.
He placed them into his interspatial ring one by one. "Go, young man. Give it to them. Hee hee." The old lady waved her hand at Wuxia with a smile. Wang Xian nodded his head and moved his palm slightly.
The heavens have really opened their eyes. Good death, good death. The old lady said with tears in her eyes. She turned her head around happily. Suddenly, she was stunned and looked at the spiritual stones on the table in astonishment.
A pile of spiritual stones. Although they were only low-grade spiritual stones, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Such a good person. Such a good person.
The old lady hurriedly walked out of the room and realized that Wang Xian had already disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones are enough to survive for the rest of my life. Wang Xian smiled and slowly walked towards the Lin family's residence.
When he arrived, he realized that there were many people gathered on the streets. Everyone was paying attention to the Lin family's matters. The roar last night shocked many people. Coupled with the incident with the Dragon Assassin organization, everyone was filled with doubts.
Scram, scram, scram. Don't block the entrance of the Lin family's residence. Are you courting death? At this moment, a few guards from the Lin family's mansion opened the door. When they saw the crowd around them, they shouted sternly with pale faces.
The people around them quickly left. After all, this was the Lin family's mansion. The Lin family was not someone they could afford to offend. Who put the red paper on our door?
Damn it.
When the few guards saw the red paper on the door, their faces turned gloomy as they roared.
That's the dragon spike. Congratulations on your death. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang out. He walked over with a smile on his face. Following that, under the shocked gazes of everyone around him, he placed the funerary items in his interspatial ring on the wall of the Lin family.
Wreaths, wreaths. On the funerary items and wreaths, there were even messages written on them. Congratulates Lin Jialin Old to go to hell. Congratulates Bridgewood Chamber of Commerce President to go to hell. This? Everyone was stunned. Funeral goods. Wreaths. They were placed right next to the main gate of the Lin family mansion, and there were even names written on them. It was the same as the funeral goods that were usually given to family and friends when someone died. However, this was not what was shocking. What was shocking was the names on the wreaths.
Elder Lin of the Lin family naturally referred to the strongest person in the Lin family, a terrifying existence at transcendent level rank 8. The president of the Bridge Forest Business Association was naturally the current head of the Lin family, an expert at level 6 of the supernatural realm. Could it be that all the pillars of the Lin family had died? This made everyone feel a little incredulous.
How was this possible?
However, when they recalled the furious roar last night, everyone revealed a hint of surprise and doubt on their faces. Could it be that Elder Lin of the Lin family was really dead? Was the president of the Bridge Forest Business Association really dead?
Everyone turned to look at the few guards of the Lin family.
When the few guards saw the wreaths placed by Wang Xian, their expressions changed drastically. Especially when they saw the words on the wreaths, their expressions turned gloomy instantly.
Kid, are you fucking courting death?
A middle-aged guard roared and walked towards Wang Xian with a face full of anger. His body was exuding a terrifying, murderous aura. What's wrong?
Could it be that I gave you the wrong gift?
Could it be that the pillar of the Lin family, the president of the Bridge Forest Business Association, is still alive?
Wang Xian turned his head with a smile and stared at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him with a mocking expression.
How? How did you know?
When the middle-aged man heard Wang Xian's words, his expression changed drastically. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. What's going on? What the hell are all of you gathered here for?
Get lost. At this moment, an angry roar came from the entrance again. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked towards the entrance of the Lin family mansion. It's Lin Feng, the son of the president of the Bridge Forest Business Association and the future successor of the Bridge Forest Business Association.
Look at Lin Feng's red eyes. That young man might be real. Hiss. How did that young man know that the pillar of the Lin family and the president of the Bridge Forest Business Association had died? Everyone around subconsciously took a few steps back and whispered when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng's blood-red eyes swept across the surroundings. When he saw the funeral wreath beside him, he was instantly enraged.
Who did this?
A roar came from his mouth. I gave it to you. How is it? Aren't you very loyal? When Wang Xian saw Lin Feng's expression, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he walked towards him slowly.
Everyone looked at Wang Xian in shock as he walked over. He actually dared to directly provoke the future heir of the Lin family. It's you. When Lin Feng saw Wang Xian, his eyes revealed endless coldness. It's me. Wang Xian walked up to the young man and said with a smile, You hired the assassin of the dragon spike. Lin Feng suddenly glared at him and roared. His face was extremely ferocious, as though he was a devil that was devouring people. Haha, ever since the Celestial Phoenix Mercenary Group was established, we have destroyed the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group and the Saber Scar Mercenary Group. No one has dared to take our commission. You guys are the first. In that case, you will have to bear our revenge. Wang Xian laughed out loud and stared at Lin Feng with a smile. Today is just the beginning. It's really you. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and was about to attack Wang Xian. However, the guards at the side quickly stopped him. A look of shock flashed across their eyes. This is the price you have to pay for taking 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian smiled and turned around to leave. I'm going to kill you. If my Lin family doesn't kill you, I swear I won't be a human. Lin Feng roared furiously. Wang Xian smiled faintly and walked into the restaurant slowly. Everyone around was shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. It's really the dragon sting. Oh my God, the strongest person in the Lin family, the president of the Bridge Forest Business Association, has been assassinated. Oh my God. Who is that young man? How dare he fight the Lin family directly? And what he said, there's an inexplicable domineering air about him. The badge on his chest is the president of the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. He's the leader of a 2-star gold mercenary group. I don't know about the Mirage Sea Mercenary Group, but I do know about the Saber Scar Mercenary Group. The Saber Scar Mercenary Group is the most powerful mercenary group in Holy Sea Town. The leader of the Saber Scar Group is a transcendent 7th rank. I didn't expect that they would destroy the Saber Scar Mercenary Group. Oh my God. This time, the Lin family has met a tough nut to crack. The Lin family must have taken advantage of their own power to take the commission of 1 million middle-grade spirit stones from the other party. In the end, the other party directly hired a dragon assassin to take revenge. Fuck. This is too awesome. Hiring an assassin to assassinate an expert of the 8th rank of the extraordinary realm. This must cost at least hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones. Right? I think the most terrifying thing is still the Dragon Assassin organization. Fuck, even an expert of the 8th rank of the extraordinary realm can be assassinated directly. They are really powerful. The Dragon Assassin organization has made everyone in Holy Sea Town jittery. A few days ago, they announced that they had entered our Bridge Forest town. They did not cause such a terrifying commotion the moment they arrived. A level 8 transcendent. There are a total of 3 level 8 transcendent experts in our Bridge Forest town. There is nothing that the Dragon Assassin organization can't assassinate. This Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group is not that simple. To be able to spend such a huge price to hire the Dragon Assassin organization and destroy the Sword Scar Mercenary Group, their strength is also terrifying. If it wasn't for the Dragon Spike, the Lin family would probably have encountered the greatest crisis in history. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes in disgust. This time, it was really a big matter. 2 dragons that crossed the river descended directly from Holy Sea Town to Bridgewood Town. One of the most powerful mercenary groups in Holy Sea Town, the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group. One of the most terrifying assassin groups in Holy Sea Town, the Dragon Spike Assassin Group. 2 dragons crossing the river, not one to be trifled with. Because the Bridgewood Business Association took the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group for 1 million middle grade, the other party directly hired the Dragon Spike to assassinate the strongest person in the Lin family. The young leader of the Immortal Phoenix Mercenary Group directly sent him to the garden to congratulate him. One was more ruthless than the other, and the other was more ferocious than the other. A fierce dragon crossing the river. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and his body began to tremble violently when he heard the discussions around him. His fingernails entered his flesh, and streams of blood flowed out. Even his gums were bitten until they were bleeding. He had never thought that this would happen just because he didn't give them 1 million middle-grade spirit stones yesterday. His father, his great-grandfather, and the other experts of the Lin family weren't the only ones who died. 70% of the experts had been killed. Now, only 2 transcendent level rank 7 experts remained. But seeing the other party's intentions, he did not intend to let go. In fact, he might even be assassinated. At the thought of this, their faces revealed terrified expressions. Why did they provoke such a demon? No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng shook his head with a face full of fear and walked towards the Lin family mansion in a daze. He wanted to report this matter to the 2 remaining experts in the family. If this matter was not resolved, then the Lin family would not have the strength to resist the following assassination. In fact, all of them might even die. Time slowly passed. In the morning, the news of the assassination of the Lin family's old master, the strongest expert of the Lin family, spread throughout the entire Bridge Forest town. When everyone received the news, their eyes widened and their faces revealed shock. However, not long after, an even more shocking news spread. The Lin family's old master was not the only one who died. The president of the Bridge Forest Business Association was also killed. 5 transcendents at level 6 were assassinated and 13 transcendents at level 5 were also killed by Dragon Spike. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Fuck, so many experts had died. More than half of the Lin family's forces had been killed. Now, only 2 level 7 transcendents were guarding the Lin family. So many experts had died in the Lin family, causing everyone to be shocked by the terror of the Dragon Spike assassin organization. This made many people recall the contact information they had obtained last night. When they had obtained the contact information of the Dragon Assassin organization, they had not taken it to heart. Now, it seemed that the Dragon Assassin organization was simply a great killing tool. In Bridge Forest Town, there was no character that they could not assassinate. Even the mayor could be assassinated. This made many people moved. It was not that there was no assassin organization in Bridge Forest Town. The Undercurrent Assassin organization covered the entire Star Moon Kingdom. However, the assassins of the Undercurrent might not necessarily accept missions to assassinate level 8 transcendents. The Undercurrent did not have so many top-notch experts to accept such missions. The failure rate of assassinating a level 8 transcendent was already very high. If they failed, the assassin organization would at most return half of the commission. However, if they failed too many times, then no one would hire assassins from the Undercurrent in the future. The reputation of the Undercurrent would also suffer a huge blow. At that time, no one would hire assassins from the Undercurrent and the Undercurrent would gradually decline. Therefore, the Undercurrent Assassin organization was also very cautious when choosing missions. Big families like the Lin family of Chilean Town had a protective array. They did not dare to accept such missions because they were afraid that the mission would fail and destroy their reputation. However, the Dragon Spike dared to accept it and even succeeded in assassinating them. This made many people's hearts move. If they hired the Dragon Spike to kill their enemies. The Lin family has always been tyrannical. Now that the old master of the Lin family has been killed, the Lin family only has 2 transcendent 7th rank experts. We might as well hire the Dragon Spike to kill them. Fuck. Let's assassinate one first. Chilean Town, the Lin family has many enemies. There are definitely many people who won't let go of this opportunity. Besides us, there are at least 1 or 2 other families who won't be able to resist taking action. Haha, the Lin family is finished this time. I didn't expect that Immortal Phoenix mercenary group from Holy Sea Town to be such a ruthless person. They spent at least hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones. TSK. They're really rich. In a luxurious courtyard, 5 or 6 people were sitting in a room and chatting in a low voice. Their eyes revealed an excited look. It wasn't just here. In Shaolin Town, in many places, some mercenary groups and some families were preparing to make a move against the Lin family. The Lin family was in Shaolin Town. They relied on their relationship with the mayor to act tyrannically and provoked many enemies. However, having such an opportunity made many people extremely excited. They quickly contacted the Dragon Assassin organization to assassinate the members of the Lin family. Dragon King. After eating some food in the restaurant, Wang Xian returned to his room. Long Yi immediately walked over.
You have a mission? Wang Xian asked with a smile.
Dragon King, things have really gone beyond our expectations. Long Yi handed the mission to Wang Xian and said in surprise. Oh? What's wrong? Wang Xian took over the mission list one by one and revealed a look of surprise. There are actually 10 missions to assassinate the Lin family. Even a young master of the Lin family who is at level 1 extraordinary is willing to pay 5 times the commission to assassinate him. TSK. Wang Xian looked at the mission list in shock. That's right. 2 level 7 extraordinaire experts of the Lin family are also on the mission list. The people of Shaolin Town are really crazy. Long Yi said in shock.
In Shanghai Town, no one issued any missions to assassinate a level 7 extraordinaire. In the end, there were 2 missions to assassinate a level 7 extraordinaire in Shaolin Town. It was a little crazy. One had to know that the reward for assassinating a level 7 supernatural being was extremely terrifying.
It's not that they are crazy. It's just that the Lin family has provoked too many people. Many people wish for them to die.
Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Thinking of the old lady who sold funerary goods, he sighed slightly. His eyes sparkled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Long Yi, activate rewards for good and punishment for evil. In the future, the Dragon Assassin organization will activate the crowdfunding mode to assassinate the most vicious and evil people. After the target has been investigated by the Dragon Assassin, they will assassinate them at half price. Activate rewards for good and punishment for evil. The Dragon Assassin organization would not assassinate those who were extremely good. The leader of the Dragon Assassin organization would assassinate those who were extremely vicious. Crowdfunding assassinations would be assassinated at half price. If the other party was an extremely evil person with a higher cultivation level, everyone would be able to raise crowdfunding and assassinate him at half price. This would be another rule of the Dragon Assassin organization. It was also one of Wang Xian's original intentions. The Dragon Assassin organization was not a good organization. They killed people. However, the Dragon Assassin organization would mainly kill evil people. They would not kill the good people. It was directed at their original intentions. Long Xian was stunned for a moment before he nodded immediately. It's the Dragon King. We will pass this news to all the customers immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. After this rule was activated, it might reduce the income of the Dragon Assassin organization. However, he felt very comfortable doing so.
Master Lin, you must protect our Lin family. You must restrain that lawless organization of the Dragon Spike.
At this moment, the remaining 2 extraordinary level 7 experts of the Lin family and the core members of the Lin family were standing in front of an old man with a horrified expression. The old man had a frail figure and a sinister look flashed across his eyes from time to time. He sat in the middle and stared at the members of the Lin family. He frowned slightly.
This Dragon Spike actually assassinated Brother Lin.
The old man gently knocked on the table, his eyes shining. Lord Lin, it's the Dragon Assassin hired by the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Our Lin family can't not take revenge. We want to kill that kid first. The 2 old men standing at the front had ferocious expressions, and they gritted their teeth. Lord Lin, if our Lin family can get through this, we are willing to follow you in the future. Oh! The elder suddenly stood up as a glint flashed across his eyes. Following him meant that his Lin family would become his people. Not to mention the Lin family's resources and heritage, just these 2 remaining experts of the Lin family were enough to tempt him. All right, an assassin organization wouldn't dare to assassinate an official of the kingdom. With me around, an assassin organization wouldn't dare to be impudent.
Sir, please capture all the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. We want to avenge our father.
The 2 middle-aged men said to the old man again with bloodshot eyes. This time, their Lin family was forced into a desperate situation. Their Lin family never expected that a disaster would suddenly fall from the sky.
A 2-star gold mercenary group, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group.
A Dragon Assassin group.
It directly overturned the Lin family's centuries-old foundation.
Their Lin family's pillar was assassinated, and 70 to 80% of their experts were assassinated.
When they heard Lin Feng's report in the morning, they knew that their Lin family's disaster had arrived.
They knew how many enemies they had in Shaolin Town, and they knew that many people wanted nothing more than to destroy their Lin family. However, all along, no one dared to make a move against the Lin family's formidable strength. This time, they would definitely not let go of this good opportunity. Even if they did not hire the dragon assassin, they would suffer a tragic blow in the future.
Thus, they could only go all out and submit to a powerhouse. The mayor, Lin Xiao, was the best choice. Lin Xiao was the person with the greatest influence in the entire Qiaolin town. Lin Xiao had the entire Starmoon Kingdom backing him. He was a minister of a region and no one dared to provoke him. The assassin organization did not dare to make an enemy of the entire kingdom. The biggest assassin organization in Starmoon Kingdom had a rule that they would not accept missions from Starmoon Kingdom's officials. Under normal circumstances, small assassin organizations would not dare to offend a powerful kingdom empire. This was because if the empire were to take revenge seriously, the assassin organization would also suffer heavy losses. The assassin organization pursued profit. Profit was paramount. If it did not suit their interests, they would not do it. All right. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile on his face. Don't worry. They dare to assassinate Brother Lin. I will help you take revenge.
All of you go home and make preparations. In the afternoon, I will bring people to bring all the members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group over. They will commit suicide and sacrifice Brother Lin's soul in heaven. Lin Zhao's face was full of confidence. Thank you, Lord Lin.
The members of the Lin family said respectfully and immediately walked towards the Lin family mansion.
They walked out of the mayor's mansion with a solemn face. After today, even if they could take revenge, their Lin family would decline. In the future, there would be no Lin family of the Bridge Forest Business Association, only the mayor's mansion, the Lin family. Hee. The heavens are really helping me. In the mayor's mansion, Lin Xiao looked at their figures and revealed an excited expression. Congratulations, sir. In the future, there will be 2 extraordinary 7th-level experts of the Lin family and the Lin family's property. The prestige of our mayor's mansion will cover the entire Qiaolin town. An elder at the side said flatteringly. Haha, this dragon assassin organization appeared at the right time. I really want to thank them properly. Lin Xiao burst into laughter. Go and check the location of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. Catch them all before night and bring them to the Lin family's mansion. Yes, sir. In Qiaolin town, it was forbidden to arrest people without any evidence.
But Lin Xiao did not care. He had always been the one in charge of Qiaolin town.
So what if he killed a gold-rank mercenary group? Who would dare to resist? What? Reward good and punish evil? People of great evil can be mass-funded assassinations. They can even be assassinated at half price after the investigation of the Dragon Assassin mercenary group. Is it true?
How could an assassin group have such a rule? This is simply.
The Dragon Assassin group is different from other assassin groups. They have a 3-kill rule. I didn't expect that they would have a reward good and punish evil, mass-funded assassinations, and half-price assassinations. They are becoming more and more special. I feel that the leader of the Dragon Assassin organization is a little kind. There are so many special rules.
No matter what, let's kill the Lin family members first. Tell me, can we mass fund the mayor? In the afternoon, in the restaurant where Wang Xian was staying, 3 to 4 members of the mercenary group were sitting in a corner and conversing. At the end, their voices suddenly became very soft.
Mass fund assassination of the mayor. Keep your voice down. If you're heard, you're done for. All right. I'm just saying. The mayor and the Lin family have been having an affair. If the mayor didn't support the price of the grain, how could it be sold at such a high price? Why don't we give it a try? Do you want to die? We're just giving it a try. No one else will know.
Why don't we give it a try? When Wang Xian ordered Long Yi to reward the good and punish the evil, everyone was shocked.
The special rules of the Dragon Spike had astonished many people. Now that there were 2 more, everyone was stunned.
However, soon smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Since they could crowdfund, they would give it a try.
When the first person activated the mass fund mayor, everyone was stunned. What the fuck? Mass fund to assassinate the mayor? Was there a need to be so crazy?
However, what shocked everyone even more was that the amount of spirit stones used to assassinate the mayor was increasing. In just a short hour, it had reached 15 million middle-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this number was still increasing. This caused everyone to be dumbstruck. The crowdfunding organization has killed 8 members of the Lin family, and their spirit stones have reached over 7 million middle-grade spirit stones. They've already gathered all of them. However, if the crowdfunding organization were to assassinate the mayor, even if the crowdfunding organization were to really raise 50 million middle-grade spirit stones, the Dragon Spike wouldn't dare to make a move. Would the Dragon Spike dare to assassinate the mayor? If they were to make a move, it would offend the entire Star Moon Kingdom. If this matter were to really blow up, the Dragon Spike would be in big trouble. They probably wouldn't dare to do so. Damn it. No matter what, I'll first add 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones to the mayor. I hope I can get rid of this vampire. If Dragon Spike really dares to assassinate the mayor, I'll be a fucking fan of Dragon Spike in the future. I'm also different from Dragon Spike and other assassin organizations. Since you have so many special rules, then we'll support you in assassinating the mayor. Lin Xiao is a scourge in Bridge Forest Town. We'll support the extermination of him. As the crowdfunding was a public area, they could communicate through the communication stone plate. The entire crowdfunding area was bustling with activity. The Lin family of the Chao Lin Chamber of Commerce, the mayor Lin Xiao, had a very bad reputation in Chao Lin Town. Many people wanted them dead. The crowdfunding area was bustling with activity. The spirit stones of the mayor of the crowdfunding area slowly increased to more than 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it was already very high, no one would think that the Dragon Spike would dare to assassinate the mayor. This is really interesting, the mayor of the crowdfunding organization. Wang Xian was also paying attention to the matter of the crowdfunding assassination. He shook his head slowly. It seemed that this mayor had done a lot of bad things. However, just as they thought, Wang Xian did not want to assassinate this mayor. His identity was too special. The Dragon Assassin organization was not weak, but they did not have the ability to compete with Star Moon Kingdom. The Dragon Spike mercenary group still hasn't reached the stage where they can kill whoever they want. Wang Xian mumbled. With so many people, it could be seen how unpopular Mayor Lin Xiao was. However, the Dragon Spike had no choice but to take into consideration the strength of the Star Moon Empire. If the Star Moon Empire sent out experts to target the Dragon Spike, although they wouldn't be wiped out, they would still be in big trouble. I think I should stop. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the other missions. Most of the assassination missions in Chao Lin Town were to assassinate the Lin family. Not only did they assassinate the Lin family's extraordinaire level 4 and level 5 experts, there were also several missions to assassinate the extraordinaire level 1 and level 2 experts. This should be the revenge of the Lin family's disciples who used the Lin family's prestige to humiliate others. The Dragon Spike accepted all the missions. Other than the missions of the Lin family, there weren't many other missions. There were only 5 or 6 missions. The highest mission was to assassinate a leader of the mercenary group who was at extraordinary level 6. When Wang Xian saw this leader of the mercenary group, he felt a sense of familiarity. Then, he thought of the leader of the mercenary group who had talked to the Lin family at the entrance last night. He accepted all the missions. Then Wang Xian started to collect the commission. Members of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, you are surrounded. Come out now. At 5 in the afternoon, a roar suddenly sounded from outside. Wang Xian was stunned. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and his face was full of astonishment. His eyes flashed with a strange luster and he immediately looked around. This is... Wang Xian suddenly widened his eyes and looked around with an embarrassed expression. City guards, the city guards of Chilin Town. A total of more than 100 people were standing in front of the restaurant. In the middle stood an old man. Wang Xian immediately recognized this old man. Mayor Lin Xiao. What are they trying to do? Wang Xian's expression was a little ugly as he swept his gaze across the group of people. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group hired the Dragon Assassin group to assassinate the members of the Lin family. The evidence is conclusive. From today onwards, the remaining members of the Lin family will join the mayor's residence. I hope that some of them will not go against the Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment,
Lin Zhao's voice rang out. He was announcing the verdict. He was issuing a warning.
Firstly, he was announcing the verdict. The Celestial Phoenix mercenary group hired assassins to assassinate the members of the Lin family. The evidence was conclusive.
Secondly, it was a warning to the Dragon Assassin group. The rest of the members of the Lin family were already members of the mayor's mansion. If they were to make a move again, they had to pay attention.
A sentence was heard clearly by everyone in the surroundings. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. A cold look appeared in his eyes.
He moved and flew out of the window onto the street with an embarrassed expression. Ao Jian and the rest followed closely behind him.
Wang Xian's face was solemn as he looked at Lin Zhao, who was in the sky. Mayor Lin, do you have any evidence that my Immortal Phoenix mercenary group hired assassins to assassinate the Lin family?
Evidence? I am the evidence. You hired assassins to assassinate my father and the rest. It was you. At this moment, Lin Feng and a dozen people from the Lin family walked out. They stared at Wang Xian with bloodthirsty eyes and roared with murderous intent. Wang Xian glanced at them and raised his gaze to look at the expressionless Lin Zhao again. Mayor Lin, can the words of a single person from the Lin family be used as evidence? The evidence is conclusive. Come back with us. If there's any injustice, we'll talk about it in the prison cell.
Lin Zhao looked at Wang Xian expressionlessly and said coldly, "Hiss, the Celestial Phoenix mercenary group is going to be taken away by the mayor."
This. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately understood that the mayor wanted to take revenge for the Lin family. Now, not only does the mayor want to take revenge for the Lin family, he has also warned the secret dragon assassin organization that it is forbidden to kill the members of the Lin family. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that Mayor Lin would protect the Lin family directly. This is troublesome. Mayor Lin didn't have any children in his early years and didn't have any relatives. Therefore, he is completely unafraid of the dragon thorns. He also knows that the dragon thorns wouldn't dare to assassinate him. This is troublesome. Damn it.
It's over. I didn't expect that the mayor would actually do such a thing. The dragon spike is afraid of the strength of Starmoon Kingdom, so it doesn't dare to make a move at all. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene and heard Lin Zhao's voice, their faces turned ugly. However, the surroundings were deathly silent and no one dared to make a sound. Provoking Lin Zhao was simply courting death. He had 100 ways to kill him.
In fact, Lin Zhao, who controlled the formation in the town, was even more terrifying than the Dragon Assassin organization. The Dragon Assassin might still need to assassinate him. As long as he sealed off an area, he could kill him directly.
Now, the mayor was obviously protecting the remaining members of the Lin family.
This made many people clench their fists tightly.
Wang Xian stared at Lin Zhao. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Mayor Lin, you want to capture us for no reason. Is someone like you worthy of being the mayor?
How dare you? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a roar came from the side. An old man standing beside Lin Zhao glared at Wang Xian. How dare a small mercenary group act so arrogantly towards the mayor? Men, suppress them. If they dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Lin Zhao also stared at Wang Xian coldly with a hint of coldness in his eyes.
He raised his head slightly and an aura of an extraordinary level 8 powerhouse slowly enveloped Wang Xian. This Celestial Phoenix mercenary group is doomed. It's over. We've offended Lin Zhao. We're dead meat this time. What a pity. Such a good man has fallen in our Qiaolin town.
When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly.
Kid, you're dead for sure today.
I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces.
Lin Feng and the rest who were in the middle of the road shouted at Wang Xian with ferocious expressions.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across them. A group of city guards surrounded him. Lin Feng was the ferocious cursemancer. There were already close to 10,000 people gathered around him, but no one dared to say anything. Next, the crowdfunding mission to assassinate the mayor. Begin the assassination. Today, the Dragon Assassin organization will let you know what lawlessness is.
Even if it's the mayor, I will still dare to kill him if he gets agitated. When Wang Xian saw this scene, his expression turned cold. He had an idea and immediately gave the order.
Assassinate the mayor. Whoosh! A breeze blew over from nowhere. Suddenly, A red piece of paper floated down from the sky. It was densely packed with red pieces of paper. Those who didn't know would think that it was the result of someone getting married. However, it wasn't. The red pieces of paper floated down. Slowly, all the pieces of paper floated towards the position of Mayor Lin Xiao. What is that? On the street below, some people suddenly saw the red piece of paper that appeared out of nowhere and shouted in shock. This is the congratulatory death piece of the Dragon Assassin Organization.
What? There is a Dragon Assassin Organization around?
What is the Dragon Assassin Organization doing? Everyone looked over and looked at the congratulatory death piece of paper floating toward Mayor Lin Xiao in shock. In the central area of Bridge Forest Town, tens of thousands of people gathered around.
In the sky, the mayor and a group of city guards were floating in the sky looking down at everyone.
But at this moment, the atmosphere around them became strange. In the sky, a red piece of paper appeared out of thin air and floated in the direction of the mayor, Lin Xiao. It was a piece of paper congratulating death.
Everyone around widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xiao was also stunned. He looked at the red piece of paper floating towards him with a trace of fear in his eyes.
An assassin organization that could assassinate the strongest person in the Lin family. If they wanted to assassinate him, the success rate could reach 80%.
He was transferred to Xiaolin Town. When he arrived, the Lin family was already the strongest family in Xiaolin Town. The resources of the Lin family were not something that he, the mayor, could compare to. His strength was also a little weaker than the strongest person in the Lin family.
The red paper seemed to have eyes. At least 100 pieces of paper landed on Lin Zhao's body. Lin Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings.
Hiss!
The city guards behind Lin Xiao looked at the red paper on the mayor's body with fear. Their faces kept changing. Right now, the dragon spike's congratulatory death was as terrifying as a life-threatening talisman. All of it landed on the mayor. Could it be that the dragon spike wants to assassinate the mayor? Isn't this too crazy?
Is he going against Star Moon Kingdom?
When the surrounding people saw this scene, they gulped, their faces filled with shock. Dragon Spike, do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of Star Moon Kingdom. If you dare to assassinate me, Star Moon Kingdom will not let you off. Lin Xiao slowly turned around in the air and growled in a low voice with a gloomy face. Dragon Spike, reward good and punish evil. Bridge Forest Town's mayor, Lin Xiao, has raised 50 million middle-grade spiritual stones from 100 people. For those who are evil, the number of assassins hired will be halved. He meets the criteria.
Protect the Lin family and fight against our Dragon Spike Assassin Organization. Congratulations on your death. You are now the one who must be killed by the Dragon Spike.
At this moment, a voice came from the sky and everyone was shocked.
Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and stared at the east.
The surrounding people also sucked in a breath of cold air. Awesome. An assassin organization rewards good and punishes evil. Fuck, the most unexpected thing is that there are 100 people supporting the assassination of the mayor. They have already raised 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. This is too crazy. This dragon assassin organization is simply too awesome. I'm completely convinced. They actually raised 50 million middle-grade spirit stones, and only raised 10 million middle-grade spirit stones at noon. Looks like there are really quite a number of people who want the mayor dead.
Where did they raise the money?
What's the contact information of the Dragon Assassin Organization?
How come we don't know? The surrounding people discussed in hushed tones, and shock appeared on their faces.
Those who didn't know about the crowdfunding were filled with astonishment as they asked in hushed tones. Crowdfunding? Lin Zhao's expression instantly darkened. Crowdfunding? There was actually someone who wanted to kill him, and they had already raised 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. This caused his expression to be incomparably unsightly, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. If you dare to kill me, Star Moon Kingdom will uproot all of you, turning you into street rats. Lin Zhao's expression darkened as he roared loudly.
Wang! Right at this moment, the space trembled slightly.
Lin Zhao's expression changed, and his face was filled with terror as he scanned his surroundings. A black and white figure suddenly appeared behind him. His expression changed drastically, and his entire body emitted violent water currents. Boom! At this moment, a black and white space instantly appeared in the sky. Half of the black and white space instantly covered an area of 2,000 meters. The entire space was filled with dense light and deep darkness. It looked extremely terrifying. Fuck, what's going on? The dragon spike is making a move. What is this? An array formation? Everyone was shocked when they saw the black and white space. The city guards who were standing beside the mayor almost wet their pants in fear as they fled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the space. On the streets, everyone was staring at the black and white space. The black and white space was a divine ability Ao Yao had obtained after breaking through to the Type 5 Transcendence realm. The name of the divine ability was Light and Darkness. It was a support-type body, and to the Dragon's Spine it was a powerful support-type ability. It could use the light and darkness energy in its body to create a space that was beneficial for their battle. Within this space, its speed and strength could reach 150% of its normal speed. This space could last for 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes was enough. How dare you assassinate me? You dragon thorns deserve to die. Lin Zhao's furious voice came from the black and white space. Pooh! What? However, soon, Lin Zhao's terrified voice was heard, followed by a violent current. Blue seawater appeared in the black and white space. Die! Obviously, the power of the supernatural power was wreaking havoc in this space. The violent flow of water rolled as if there was an ocean in it. They are fighting. They are really assassinating Mayor Lin Zhao. The dragon spike is too powerful. Is Mayor Lin Zhao going to be killed? The powerful warrior of the Lin family has been assassinated. Lin Zhao probably won't be able to escape the assassination of the dragon spike. Shocked voices came one after another. Everyone looked at the area in the sky with shocked faces. To assassinate the mayor of a town openly in a town, only an assassin organization like Long CI would dare to do so. How could this be? How could this be? On the street, a group of people from the Lin family raised their heads in fear, their bodies trembling. The dragon spike dared to assassinate the mayor. What was the Lin family worth then? It's over. The Lin family is finished. Lin Feng mumbled. Regardless of whether the dragon spike succeeded in assassinating the mayor or not, the Lin family was finished. The mayor could not intimidate the dragon spike. The only outcome waiting for them was death. Lin Feng was in a daze. At this moment he felt a gaze looking at him. He raised his head and saw Wang Xian's smiling face. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. If it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for this celestial phoenix mercenary group, he would still be the young master of the Lin family. No one would dare to offend him. You want to kill me? Wishful thinking. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Following that, everyone noticed a black shadow flying out from the black and white space. His hair was messy, and his eyes were full of ferocity. He stared at the black and white space coldly. What? The mayor escaped. No, look behind Lin Zhao. Mayor Lin Zhao, who was dressed in military uniform, stood on a roof with his hair in a mess. He was in an extremely sorry state. There was a long bloody scar on his chest. At this moment, he looked a little crazy. Compared to the usually arrogant mayor, he was a lot different. He escaped from the black and white space. His eyes were filled with joy and anger. That terrifying monster made his scalp go numb. Just now he had almost been killed. Strange divine abilities, terrifying concealment methods. He was simply a natural-born king of darkness. No, that terrifying monster didn't only have the darkness attribute, it also had the light attribute. A variant, a terrifying variant. However, when he escaped, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. When he heard the sounds coming from the surroundings, his face was full of fear. His mind moved slightly and his entire body felt a chill. When did he arrive behind me? Lin Zhao's eyes widened as he felt the light and darkness behind him as one entity. His heart was filled with despair. He lowered his head to look at his chest and discovered that it had been directly penetrated. A destructive attack landed on his body. Light and darkness are one? Is that a treasure? How can it be so terrifying? Hiss, Mayor Lin Xiao has been killed. Oh my god. Great, haha. That big bastard Lin Xiao has been killed. This is great. Well done by the Dragon Assassin Organization. This is so cool. I will be a hardcore fan of the Dragon Assassin Organization in the future. They really dare to assassinate me. I don't care about your mayor. Awesome.
Under everyone's eyes, the black and white shadow killed the mayor of Qiaoling Town, Lin Xiao, with his own hands, which stunned everyone around him.
However, soon some people showed wild smiles on their faces. Lin Xiao, that bastard, was finally killed. Haha. You may not know this, but I also paid a portion of the spiritual stones for the crowdfunding to assassinate Lin Xiao. A rough, middle-aged man was laughing excitedly. But soon, his smile froze and he realized that he was getting carried away. Haha, brother. You have guts. We will treat you to a meal today. Awesome, brother. If I have the contact information of the Dragon Spike, I will also pay for it.
You are a man. We will treat you to a meal today.
Haha. Come to our Zephyr mercenary group, bro. No one dares to mess with you in Shaolin Town. However, following that, the surrounding warriors looked at him and said loudly with respect. This made the rough middle-aged man laugh foolishly.
You actually assassinated the mayor.
You are simply lawless. The group of city guards saw the mayor's body and trembled violently as they said with fear on their faces.
Ao Yao did not even look at them. With a slight movement, Lin Zhao's body was directly put into his interspatial ring.
Immediately after, Ao Yao's figure disappeared. However, when he disappeared, Ao Yao said, "The mayor of Bridge Forest Town is dead. There will be no order in the next few days. The Dragon Spike warns everyone that order will follow in the past. If anyone is lawless, we will take the place of enforcing the law." The cold voice resounded in the entire sky of Bridge Forest Town.
When everyone heard this, their eyes widened in shock.
It was especially so for those who were some distance away. They did not know that Mayor Lin Xiao was dead. Furthermore, he had been assassinated by assassins. What made them even more shocked was that after the Dragon Spike Assassin Organization killed the mayor, they warned everyone to behave themselves and not violate the order. Otherwise, they would take over the mayor's law.
Fuck, did they have to be so fucking awesome? The lawless one is the Dragon Assassin Organization, and now they want to replace the law enforcement. How can it be described as a fucking awesome one? Fuck, this is too fucking domineering. The Dragon Assassin Organization assassinated the mayor without the mayor. Without the mayor in the town, it will definitely fall into chaos. At that time, the strong will rob the weak. Even before the new mayor arrives, Bridge Forest Town will be covered in rivers of blood. The Dragon Assassin obviously knows about this situation, so he directly replaced the law enforcement 666.
To be able to cover the sky with one hand, this is the true ability to cover the sky with one hand. I can assassinate the mayor, and I can also maintain the peace and order of Bridge Forest Town. With a flip of my hand, I can change the clouds and rain with a flip of my hand. I'm convinced. Dragon Assassin Organization. I can kill people, but you can't. I can be lawless, but you can't. When the surrounding people heard this, the expressions on their faces were very interesting. This fuck.
There was no way to describe it. However, the things that had happened in the past 2 days had also given Bridge Forest Town a better understanding of the Dragon Assassin Organization.
The Dragon Assassin's 3 no-kill rule was very special and had a bottom line.
Later, the rule of rewarding good and punishing evil, crowdfunding assassinations, and half price for the great and evil made everyone feel that this was not an assassin organization.
It was more like a chivalrous hero who would draw his sword to help when he encountered injustice.
Many people were rather impressed by this assassin organization. For an organization that focused on assassinations, this was definitely something unimaginable. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with a smile on his face and slowly walked towards the restaurant.
As for assassinating the mayor, although he was rather worried, he had no regrets since he had done it. I was prepared to let him live. You are the one who is courting death. Wang Xian mumbled. The amount of spirit stones needed to assassinate the mayor did not reach 50 million. It was only about 21 million middle-grade spirit stones. However, to assassinate a mayor, an official of Starmoon Kingdom, and an extraordinary level 8 powerhouse, it would cost at least 100 million spirit stones. Even if he was an evil person, it would still cost 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. The loss of more than 20 million spirit stones could be considered as Wang Xian's own contribution. As a mayor, Lin Xiao deserved to die. He couldn't be compared to Jin Chenyuan, the mayor of the Holy See town. Complete the mission of the Lin family. However, after a few more missions, I have to leave the Bridge Forest town.
If the Star Moon Kingdom sends a powerhouse over, I might be in some trouble, Wang Xian thought to himself. After all, Lin Xiao was assassinated when he was captured.
If he were to meet another unreasonable person, he would be in trouble.
He would be able to prepare himself by leaving 2 strange demons here to scout for information. In Shaolin Town, everyone was discussing the assassination of Mayor Lin Xiao. Following that, they were discussing the Dragon Assassin organization.
The people of Shaolin Town never expected that it was actually an assassin organization, which made them live a much better life in the future. The prestige of the Dragon Assassin organization was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in Shaolin Town. 2 days passed slowly, and the Dragon Assassin organization completed more than 20 missions. More than 10 of them were from the Lin family. The assassination of the Dragon Assassin made everyone shocked and afraid. Everyone prayed that the assassination would not come to them.
An assassin organization that could even assassinate a mayor who could escape their assassination? The harvest in Bridge Forest Town this time is much more than that in Shanghai Town.
2 days later, when Wang Xian learned that the new mayor was coming, he led the members of the Dragon Palace and left Bridge Forest Town. The harvest in Bridge Forest Town these few days was not something that Shanghai Town could compare to. He assassinated 2 extraordinary level 8 powerhouses. One of them was the Lin family of the Bridge Forest Business Association, the biggest force in Bridge Forest Town.
The other one was the most powerful person in Bridge Forest Town, the mayor.
These 2 powerhouses were notorious and had plundered a lot of money. In their interspatial rings, Wang Xian had obtained more than 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. The other resources were worth 40 to 50 million middle-grade spirit stones. The harvest this time was far beyond Wang Xian's imagination. The fastest way to earn money is to kill and rob. Although the Dragon Spike is an assassin organization, it is somewhat similar.
Wang Xian smiled.
All the money of Shaolin Town's mayor, Lin Xiao, was stored in his interspatial ring. To a strong person, the interspatial ring on his hand was the safest place. With so many spiritual stones, if I were to buy elixirs and exchange them for dragon crystals, 10 million spiritual stones could be exchanged for about 7,000 dragon crystals. 100 million would be 70,000.
If it's more than 200 million, at least 160,000 dragon crystals would be able to raise one's strength to transcendent level 5. It would be able to raise all the strange demons and golden swordfish to transcendent level 4. It would even be able to raise 1 or 2 strange demons to transcendent level 5. Wang Xian calculated in his heart.
After this upgrade, his strength had increased tremendously.
This was especially so for the strange demons. In the future, even the weakest of them would be able to assassinate a transcendent level 6 powerhouse. After improving my strength, it's time for me to head to Donghai City. The Demon Hunters Academy is about to start. With my strength, there's nothing left for me to learn. However, some of the information there should be of great use to me.
Wang Xian thought to himself. When he returned, Wang Xian still took the Bridge Forest Beast Park route. The speed of his return was even faster than when he came.
In just a day's time, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the Holy See town.
Wang Xian headed straight for the Phoenix Elixir and Weapons Workshop. Shopkeeper Lu sat in the shop while a group of customers were buying elixirs. After the Knife Scar mercenary group was eliminated by Wang Xian and the rest, the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had no way to deal with Phoenix Immortal. Furthermore, they didn't dare to suppress them anymore. In fact, they were a little worried that Feng Xian would join hands with the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group to suppress them. Captain Wang. When Wang Xian stepped into the shop, the waiter immediately recognized him and greeted him respectfully.
Captain Wang, you're here? Are you here to buy some elixirs?
Manager Lu was excited when he saw Wang Xian. He quickly asked.
Yes, I bought a little too much this time. Wang Xian walked over and said with a smile.
A little too much?
Manager Lu was stunned. His pupils couldn't help but contract. Previously, when Wang Xian came to buy elixirs, he didn't say much even when he spent 8 million middle-grade spirit stones. Could it be this time? A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Captain Wang, please come in. All right. Wang Xian nodded and went to a living room in the shop. Manager Lu quickly brewed a cup of tea for Wang Xian. Leader Wang, how many spirit stones of elixirs do you want this time? 200 million middle-grade spirit stones of elixirs as usual. Wang Xian took a sip with a smile and said, What? Manager Lu's body trembled and his face turned red instantly. He stared at Wang Xian excitedly. Leader Wang, how much do you want? 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian replied again. This? All right, Leader Wang. You have so many spirit stones, but we don't have so many elixirs. Even Donghai City might not have so many. I will report this to the headquarters immediately. Please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Manager Lu looked at Wang Xian excitedly and immediately took out his communication stone plate to contact Manager Yi on the spot. When Manager Yi learned that Wang Xian was going to purchase 200 million middle-grade spirit stones for the medicinal pills, his eyes widened. 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. That was enough to purchase a few transcendent 9th-grade medicinal pills. This was insane. This was simply insane. However, Manager Yi quickly reacted and immediately contacted his superiors. The Phoenix Immortal medicinal pills and weapons workshop was not as powerful as the Draconids had described. At present, they only had a firm foothold in the 5 kingdoms and they hadn't even stepped into the empire. Compared to the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, there was still a huge gap. However, the Phoenix Immortal's background was very strong and it was established by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow didn't belong to humans, but to the Demon Beast clan. Demon beasts possessed intelligence and some demon beasts even lived with humans and they also followed the laws of humans. The Fire Cloud Sparrow was once the most loyal demon beast tribe of the Phoenix Empire's Empress. After the Empress died, the Phoenix Empire changed its dynasty and a group of the Empress's loyal subordinates were stripped of their rights. After the Empress died, the Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe returned to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range and lived in seclusion. 2 years ago, they suddenly appeared and established the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapons Workshop. The current Phoenix Empire was ranked in the top 3 in the Empire. The Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe still had some connections in the Phoenix Empire. In addition, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was also very powerful. This resulted in the rapid development of the Phoenix Immortal Pill and Weapons Workshop. In just over 2 years, it had covered the 5 great kingdoms. The speed was already very fast. Wang Xian had taken out 200 million middle-grade spirit stones to buy the pills in one go. This surprised the Phoenix Immortal greatly. To be able to take out more than 200 million spirit stones in one town was very terrifying. Captain Wang, it just so happens that someone from our headquarters is here to buy some carcasses of ferocious beasts. The pills will be delivered within 2 days. Please wait a moment. Very soon, Manager Lu replied to Wang Xian. Sure. Just inform me directly through the communication stone plate when the time comes. Wang Xian nodded his head and said to them, Yes, yes. Manager Lu nodded his head respectfully, buying elixirs with a wave of his hand for 200 million spirit stones. This, spending money like gold. He was just a small shopkeeper of Shanghai town, and he managed to sell over 200 million middle-grade spirit stones for elixirs in a short period of time. It was estimated that the headquarters would give him a promotion and raise his salary soon. After shopkeeper Lu sent him out of the shop respectfully, Wang Xian walked towards his residence. In the next 2 days, Wang Xian was preparing to return to the Dragon Palace. In Shaolin Town, Ao Yao and the rest did not only obtain huge resources. There were also corpses. There were 2 corpses of level 8 Transcendence, 2 of level 7 Transcendence, more than a dozen of level 6 Transcendence, and more than 20 of level 5 Transcendence. Most of them were from the Lin family. With so many corpses, it was sufficient for an Ao Yao of level 5 Transcendence to evolve once again. After evolving, the Ao Yao would reach rank 6 Transcendent. With the Dragon Spur, he would have the strength to assassinate a rank 9 Transcendent. He could be considered a peak existence below the insightful Void Realm.
With the Ao Yao around, he would be safer on the transcendent continent.
There is a huge gap between the level of insight void and transcendence. Ao Yao who is at level 7 of transcendence or even Ao Yao who is at level 8 of transcendence might not be able to fight against the insight void. First, I need to upgrade Ao Yao to level 6 of transcendence. Next, I need to upgrade my other abilities.
Wang Xian thought to himself. The biggest area between the insight void and transcendence was the transformation of supernatural powers.
Transcendence cultivated their supernatural powers. When they reached the insightful emptiness realm, they would transform their supernatural powers into Dharma images, increasing their power by dozens of times.
This was a powerful watershed. It was very difficult to cross this threshold and fight across levels. After resting for a while, Wang Xian led the group of draconids to the Dragon Palace. As Wang Xian expected, the group of corpses of the level 8 and level 7 transcendence elevated Ao Yao Yao to level 6 of the transcendence.
In addition, 2 supernatural realms strange demons were elevated to level 5 supernatural realm. In the sea area of the supernatural continent, those strange demons that were elevated to level 2 supernatural realm also began to hunt ferocious beasts. Now, the development speed of the Dragon Palace was more than 10 times faster than before.
More and more members of the Dragon Palace broke through to the supernatural realm. Such a terrifying development speed was absolutely shocking. This time, Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace for 2 days. He even woke up Shu Qing and the other girls. This time, when he returned and left, it might not be as easy as staying in Shanghai town.
Donghai City was very far away from Shanghai town. It would take 4 to 5 days to reach Donghai City from Shanghai town.
At that time, he would only return once every 2 to 3 months at most. After Wang Xian spent a good day with the group of girls, he made them unable to get out of bed. Then, he led Ao Yao and the rest to leave again. The group of girls began their closed-door cultivation once again.
2 days is pretty punctual.
When Wang Xian had just returned to Shanghai town, Manager Lu's message was sent over.
Wang Xian walked toward the Fengxian elixir and weapons workshop with a smile on his face.
Leader Wang.
Upon seeing Wang Xian's arrival, Manager Lu and Manager Yi hurried over. Manager Yi, who had just left for a few days, rushed over immediately after learning that Wang Xian had bought 200 million middle-grade spirit stones in one go. If not for the recent setback to the Fengxian elixir and weapons workshop, there might have been people of even higher status coming over.
Are the elixirs ready? Wang Xian walked over and asked directly. All right. Commander Wang. Let's take a look inside. 200 million middle-grade spirit stones was not considered a lot. A transcendent 7th-grade elixir was worth more than 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. However, the preciousness of these elixirs was self-evident. Wang Xian took a look and was very satisfied. He handed over 200 million middle-grade spirit stones directly to them. Leader Wang, it's really a pleasure to work with you. In the future, if you need to purchase elixirs, you can tell Manager Lu directly. We will prepare them in advance. It will be more convenient for you then.
After the transaction was completed, Manager Yi said with excitement.
That's right, Leader Wang. In the future, if you need elixirs, tell me in advance. Manager Lu quickly agreed. I'm afraid I won't be in Shanghai town in 2 days.
Wang Xian looked at them and said with a smile, I'll head to Donghai City tomorrow and enter the Demon Hunters Academy.
Commander Wang, you're going to Donghai City?
Manager Yi was slightly taken aback, then he quickly said, what a coincidence. I'm in charge of the Fengxian elixir and weapons workshop in Donghai City. Commander Wang, if you need anything, you can come and look for me. You can also tell me directly if you want to buy elixirs.
Is that so? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said, That's good. I might really need Supervisor Yi's help with something. Don't worry, Leader Wang. I'm more familiar with Donghai City. Just tell me if there's anything I can help you with. Supervisor Yi's eyes lit up as he said, Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Supervisor Yi to help me find a courtyard that is slightly better. When the time comes, I'll go and take a look. Is that all right? Wang Xian said without any trace of politeness.
Don't worry, leave it to me. When Leader Wang is new here, I'll treat you well.
Supervisor Yi agreed with a smile on his face.
All right. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he left Fengxian and walked towards his residence. Let's talk about it after I've improved my strength. When he entered the room, Wang Xian placed the pills into his mouth one by one. Ding! Consuming a level 6 transcendent pill to extract 1,800 dragon crystals. Ding! Consuming a level 7 transcendent pill to extract 7,500 dragon crystals. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level to level 5 transcendent. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the supernatural powers of light and darkness. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elemental divine dragon able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary level 5. Dragon crystal, 68. 340/1000. 000. Supernatural power. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural power. Fire dragon's flame. Gold splits the void. Wood world descends. Water crisis. Rampage city. Wrath of the earth. Soul capture. Spirit possession. Light and dark fire dragon eyes. Light and dark void. Light and dark shadowless. Light and dark. Dragon Palace, Level 2. Members of the Dragon Palace. 3,355. The next upgrade will cost 1,000,000 dragon crystals. Fuck, if it is converted to middle-grade spirit stones, it will cost more than 1 billion. That's too much. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. More than 1 billion spirit stones. He did not know how long it would take to earn it. Looking at the additional 60,000 dragon crystals, Wang Xian immediately called Ao Yao and the rest over. One by one, they imparted their dragon chi to them. After consuming more than 60,000 dragon crystals, all the strange demons and golden swordfish were upgraded to transcendent level rank 4. The further they went, the more the strange demons and golden swordfish needed tens of thousands of dragon crystals. It was becoming more and more difficult to upgrade their strength. 18 strange demons had reached transcendent level rank 4. 2 strange demons were at transcendent level rank 5. AO demons were at transcendent level rank 6. 10 golden swordfish were at transcendent level 4. In addition to Wang Xian, who was at transcendent level 5, this was the top-notch strength of the Dragon Palace. Although it will be harder and harder to level up in the future, my strength is pretty good now. Wang Xian was already very satisfied with the fact that he had reached such a level in less than a month. With this strength, I should be able to mingle around in Donghai City. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he walked straight to the location of the Demon Hunters Association. The Holy Sea town had been unusually lively for the past few days. After the monsters attacked the city, many chambers of commerce came from all over the place. There were the most chambers of commerce from Donghai City. Wang Xian was prepared to accept an escort mission and head to Donghai City. There is a large mission on the mission stone plate. Escort the Chamber of Commerce back to Donghai City and recruit at least 20 mercenary groups. According to the level of the mercenary groups, the level of the mission will be determined. Such a large-scale escort mission is rare. It just so happens that the Fairy Phoenix mercenary group can follow this caravan to Donghai City. Wang Xian thought to himself as he walked into the demon-hunting mercenary group. The moment he entered the mercenary group, Wang Xian realized that the hall of the mercenary group today was different from the past. In the entire hall, there were rows and rows of personnel from the Chamber of Commerce. There were at least a dozen of personnel from the Chamber of Commerce. Every Chamber of Commerce was recruiting mercenary groups. Today's mercenary group was completely occupied by the Chamber of Commerce, and some mercenary groups in the surrounding area were answering the call. There were at least 20 chambers of commerce, some big and some small, but the mercenary groups employed were all at least 2 or 3 silver stars. It usually took 4 or 5 days to travel from Holy Sea Town to East Sea City, but for such a large-scale business group it would take at least a week. Due to the distance, the mercenary group needed to reach at least 3 to 4 stars of silver or even higher. It was usually safer to follow such a business group of 300 to 400 people. However, if one was unlucky and encountered danger, there wouldn't be any ordinary danger. The ferocious beasts wouldn't dare to attack if there were too many people. Once they attacked, they would become powerful ferocious beasts or groups of ferocious beasts. Wang Xian entered the hiring association and swept his gaze across all the chambers of commerce. Each chamber of commerce had a different scale and required different levels of hiring groups. Each chamber of commerce would recruit their own hiring groups individually. Finally, they would set off together. Recruit the hiring groups that are at least 5-star silver tier, including 5-star silver tier. Wang Xian looked at the two middle-aged men and an old man who were standing in the middle and conversing with the few people beside him. Let's go and take a look, Wang Xian said to Ao Jian and the rest before walking straight towards them. Everyone from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce, please continue to hire a mercenary group. Wang Xian walked over and said to them directly. Okay. A middle-aged man immediately turned his head and looked at Wang Xian. His eyes swept towards the badge on his chest. A 2-star gold mercenary group? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. However, he frowned slightly when he saw the faces of Wang Xian and the rest. A 2-star gold star mercenary group. This is considered the best in Shanghai town. The rest of the people at the side also looked over. A middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian and the rest and said in a deep voice, "Your mercenary group meets our standards. However, you need to bring out the main force of the mercenary group. This time, we will issue a mission of at least 1-star gold star. If the mercenary group doesn't send out strong members, it will still be against the rules," the middle-aged man said directly to Wang Xian. The meaning was obvious. The level of the mercenary group was a condition. However, the members who carried out this mission also had to meet the conditions. The escort mission was obviously different from other missions. Wang Xian nodded and said directly, "All the members of our Immortal Phoenix mercenary group are here. We can accept your mission." "There are only 12 people in a gold mercenary group?" A voice came from the side. A bald middle-aged man dressed in black walked over with his arms crossed and his head held high. His gaze swept across everyone in Wang Xian's group. A special energy swept across Wang Xian and the rest. "Deputy Leaderling, can you help me take a look?" the middle-aged man said with a smile when he saw the bald leader walking over. "Just test your strength." The bald middle-aged man moved his palm and threw out a stone plate. The stone plate was suspended in the air and was emitting light. "The few of you, test your strength," the bald middle-aged man said directly. "Ha!" Wang Xian revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the bald middle-aged man. His gaze landed on the spot on his chest. There was a golden badge with 4 stars on it. A 4-star gold mercenary group, a spirit beast mercenary group. This should be a mercenary group that came from Donghai City. Our strength cannot be detected by a test stone plate. Wang Xian looked at the stone plate in front of him and said with a smile, "You guys can ask around. We only believe what we see with our eyes. If we want to accept this mission, we have to have the strength," the bald middle-aged man said as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "It's not bad that you are a gold mercenary group, but who knows if your leader and experts have died, leaving behind a bunch of trash." The bald middle-aged man's words caused the members of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce to slowly nod their heads. Vice Leader Ling was right. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Some gold mercenary groups went on missions. If the mission failed, all the experts in the group would die. Then, the strength of this gold mercenary group might not even be comparable to a silver mercenary group. "Let's test it out." The bald middle-aged man stared at the captain badge on Wang Xian's chest. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. He didn't believe that such a young man was qualified to be the captain of a 2-star gold mercenary group. Wang Xian frowned slightly. Their levels were indeed not high. Even the highest level, Ao Yao, who was at level 6 of the supernatural realm, couldn't show himself. He was only at level 5 of the supernatural realm. "What's wrong, kid? Could it be that all the strong people in the group have died? That's why you're the leader. Hee. A mercenary group like yours is not even as good as some silver ones," the bald middle-aged man said loudly with a face full of mockery. What a waste of time. The few people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce frowned and showed a hint of impatience on their faces. They warned Wang Xian, "If you want to accept the escort mission, you have to have real strength. I'm not trash like you guys. Let's go, let's go. As they spoke, they waved their hands impatiently.
In Shanghai town, there is no mercenary group that is stronger than us. Wang Xian frowned slightly and placed his hand on the testing stone plate.
Oh. The bald middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at the testing stone plate. Then his eyes widened. Level 5 Transcendence. Impressive, impressive. I really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful young man in such a small Shanghai town.
The bald middle-aged man's eyes sparkled. No wonder a kid was appointed as the leader. His aptitude is really terrifying.
However, you guys are still not qualified.
Following that, he raised his head and looked at Wang Xian with a smile on his face.
A 2-star gold rank mercenary group. The leader is actually at level 5 Transcendence. Let's go, let's go. You guys are not qualified. With your strength, don't do the escort mission. You are simply looking for trouble.
The few people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce said to Wang Xian with a cold face. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. If we are not qualified, no one would be qualified. Why are you still pestering us after saying that you are not qualified? The few people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce stared at him coldly. Wang Xian glanced at them with slight disdain. Then, he turned around and walked toward another Chamber of Commerce. Captain Wang. Just as he turned around, a group of people came up to him directly. When they saw Wang Xian, they greeted him respectfully immediately.
Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. He didn't recognize the other party either.
Hee. The other party and more than 20 people smiled when they saw Wang Xian's indifferent reply and walked straight to the front.
Everyone from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce, we are here to accept your mission.
A middle-aged mercenary group led by a middle-aged man said to the staff of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce after missing Wang Xian and the rest.
Finally, a capable mercenary group has arrived. It's much better than the 2-star gold mercenary group that was full of water. The members of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce saw more than 20 people walking over. The middle-aged man in the lead was emitting a thick murderous aura and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. A 5-star silver rank mercenary group. You should meet our standards.
A middle-aged man continued to say. Vice Leader Ling of the Spirit Beast mercenary group next to them glanced at them and nodded slightly.
Huh? What?
Everyone from the Whale Shark mercenary group was slightly stunned. They asked in astonishment. Which 2-star gold mercenary group?
It's that kid's mercenary group. All the experts in the group must have died. Why don't you take a look at your own strength?
You still want to accept our mission? You're not qualified.
The middle-aged man from the Ivy Club pointed at the backs of Wang Xian and the rest.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and turned around. Did you see that? Is that kid? He's still a little displeased.
The few people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce saw Wang Xian's back and said with a face full of mockery.
A hint of displeasure flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he looked at the Whale Shark mercenary group. The Whale Shark mercenary group felt like vomiting blood. They turned around and looked at the people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce as if they were looking at a retard.
The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group doesn't meet the standard? The Whale Shark mercenary group's leader asked in astonishment.
Their mercenary group is called the Immortal Phoenix? There are 12 people and they are weak. Naturally, they are not qualified to accept our mission. I see that everyone's strength. If even the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is not qualified, we are even less qualified. The leader of Whale Shark shook his head at the members of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and interrupted the middle-aged man. What? The members of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce were slightly stunned. They didn't understand what the leader of Whale Shark had said. If even the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is not qualified, then no mercenary group in the entire Holy Sea Town is qualified. I think you should stop issuing missions.
Captain Whale Shark raised his voice slightly, cupped his fists, and then turned to leave.
You. Everyone in the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce was completely stunned. Captain, are we not accepting this mission?
No. Just now, Captain Immortal Phoenix was obviously dissatisfied with the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce. In order not to offend Immortal Phoenix, we don't accept this mission.
That's true. There's no need to accept this mission. The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is too crazy. The Whale Shark mercenary group immediately left and whispered to each other. As for the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, the people of Holy Sea Town only knew that they had destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group and the Saber Scar mercenary group. They didn't know that in Bridge Forest Town, they had used 100 million spirit stones to hire the Dragon Spike to assassinate the Lin family of Bridge Forest Town. They had just returned from Bridge Forest Town yesterday, but they had heard the discussions of the Bridge Forest Town mercenary group. Just because of 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones, the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had directly offered 100 million middle-grade spirit stones to kill the Lin family. It was absolutely crazy. Offending the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group for a mission was not worth it. They would never do such a thing as they were cautious. Moreover, this Green Vine Chamber of Commerce didn't even know about the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. He was also an idiot.
Fuck, what's going on? Why are they so afraid when they hear the name of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? The faces of the people from the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce turned ugly. What the fuck was going on?
It wasn't easy for a qualified mercenary group to come here, and they just left.
The deputy leader of the spirit beasts frowned slightly and revealed a look of surprise.
Are you guys here to accept the mission?
I wonder if you guys will accept the mission here.
Just as Wang Xian walked over from the position of the Chamber of Commerce, a voice was suddenly heard. Wang Xian looked over and saw a woman looking at him. The woman looked to be in her 20s and 30s. Her looks were not very outstanding. He looked at Wang Xian and the rest. Although I didn't hear what you guys said just now, I saw the level on the test stone plate. You guys have the ability to accept our mission.
Oh,
Wang Xian smiled. What level is the mission?
How much is the reward? A 4-star silver grade mission. The reward is 50,000 middle grade spirit stones.
The lady said to Wang Xian directly. 50,000 middle grade spirit stones?
Wang Xian smiled but nodded nonetheless. All right, we'll accept the mission.
All right, we're here with the business group, so we'll set off together. We'll set off tonight.
The lady said to Wang Xian directly. All right.
Wang Xian nodded. A 4-star silver grade mission of 50,000 middle grade spirit stones was simply too little for him. However, he had been rejected by a Chamber of Commerce just now, which made him lose the intention to continue searching for missions. Since it was on the way to Donghai City, he decided to treat it as a side trip. All right. The lady nodded her head happily. Do you guys still want to go and prepare? No need. We can just wait here. We will set off directly tonight. Wang Xian shook his head.
Yes, all right. There are only 7 or 8 people in our Chamber of Commerce and only 3 carriages.
The woman said to Wang Xian. When the time comes, we'll follow the team of the Chamber of Commerce. If we're lucky, we won't encounter any danger.
Wang Xian nodded at the side. He sat behind Ao Jian and the rest and waited.
Father Luyan. After about 2 hours, the woman's voice rang out. Hanin. Thank you for your classmate Lian this time. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have gotten so many supplies. Hanin, you have to thank Miss Jean properly. Uncle, you're too polite. Hanin and I are like sisters.
The voice of conversation sounded. The woman smiled and looked at her father and the girl beside her.
Have you found the mercenary group?
The middle-aged man asked the woman with a smile.
We've hired them. The woman nodded. Let's get ready. We'll set off soon. Okay. Leave it to me. You and Miss Jean sit here and rest for a while. The middle-aged man touched the woman's head. Luyen, when I was looking for the mercenary group, I recruited a handsome guy, and he's a very talented genius, right?
Handsome guy?
Han, you're really something. Are you looking for a mercenary group or a handsome guy?
If your father finds out, he won't beat you to death. The most important thing is that our family's small business doesn't pay a high commission. It's rare to find a mercenary group, so I happened to find a group with an extraordinary tier 5 expert. Naturally, I went over to ask, but I didn't expect it to be successful. You're really something. There's a handsome guy over there. Let me take a look.
Keep your voice down. He's over there. The 2 girls chatted with each other while smiling. Zhou Henin pointed at Wang Xian and the rest who were sitting at the back. This. Jean Luyen looked over. When she saw Wang Xian's figure, her eyes immediately widened in disbelief. He looked at his best friend and then at Wang Xian. He couldn't believe it. They accepted your mission?
Huh?
What's wrong? Lian, do you know them? Zhou Henin looked at Jin Lian in surprise and asked curiously, how many spirit stones is the commission for this mission? Jin Lian asked in astonishment. 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. You know that if it weren't for you, our family wouldn't be able to form a small chamber of commerce. Zhou Henin said as she held her arm.
50,000 middle-grade spirit stones?
Henin, your luck is really good. Jin Lian said somewhat speechlessly.
What's wrong?
Zhou Henin looked at him in surprise. That young man is the leader of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, the king of the Holy Sea Town mercenary group. Not long ago, the monsters of Holy Sea Town attacked the city, and that young man killed everyone. During the monster siege, the Fairy Phoenix mercenary group destroyed the Mirage Sea mercenary group, which was a 5-star silver mercenary group. Their leader was a level 6 transcendent. Then they destroyed the Knife Scar mercenary group. The Knife Scar mercenary group was once the strongest mercenary group in Holy Sea Town. Their leader, Knife Scar, was a level 7 transcendent.
That young man is very mysterious. At such a young age, he has 2 attributes, wood and fire. He is a monster and a prodigy.
Since you are able to hire them, it must be because the Demon Hunters Academy is about to start its semester. He is heading to Donghai City to enroll. Jin Lian introduced him to Zhou Henin.
This? Zhou Henin widened her eyes. So
powerful?
Doesn't that mean that I have gained a huge advantage?
What do you think? Jin Lian's eyes were sparkling as she stared at Wang Xian. Her eyes were filled with shock.
Such a prodigy was unstoppable even in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, not to mention the genius disciples in their academy.
Compared to him, they were miles apart. Lian, looking at the way you worship him, don't tell me you have fallen in love with him? Zhou Han clicked her tongue slightly. When she saw Jin Lian's expression, she suddenly said mockingly, such a young prodigy, even I admire him. Jin Lian didn't try to hide anything and said generously, that's true. If he's really as powerful as you say, all the beauties in Donghai City will pounce on him. Zhou Han said softly, a prodigy of a generation would attract countless beauties. This was a world of powerhouses. As long as one had the strength, it was normal to have multiple wives.
Let's go and get to know each other. Jin Lian hesitated for a moment before walking towards Wang Xian. Hello, Captain Wang.
Just as Wang Xian was sitting and drinking tea, a female voice sounded. Wang Xian turned around and nodded at them. Hello. I've heard so much about you.
Jin Lian smiled and walked to the side before sitting down.
I didn't expect that I would be able to hire such a powerful mercenary group like Xianfeng. Zhou Henin also smiled as she spoke to Wang Xian. Hehe, I'm heading to Donghai City as well. It's on the way too. Wang Xian smiled as his gaze swept across the two girls. Zhou Henin's looks were above average. Jin Lian could be said to be a great beauty.
With Leader Wang's strength, if you were to enter Donghai City, even the prodigies of Donghai City would pale in comparison. I heard that you were going to enter the Demon Hunter Academy. Jin Lian asked with a smile. Yes, I'm going to enter the Demon Hunters Academy to gain some experience.
Wang Xian nodded his head. We are students of the Eastern Sea Academy. However, we have also joined the mercenary group of a senior from the Demon Hunters Academy.
Is this your first time going to the Eastern Sea City?
Is that so? This is my first time coming to the Eastern Sea City.
2 girls came over to chat with him. Wang Xian did not reject them and began to communicate with them. He didn't know anything about Donghai City. It was also his first time entering the city of the supernatural continent.
He learned a lot from them. Han, this must be someone from the mercenary group, right? Let's go, we're leaving.
More than half an hour later, a middle-aged man walked over and said to them,
all right, let's go. We're leaving. The journey will take 7 days. Zhou Henin stood up and said to them. Wang Xian and the rest also stood up and walked out of the hiring association.
Come. All the carriages, line up.
Just as they walked out of the hiring association, there were shouts coming from outside. Wang Xian looked over and saw nearly 200 carriages lined up neatly in 2 rows. They looked very imposing.
The Zhou Chamber of Commerce will move your carriages to the last position.
At this moment, two old men walked up to them and spoke directly to Zhou Han's father. What? Zhou Han's father was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Didn't we draw lots and decide the order? Why are you asking us to go to the last position?
All right. Isn't the last position pretty good?
Hurry up and go if I ask you to go. The two old men stared at him and said with a sullen face. You? Good.
Zhou Han's father nodded with a sullen face.
What's wrong, father? Why did you let us be the last?
Zhou Han saw it and quickly walked to her father's side and asked.
Sai, forget it. Let's be the last. The seats at the back are also okay. Father Zhou said with a sullen face. Because of Miss Jean, we took down a batch of fierce beast corpses from the mayor's mansion and offended the ancient River Chamber of Commerce and the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce. They are somewhat against us. Originally, our fleet should be in the center of the lot drawing, but now. Let's go.
Let's go.
Father Zhou was a little unhappy as he spoke. These guys. Zhou Henin glared at the two largest teams in the middle of the town angrily. Brother mercenary group, we are at the back of the caravan. It will be tough on all of you for the next 7 days. Father Zhou looked at Wang Xian and the rest. We just need to be vigilant. If we encounter any ferocious beasts, the entire caravan will be attacked by hundreds of mercenary groups.
Don't worry. We will escort you safely to Donghai City.
Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Let's get on the carriage. The 2 rows of caravans were 200 to 300 meters long. They were pulled by strong horses and many members of the mercenary group were following them on horseback. Father Zhou didn't say anything when he saw that they didn't have any horses to carry them. After all, they had only offered 50,000 spirit stones. It was already good enough for them to hire a mercenary group with extraordinary 5th-rank experts. The Chamber of Commerce walked out of the south gate and headed toward East Sea City. It was already night time. Because they had to cross a swamp in 10 hours, they had to set off at night. During the day, they would arrive at that relatively dangerous area. All mercenary groups are responsible for their own region's problems. Especially the mercenary groups at the front and back. Be a good scout. At this time, an old man directly flew into the sky and ordered all the mercenary groups. He's the vice leader of the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group in East Sea City, a powerful existence at Transcendent 7th grade. We only need to be on guard. Hearing the voice of the old man in the sky, some of the mercenary groups whispered.
Wang Xian gestured to a golden swordfish and asked him to follow behind.
With Ao Yao and the rest around, Wang Xian wasn't worried at all.
The vice leader of the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group in the sky watched the action of the mercenary group below. When he saw the last part of the mercenary group, he suddenly raised his eyebrows.
With a glance, he moved his body and directly landed at the lowest position. Vice Leader Ling, is there any problem with the vigilance? An old man asked cautiously. Don't worry, Elder Xiao. With our Spirit Beast Mercenary Group here, there won't be any problems.
Haha, with Vice Leader Ling here, we'll be at ease.
An old man next to him said with a smile.
Right, Supervisor Du, we just encountered an interesting matter. That Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is at the back. Vice Leader Ling said with a smile.
That mercenary group? At the back? The last one seems to be the small chamber of commerce that the Zhou family just established this year. The middle-aged man called Supervisor Du slightly raised his eyebrows. It should be right. I remember that their mercenary group's commission is only 50,000.
Deputy Commander Ling said with a slight mocking tone.
That mercenary group accepted a mission with a commission of 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones? It's really interesting. I really can't imagine that a powerful mercenary group would accept such a mission.
Supervisor Du's face darkened as he said coldly.
I don't know why that mercenary group refused the mission back then, but I can confirm that the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is a trash mercenary group. Vice Leader Ling said with a smile. Humph, if it weren't for that mercenary group, our Green Vine Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be unable to hire a mercenary group.
Supervisor Du snorted coldly and looked at Elder Xiao who was beside him. This time, the small Zhou Chamber of Commerce has stolen half of our resources. Elder Xiao, when should we take action? We can't take action openly. Let's wait until the Blackwater Swamp. That place is more suitable.
Elder Xiao smiled and looked at Vice Leader Ling. As long as you give the order, we can take their dog lives at any time.
Vice Leader Ling smiled sinisterly.
Hee hee. Okay. When the time comes, I want to see how powerful that 2-star gold mercenary group is. Haha. That's great. We'll have to rely on Vice Leader Ling then. The Chamber of Commerce drove quickly in an orderly manner. The dark night did not cause them too much trouble. Zhou Han and Jin Lian sat in a carriage to rest while Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the carriage to cultivate.
Father Zhou scanned the surroundings. It was obviously his first time coming out.
Leave the few small ferocious beasts to us. In less than 2 hours, the voices of a few members of the mercenary group came from the front. Many people who were resting were pleasantly surprised.
A noisy voice came from the merchant group. Don't worry about the few small ferocious beasts.
At this moment, a voice came from the front. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and continued to rest.
In the wild, one could encounter danger at any time.
Due to the long journey, the road was rather flat. If one encountered a few ferocious beasts by chance, they would be quickly dealt with by the mercenary group.
Wang Xian and the rest were at the back, so they didn't have to do anything. 10 hours passed quickly and the sun rose slowly.
Rest for half an hour. Feed the horses and eat. Get ready. We are about to reach the Blackwater Swamp. Deputy Leader Ling's orders came from the front. As a level 7 extraordinary, he had the ability to command everyone. The Blackwater Swamp area is very dangerous. It is 2 dangerous places on our journey. There is a powerful ferocious beast, the swamp croc. If we go wrong there, we will easily fall into the swamp. Once we fall into the swamp, it will be very dangerous.
Father Zhou said to Wang Xian. He took out some food from his interspatial ring and said, Captain Wang, let's eat together.
No need, I brought food. Wang Xian shook his head.
Captain Wang cultivates the wood attribute. Help us to condense a table and chair.
Zhou Han and Jin Lian walked out and said to Wang Xian with a smile.
All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a wave of his arm, the grass on the ground grew rapidly and quickly condensed into a few tables and chairs. Impressive, Leader Wang's control is really strong. Father Zhou gave him a thumbs up.
Wang Xian smiled faintly and sat down directly. In other places, there were also people who condensed tables and chairs with the wood attribute. There were also people who condensed tables and chairs with the metal attribute and wood attribute. For extraordinary experts, it was very convenient to eat and rest in the wild.
After resting for half an hour, the caravan continued to move forward.
Soon, a Blackwater Swamp appeared in front of them.
The entire boundless region was filled with pools of blackwater.
There were all sorts of plants growing on it. The entire region was extremely humid. There were no roads to speak of. The Blackwater Swamp covered an extremely large area. The best way to cross this area was to fly in the air. However, the caravan obviously couldn't fly over. Someone was scouting ahead. Moreover, there was a Blackwater Imperial crocodile living in the Blackwater Swamp. This kind of creature was hidden in the swamp, and its entire body was pitch black.
It was very difficult to discover.
All mercenary groups send one person over to scout ahead.
When they arrived in front of the Blackwater Swamp, Deputy Leader Ling's voice rang out as he spoke to everyone. Yes. All mercenary groups responded and sent out a member. Wang Xian also gestured to a golden swordfish.
All of you scout ahead. You must be careful of the alligator hidden in the swamp. The merchant group entered the Blackwater Swamp and continued to move forward on the road with a large carrying capacity. However, their speed was much slower than before. It would take 2 days and 1 night to cross this Blackwater Swamp.
The caravan traveled for 4 hours without any danger.
Roar! Suddenly, a huge creature jumped up from the front. A terrifying 10-meter-long black monster suddenly rushed out of the Blackwater Swamp. The Black Shadow's attack was extremely fast and fierce. Its mouth was actually 10 meters long. Ah! Before a member of the mercenary group could react, he was killed immediately. An extraordinary level 5D. Go and kill him.
Whoever kills him will get his corpse.
Let us do it.
How dare you kill a member of our mercenary group?
I want to avenge my brother. Following that, more than 10 mercenary groups flew over. Boom,
Boom.
boom.
The terrifying sounds of collision rang out continuously. Wuxia stood up from the carriage and looked over. He was about 10 meters tall and was covered in thick, shiny black skin. His huge head was extremely ferocious.
It was similar to the sharks on Earth. However, the difference was that there was a huge black horn on the head of this alligator. Its limbs were extremely strong and it had a long, slender tail. Its entire body was filled with a terrifying, destructive power.
However, under the siege of the members of the mercenary group, huge wounds gradually appeared on the level 5 Overlord Croc.
That's a 4-star silver-tier mercenary group in Donghai City. Their leader has the strength of a level 6 transcendent. Father Zhou introduced to Wuxia from the side. Wuxia nodded. Looking at the Overlord Croc, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. The alligator was very strong among the same level. It had a huge body, a pitch-black body, and an earthen yellow belly.
The crocodile's attribute was earth. When its huge body struck the ground, it was absolutely terrifying. Roar, roar. However, this extraordinary level 5 crocodile slowly lost its life force under everyone's attacks.
Put the crocodile away. Its thick skin can create a lot of inner armor.
After killing the crocodile, the leader of the mercenary group kept it into his interspatial ring.
Wuxia scanned through the mercenary groups. Among these mercenary groups, the ones in Donghai City and the ones in Shanghai Town each accounted for about half of them. In comparison, the mercenary groups in Donghai City were obviously much stronger than those in Shanghai Town.
As they continued forward, death appeared. This time, everyone was even more cautious.
Caw, caw. Caw, caw.
After traveling for about 2 hours, everyone was watching their surroundings with tensed minds. Suddenly, loud noises came from the sky. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they hurriedly looked towards the sky.
It's rotten crows, it's rotten crows. Damn it. We actually encountered these greedy things. There's a total of more than 200 of them. Unless we kill them, they'll always follow us. The experienced mercenary group's expression instantly turned ugly. Rotten crows liked to devour corrosive creatures. Of course, living creatures were also their targets.
In the Blackwater Swamp, there were some places where there was a black-toothed fish. Under normal circumstances, they would feed on the black-toothed fish.
However, once the rotten crows encountered humans, they would constantly follow them and wait for an opportunity to make a move. They would only give up when they were full. Oh no, there are more than 200 rotten crows. Their appetite is very big. If we want to feed them, we will need a lot of food. Father Zhou's face was slightly embarrassed as he stared at the rotten crows in the sky with a grave expression. Stop the carriage. All the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, come over. A voice came from the center. Father Zhou did not hesitate and walked towards the center.
There were a total of 20 chambers of commerce. All the people in charge came to the center.
This is troublesome. These damned carrion crows will cause all the chambers of commerce to lose a lot of spirit stones. Zhou Han and Jin Luyen got off the carriage. They frowned as they looked at the carrion crows circling in the sky. What should we do if we encounter such carrion crows? Wuxia frowned as he looked at the carrion crows with their rotting bodies and blood-red eyes. A hint of disgust flashed across his eyes. There are more than 100 carrion crows at Transcendence Level 5. If we were to engage in a battle, the mercenary groups here would suffer heavy losses. Usually, there is only one way to deal with these carrion crows. Ask each chamber of commerce to take out their corpses and feed them.
Once they are full, they can last for 2 days. 2 days is enough for us to leave this place.
Zhou Hanin said to Wuxia.
Oh.
Wuxia nodded his head. He suddenly felt that he didn't know much about the supernatural continent. It seemed that entering the Demon Hunter Academy this time was the right choice.
What? You want me to take out 30% of the corpses of ferocious beasts? Why do you want me to take out so many corpses of ferocious beasts?
Suddenly, an angry voice was heard. Zhou Hanin's expression changed when she heard this voice. She quickly turned her head and looked over. Just take it out when I tell you to. Without us. How can a small chamber of commerce like yours travel to and from Shanghai town?
A resounding and forceful voice was heard. An old man stared coldly at Zhou Henin's father.
How dare you bully my father? When Zhou Henin saw this scene, her small face turned red instantly. She ran over angrily. Jean Liuyan's expression changed slightly as well. She quickly chased after her. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before following her. We formed a team of 20 chambers of commerce. We didn't take any less money. Why do you want me to take out 30% of the corpses of ferocious beasts now?
You guys are going too far. Just as he walked over, he saw Father Zhou glaring at the two old men in front of him angrily.
Your Zhou Chamber of Commerce obtained 100,000 fierce beast corpses from the mayor of St. C Town this time. It's a great harvest. Of course, you have to pay more. The two old men looked at Father Zhou indifferently and said coldly, What? They got the fierce beasts from the mayor's mansion.
No way. In the past, it was the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce who got the bigger resources. I didn't expect that this Zhou Chamber of Commerce, which I've never heard of before, actually got so many fierce beast corpses.
I heard that the Zhou Chamber of Commerce has only been established for a short period of time, and they were able to obtain hundreds of thousands of corpses of fierce beasts when they were transported to East Sea City.
The words of the elder of the Shao Chamber of Commerce instantly caused the eyes of the surrounding people to turn red.
Little Zhou, young people do business. If you want to expand your business, you have to make some concessions. Since you've obtained so much this time, so what if you take out some fierce beasts? Right?
Right? I think the Zhou Chamber of Commerce can earn quite a lot even if they feed this group of rotten crows. AI, Brother Zhou, since you have earned so much this time, I think you should take out some. It's not much for you, right? The people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce hurriedly said. Envy and jealousy flashed in their eyes.
A trip of several 100,000 spirit stones was also a huge income for their Chamber of Commerce. But not every Chamber of Commerce was as powerful as the Ivy Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce. Their annual profit was at most several 100,000 spirit stones. If they were in danger, they might even lose money.
You guys!
Father Zhou saw that everyone's gazes were all fixed on him, and his expression instantly became unsightly.
If he were to take out 30% of the rotten crow's meat, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones.
Originally, each person would only get a few thousand, but now that he was asked to take out all of it, how could he feel good?
And the surrounding chambers of commerce were clearly bullying him. But he had no choice but to glare at them angrily.
Why are you asking us to take so much?
You're bullying us, aren't you?
We won't take it, we'll split it equally.
Seeing her father's humiliated look, Zhou Henin pointed at them and said angrily.
That's right. Why should we pay 30%? It's because the profit is better than yours. Humph! You're simply bullying us. Jean Liuyan also said angrily.
Excluding the money of the mercenary group, the profit of our group is only about 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. You've earned a few 100,000 and are coming with us. This is equivalent to our mercenary group protecting you. Naturally, you'll have more. Before the members of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Shao Chamber of Commerce could speak, a middle-aged man said irrationally.
What kind of nonsense is this? You blame us for having less income, you blame us for having more income than you, and you want us to pay more? Don't even think about it. Zhou Henin was so angry that her body was trembling, and she shouted loudly. It's not like you guys have to pay all of it. That's right. It's not a big loss for you. The people in charge of the surrounding chambers of commerce kept talking to Father Zhou.
For a small chamber of commerce to be able to obtain the corpses of 100,000 fierce beasts from the mayor's office made them feel very unfair.
Why did you get it? At this time, they were even working together to get the Zhou Chamber of Commerce to take out the corpses of fierce beasts to feed the carrion crows.
Only then would they feel more at ease.
All right. Everyone, quiet down. At this moment, the person in charge of the Ivy Chamber of Commerce waved his hand with a smile on his face, telling them not to speak. The rest of the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce immediately shut their mouths, waiting for his decision.
Little Zhou, right? Since everyone wants your Zhou Chamber of Commerce to give more, then you should give more. Just as President Song said, if you give more, the road in the future will be wider. Your Zhou Chamber of Commerce has just started. It's a good thing to give more.
Director Du of the Ivy Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Father Zhou's face changed when he heard Director Du's words, and he clenched his fists tightly.
What if we don't agree?
Zhou Han, who was standing at the side, almost exploded in anger as she said angrily.
Our entire caravan must unite together. If we don't agree, as long as most of the Chamber of Commerce doesn't agree, you will be eliminated.
As soon as Zhou Han finished her words, Elder Xiao of the Xiao Chamber of Commerce said indifferently.
Haha, that's right. You have to think carefully. If you are kicked out of the Blackwater Swamp, it will be impossible for you to walk out of here. That's right. President Zhou, you have to think carefully. Your life is more important, or... Hee hee.
Several people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce said mockingly. You guys. Father Zhou's face was extremely ugly. Zhou Han and Jin Liuyan's bodies slightly trembled at their actions. How could there be such a group of people in such a short time?
Okay, I'll pay. Father Zhou said in a low voice with an ugly expression. This was simply trying to force them into a desperate situation.
Then pay 50%, and the rest of the Chamber of Commerce will split it equally. Supervisor Du of the Ivy Chamber of Commerce said faintly. 50%. Previously, it was 30%. Now, it had increased to 50%.
Father Zhou's eyes were slightly red.
Let's go. We can leave even if we don't follow the caravan. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, swept his gaze across them coldly and patted Father Zhou's shoulder. This. Father Zhou was stunned as he looked at Wang Xian in astonishment.
Zhou Han and Jin Liuyan were also slightly stunned. However, Jin Liuyan followed closely behind with a smile on her face. All right, we'll leave by ourselves. Don't they want to be eliminated? You guys can take care of the beasts yourselves. We'll leave by ourselves. That's right, we'll leave by ourselves.
Zhou Han also tugged at her father.
Leaving by ourselves? Are you guys courting death?
The words of the two girls made the faces of the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce turn ugly instantly. You don't need to worry about that. You go, we go, we go. Humph. Zhou Henin snorted and dragged her father to the back. The managers of the Chamber of Commerce looked at each other. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces kept changing. This.
The manager of the Chamber of Commerce looked very embarrassed. If the Zhou Chamber of Commerce really went their own way, then wouldn't the beasts feeding the rotten crows be divided among them?
Moreover, if there was one less Chamber of Commerce, they would have to share even more. Are you going to die? Supervisor Du of the Ivy Chamber of Commerce and Elder Xiao of the Xiao Chamber of Commerce also slowly looked embarrassed as they stared at them. It's none of your business. If you want us to take out 30% or 50%, don't even think about it. Humph. You go, we go, we go, we go. Zhou Henin turned her head and mocked them coldly. All right, all right.
Supervisor Du stared at them coldly. This damn kid.
Elder Zhao's gaze was on Wang Xian. If it wasn't for that kid from the mercenary group, the Zhou Chamber of Commerce would have agreed even if they were to give them 50%. Henin, if we leave alone, we will be eaten by the ferocious beasts before we reach Donghai City. Father Zhou looked at his daughter, who was holding his arm, and said with an embarrassed expression.
Dad, with the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group here, don't worry. Yes, Uncle. Since Commander Wang has spoken, we won't have any problems from now on. The two girls said in succession.
A mercenary group that could destroy a Transcendent Level Rank 7 expert, with a Transcendent Level Rank 8 array formation. Speaking of which, with the protection of the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group, it was safer than following them.
Are you sure?
Without a level 7 supernatural realm expert, it would be hard to return to Donghai City if we are unlucky. Father Zhou's expression changed as he said with a worried expression.
Don't worry. We won't risk our lives either. Wang Xian looked at him and said faintly.
This? All right.
Father Zhou gritted his teeth. He could only trust his daughter and Wang Xian. He nodded his head heavily.
When they returned to the front of the carriage, Father Zhou explained to the few coachmen. Under their worried expressions, he gritted his teeth and nodded his head.
They could only follow the boss's decision.
Furthermore, the boss would not joke about his own life.
Damn it. That bastard brat. Now that they are separated from us, what should we do next?
Supervisor Du of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce said with an embarrassed expression.
Then we should do it as soon as possible. The sky will turn dark soon. In a few hours, they won't be too far away from us.
Elder Shao also said with a gloomy expression. What's wrong?
Deputy Commander Ling said with a frown when he saw the two people walking toward them with an unpleasant expression.
The prey wants to leave us and return to the Eastern Sea alone. Supervisor Du said with a sullen face. Leaving us is simply courting death.
Deputy Regiment Commander Ling's eyes were cold as he said, Let's make a move tonight.
Elder Shao and Supervisor Du whispered to Deputy Regiment Commander Ling. We can kill them at any time. It's very easy to kill them. Deputy Regiment Commander Ling grinned, his eyes revealing a cold expression. What? Someone isn't following the caravan.
Courting death.
Which caravan is courting death? Why aren't they following the caravan in the Blackwater Swamp? It's those fellows at the back who are courting death. If they don't follow our Chamber of Commerce, they will soon become the food of the Crocodile Emperor.
At this moment, when the mercenary groups heard the words of the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, they turned their heads in surprise. When they saw that there were only 20 or so of them, they sneered.
How dare you leave the caravan? Just wait for your death. You bunch of idiots. The leader of the mercenary group, who was in front of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce's carriage, gave Wang Xian and the rest a middle finger in disdain.
Initially, they didn't need to be at the back. Now that they needed to be at the back, they were naturally in a bad mood.
If someone wants to die, we don't need to care.
A sarcastic reply came from the front.
However, when the 7 to 8 mercenary groups from Shanghai town saw Wang Xian and the rest, they were slightly stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment.
The Immortal Phoenix mercenary group had actually left the group.
This was not good news. However, they did not say anything. A portion of the mercenary groups here came from Donghai City. The strength of this group of mercenary groups was much stronger than them. They did not have much say here. They kept silent. Leader Wang, let's follow them from a distance. It's safer this way.
When Father Zhou heard the taunts from the mercenary group in front of him, he revealed an embarrassed expression and said to Wang Xian,
Sure. Follow them from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Wang Xian nodded his head nonchalantly.
All right. We'll be relying on you guys from now on.
Father Zhou nodded his head solemnly.
Commander Wang, we'll have to trouble you guys for the rest of the journey. Our lives are in your hands now.
Jean Lian walked over with a smile on her face and said to Wang Xian,
Don't worry. I'll guarantee that you guys will arrive at Donghai City safely.
Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. All right then. When we arrive at Donghai City, we will treat Commander Wang to a meal. Commander Wang, please take good care of us in the future, Jean Lian said with a smile. I am not familiar with the people and places in Donghai City. Please take good care of me when the time comes. Wang Xian joked with them. After spending 2 days together, they were joking like normal friends. Quack, quack. The carrion crows in the sky came from afar. Father Zhou took a look and the carrion crows continued to move forward with the caravan.
They stopped about 1,000 meters in front of them. It was obvious that they were feeding the carrion carcasses.
Commander Wang, they should be far away. Let's set off too. 5 minutes later, Father Zhou said to Wang Xian. All right, let's go.
Wang Xian nodded. The 21 AO demons immediately spread out within a 1,000-meter radius.
Any creature within a 1,000-meter radius would be discovered immediately. Even if there were creatures hiding in the swamp, they would still be discovered. After 4 hours of smooth sailing, the sky gradually turned dark. After 4 hours of smooth driving, Father Zhou and the others let out a sigh of relief. We are 2 to 3 kilometers behind the caravan. Most of the fierce beasts have been disposed of by them, so it's relatively safer, he said with a smile. Dad, I got a great deal by hiring the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group this time,
Zhou Hanin said proudly.
As the sky turned dark, their speed also decreased. At this moment, at a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, more than 30 mercenary groups were fighting with the Imperial Croc. Among the 5 Imperial Crocs, the largest one was 15 meters in size, exuding a fierce aura. Beside it, there was a part of the corpse of a wildebeest. A transcendent level 6 Imperial Croc suddenly attacked, causing the mercenary group at the front to lose a wildebeest without noticing it. If it wasn't for Vice Leader Ling, the loss would have been even greater.
Those people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce are really smart. They followed 2,000 to 3,000 meters behind us. We opened a safe path for them along the way.
The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, who was at the back, turned his head to look behind with an embarrassed expression. He then turned his head to look at the mercenary group that was fighting Alligator. Yes, Supervisor. Maybe those guys are safer than us.
A middle-aged man said angrily.
Humph. The supervisor of the Chamber of Commerce rolled his eyes and moved toward the center of the group. Supervisor Du, Elder Xiao, we are risking our lives on the road ahead. But those guys from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce don't need to worry about any danger. This is equivalent to us opening a path for them. The middle-aged supervisor of the Chamber of Commerce walked over and said in a very loud voice, "Ha!"
Seeing the middle-aged man walk over and say what he said, Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao raised their eyebrows. Yeah, we are risking our lives to clear the road ahead, but they are just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of our labor.
Fuck. The Zhou Chamber of Commerce must have thought of such a situation. So they dare to separate from us. A few people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, who were relatively close to them, agreed with a sullen expression. Then what do you guys think we should do? Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao looked at each other, raised their eyebrows and asked,
I think, should we?
As the middle-aged supervisor of the Chamber of Commerce said this, a very hot expression appeared on his face. He touched his neck and said, They have so many fierce beast corpses, why don't we? When the surrounding managers saw his hand gesture, their eyes sparkled. They looked at Manager Du and Elder Xiao with interest. We are a Chamber of Commerce, not thieves. Although this Zhou Chamber of Commerce is immoral, we can't do this. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Elder Xiao's expression turned serious as he spoke to the manager.
That's right. Elder Xiao is right. Our chambers of commerce must help each other. Although the Zhou Chamber of Commerce does not know what is good for them, we cannot do such an unrighteous thing. Forget it.
Head of the Chamber of Commerce said with a righteous expression.
The face of the head of the Chamber of Commerce changed slightly as a trace of admiration surfaced in his heart. Head of the Chamber of Commerce, Elder Xiao, I have learned my lesson. I have indeed become a little greedy.
Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao are really magnanimous. Together with the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce and the Xiao Chamber of Commerce, they've also made us feel much more at ease. Yeah, even I was greedy just now. Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao are still the righteous ones. No wonder the Chamber of Commerce is stronger than us.
The people in charge of the surrounding chambers of commerce hurriedly flattered them. The two of them smiled faintly. However, we can't just be a wedding dress. Just now, they weren't willing to sacrifice that little bit of spirit stones. Now that they're asking us to open a path for them, I feel uncomfortable too. Vice Commander Ling, when we kill the Emperor Crocs, it's best to leave one or two for them to try. The two of them continued with a smile. We agree on this point. Leave a few Emperor Crocs for them instead of killing them. That's right. We can't let them enjoy the fruits of their labor. I support Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao's actions. I also support not doing what we shouldn't do, but we can't be at a disadvantage either.
Everyone looked at Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao in admiration.
If they agreed to let you destroy the Zhou Chamber of Commerce, then they would definitely give a portion of the items they obtained to you. Now, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with cunningness. Justice? Righteousness?
In the face of benefits, what kind of thing was this?
Leave them 2 transcendent level 5 Imperial Crocs to play with them. Vice Commander Ling's lips curled up slightly. He waved his arm and directly hit the Imperial crocodiles on the head. The powerful force made his head feel dizzy. He wanted to recover for at least 5 to 6 minutes. Leave them 2 gifts. 2 transcendent level 5 Imperial crocodiles. The other party might be eaten directly.
It's a bit of a waste, but it's very satisfying. There's no way we can sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor.
The group of mercenaries laughed out loud.
The caravan continued to move forward. In the swamp at the side, 2 alligators were lying on the ground with their heads slightly shaking. The people from the Chamber of Commerce were not good people.
Wang Xian's carriage followed behind. When they came to the side of the two alligators, a golden swordfish in front immediately waved his hand. What's wrong? Seeing the gesture of a golden swordfish in front, the carriage stopped immediately. Father Zhou's expression changed slightly. What's going on?
There's a ferocious beast.
There's a ferocious beast. When the golden swordfish mentioned that there was a ferocious beast, Father Zhou's expression turned anxious instantly.
Jin Luen and Zhou Hanin also stood up hurriedly.
Oh!
Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The ferocious beast was not discovered by the golden swordfish. Instead, it was told to the golden swordfish by the strange monsters who were hiding in the surroundings. He stood up and looked ahead with a strange glint in his eyes.
As expected, two emperor crocodiles that were over 10 meters in size were lying in front of him. Their eyes were extremely red. It was obvious that they were in a state of anger. Once the carriage approached them, the two emperor crocodiles would definitely launch a fatal attack. There are marks on their heads. Hehe. They were left behind to deal with us, right?
A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
But it's perfect. I want to see this emperor croc as well. He stood up immediately and flew towards the two emperor crocs. He said, "Don't worry. They are just two extraordinary level 5 emperor crocs. There are ferocious beasts following behind the caravan?" Father Zhou asked with a look of astonishment.
Jin Luen and Zhou Han stared at Wang Xian curiously. To them, the level 5 extraordinary crocodile was simply a colossus. Their strength was definitely not weak in the East Ocean Academy. With a cultivation of level 3 extraordinary, they could be considered as outstanding students.
However, they would definitely be swallowed by the crocodile in one gulp when they were faced with it. They focused their attention on it. They wanted to see how strong Wang Xian was.
Two extraordinary level 5 imperial crocs. They are a little weak.
Wang Xian flew over and sized up the imperial crocs that were hiding in the swamp. Roar! When the two imperial crocs saw Wang Xian hovering 10 meters above their heads, they immediately became ferocious and leaped up.
In the darkness, two terrifying monsters that were 10 meters in size attacked Wang Xian, who was in the sky.
This scene was extremely shocking to the surrounding people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Wang Xian smiled faintly. The surrounding aquatic plants suddenly flew towards the two imperial crocs in a frenzy. With an even faster speed, they landed heavily on the ground.
Boom!
Boom! A dull sound was heard. Wang Xian moved slightly and stood on the two imperial crocs. Dragon's might.
Wang Xian stared at the two alligators coldly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Submit. The intelligence of ferocious beasts was very low. Basically, they relied on their instincts to fight and hunt. However, no matter how low their intelligence was, they still possessed the intelligence of a 5-year-old child. The powerful aura, along with Wang Xian's terrifying dragon's might, entered their minds directly. The imperial croc was an aquatic creature. Roar! Roar!
A series of low, fearful roars could be heard. They wriggled their huge bodies uneasily.
Don't move,
Wang Xian said coldly.
When the two imperial crocs heard Wang Xian's words, they didn't dare to move recklessly. Their eyes were filled with fear. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Wang Xian stood in front of them. A strong killing intent surged from his body. Roar! Roar! The two imperial crocs quickly stuck their heads to the ground and placed their tails in the swamp. Get up!
Wang Xian asked them to prop up their limbs.
Roar!
Roar! The two imperial crocs got up obediently. They lowered their heads as if they were facing an imperial croc whose level was higher than theirs.
Wang Xian smiled in satisfaction.
Imperial crocs were aquatic creatures. Although Wang Xian's level was the same as the imperial croc and he could not control them directly, he could still threaten them.
It was just like how a high-level imperial croc commanded a low-level imperial croc. This.
Father Zhou, Zhou Han, Jin Luen, and the rest who saw this scene not far away widened their eyes.
Even though Jin Luen had witnessed Wang Xian's terrifying strength, the scene before his eyes still shocked him. Two gigantic ferocious beasts, which were at extraordinary level 5, were tamed in less than a minute. This was simply unbelievable.
You, Captain Wang, you are also a beast tamer. Jean Lian and Zhou Henin walked over with sparkling eyes and asked in astonishment. Beast tamer? I guess so. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Impressive. This is simply too impressive. Beast tamers are an extremely rare profession. Moreover, even a powerful beast tamer would need 1 to 2 months to tame an extraordinary level 5 ferocious beast. Jean Luen widened her eyes and exclaimed in shock. Father Zhou widened his eyes and walked over with a face full of shock and excitement. The caravan in front has stopped. Let's stop and rest for a while. Wang Xian smiled and said to them. All right, it's up to Captain Wang to make the decision. Father Zhou and the rest did not have any objections. The ability to tame 2 extraordinary level 5 ferocious beasts in an instant could definitely allow them to enter Donghai City safely. Light a fire and eat something. We'll have to take the night route. The night route is the most dangerous in the Blackwater Swamp. Father Zhou waved at the workers and said. Vice Commander Ling, Supervisor Diu, Elder Xiao, the people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce behind us have also stopped. They're more than 3,000 meters away from us. At this moment, in front of them, a huge caravan stopped to rest. A member of the Spirit Beast mercenary group walked over and said in a low voice. Looks like that young man's mercenary group isn't simple. The 2 imperial crocodiles didn't affect them at all. Supervisor Du of the Green Vine Chamber of Commerce frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Hee. How extraordinary can it be? No matter how powerful they can only deal with a transcendent level 6 powerhouse at most. Elder Xiao smiled faintly and didn't seem to mind at all. Holy Sea Town wasn't like East Sea City. There was a ranking list of mercenary groups and they had only stayed in Holy Sea Town for 2 to 3 days. They didn't know about the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group. However, even if they knew, they might not be afraid. When Wang Xian destroyed the Sword Scar mercenary group, no one saw it. Most people thought that they used powerful weapons or formations to kill a transcendent level 7 Sword Scar. Vice Leader Ling of the Spirit Beast mercenary group also had a powerful weapon in his hands. Vice Leader Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. Supervisor Du thought for a moment and smiled as he looked at Vice Leader Ling. Don't worry, leave it to me. Vice Leader Ling smiled confidently. He swept his gaze around and waved at the dozen or so people beside him. Among the 15 people, 2 were at Transcendent Level Rank 6 while the rest were all at Transcendent Level Rank 4 or Rank 5. Let's go and take all their money from the prey. Deputy Leader Ling raised his head slightly and said with a relaxed expression. The members of the Spirit Beast mercenary group nodded with a smile. In the eyes of everyone in the Spirit Beast mercenary group, all the mercenary groups in Shahai Town were trash. If they wanted to make a move, the other party was just a small prey. Let's go. Deputy Leader Ling personally led a group of powerhouses and carefully avoided everyone's gaze. They circled around from the side and after leaving everyone's line of sight, they looked in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. The corners of their lips curled up slightly. Let the hunt begin. Leader Wang is really a young hero. Even in East Sea City, the younger generation is considered the top heaven's favorites. In the Blackwater Swamp, Father Zhou passed Wang Xian a piece of roasted ferocious beast meat with a smile on his face as he said in a fawning manner. Heaven's favorites? Wang Xian smiled faintly. When he came to the extraordinary mainland, he was not competing with the heaven's favorites of this world. Instead, he was competing with the overlords of this world. With Leader Wang's strength, he is also very outstanding in the entire Transcendence continent. Jean Luen said to him with a smile on her face. As everyone was eating and chatting, Wang Xian smiled calmly at his praise. Leader, have we surrounded them or are we going to attack them directly? Of course we are going to attack them directly. Why waste too much time? They won't be able to escape in the Blackwater Swamp. Let's finish them off as soon as possible. In the pitch-black darkness, the members of the Spirit Beast mercenary group were floating in midair. They stared at a spot 1,000 meters away and said softly, "We are already 1,000 meters away." They have yet to realize that this Immortal Phoenix mercenary group is also trash. Deputy Leader Ling looked over with a face full of mockery. He waved his hand and slowly flew toward Wang Xian and the rest. Dragon King. Wang Xian, who was eating,
suddenly sensed the message sent by Ao Yao. He was slightly stunned and slowly stood up. Leader Wang, what's wrong?
Father Zhou saw Wang Xian suddenly standing up and asked with a face full of surprise.
Nothing. I'm taking care of a few pieces of trash. You guys can continue eating. Wang Xian shook his head and walked directly toward the spirit beast mercenary group. Ha! Father Zhou and the rest looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Trash? We've been discovered.
When they were within 1,000 meters of Wang Xian and the rest, an extraordinary level 6 powerhouse saw Wang Xian staring at them coldly. He raised his eyebrows slightly.
So what if we've been discovered? Let's get ready then. Deputy Captain Ling smiled and landed on the ground without a care. He took out his weapon from his interspatial ring. The rest of the mercenaries also took out their weapons and walked towards Wang Xian and the rest proudly. It's actually them? What are they here for? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the group of people from the Spirit Beast mercenary group. A hint of coldness appeared on his face.
Deputy Leader Ling, may I know why you are here?
Wang Xian didn't make a move directly. The group of people from the opposite Spirit Beast mercenary group walked over with a mocking look on their faces.
Both parties stopped when they were 100 meters away. Wang Xian looked at them and asked calmly. Haha, it's just a small matter.
Deputy Leader Ling laughed and sized up Wang Xian, Ao Jian, and the rest with a smile on his face. May I know what's the matter?
Wang Xian continued to ask with an expressionless face.
It's not a big matter. Deputy Leader Ling grinned. It's just
killing all of you.
He smiled with a calm expression. It was as if to him this was an insignificant matter. Oh! Wang Xian nodded with a calm expression. It's indeed not a big deal. Ha!
When the people from the Spirit Beast mercenary group saw Wang Xian's calm expression, a hint of astonishment appeared on their faces.
Kid, it seems like you are prepared to die. Vice Leader Ling narrowed his eyes slightly as a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. He really doesn't know death.
Wang Xian said calmly. How can this kid be so calm? An elder from the Spirit Beast mercenary group saw how calm Wang Xian was and suddenly had a bad premonition. He said softly, Do it. Vice Captain Ling's eyes flickered as he looked at the calm Wang Xian. He no longer tried to act cool. He shouted coldly and gave the order.
Pft, pft, pft. The order sounded. However, his order seemed to be a death order.
As soon as he finished his sentence, a bone-piercing sound came from beside him. He was very familiar with the sound. It was the same sound when the sharp knife entered the body of the ferocious beast.
Buzz.
At the same time, at this moment, he felt a terrifying murderous aura.
Deputy Captain Ling's expression changed drastically. An earthen yellow defense instantly appeared on his body. PFFT. However, the armor of a transcendent level 7 was easily penetrated like thin paper. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the sharp claws that penetrated his body. Then he slowly raised his head. I can easily destroy a mercenary group like yours. Wang Xian looked at Vice Leader Ling, who was in disbelief, and said calmly.
How? How is this possible?
Vice Leader Ling opened his mouth and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes as he walked over directly. More than 10 corpses. Not bad. Wang Xian said nonchalantly. Under Vice Leader Ling's widened eyes, his subordinates were kept into his interspatial ring.
How?
How is it so strong?
How is this possible?
Vice Leader Ling couldn't believe the ending before his eyes.
A mercenary group from Shanghai town and a mercenary group led by a kid could actually destroy them in an instant.
In fact, that kid didn't even make a move. The vision in front of them gradually blurred, and their vitality slowly dissipated.
Wang Xian walked over and took off the mercenary group badges on their chests.
He looked ahead and revealed a faint smile. Send the badges of these mercenary groups to them later, Wang Xian said to a strange demon. It's the Dragon King. A strange demon nodded, put away all the badges and disappeared. Wang Xian turned around and left calmly. A dozen people from the Spirit Beast mercenary group wanted to kill them?
They were really reckless.
Leader Wang, what happened? Father Zhou and the rest asked with concern when they saw Wang Xian return. It's nothing. Some people who are courting death have been dealt with. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. Ha!
Father Zhou and the rest were slightly taken aback. Their faces were filled with astonishment.
When they saw Wang Xian sitting down and continuing to eat, they hesitated for a moment and did not ask further. Elder Xiao, what's going on? It's been almost 20 minutes. Why is Vice Leader Ling and the rest still not back yet?
At this moment, at the position of the merchant group, Supervisor Du frowned and whispered to Elder Xiao.
It should be delayed by something. With Vice Commander Ling and the other strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Elder Xiao also frowned and looked behind him from time to time.
Supervisor Du, Elder Xiao, it's been half an hour. Should we continue to set off?
Another 10 minutes passed. The group of people in charge of the caravan who had rested well asked Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao loudly.
Wait a moment, we'll leave immediately.
Supervisor Du had a bad premonition in his heart, and he said to them while looking at the back with a burning gaze.
So.
At this moment, sounds like hidden weapons were heard. Who is it? The sudden voice caused the expressions of all the experts in the caravan to change slightly. They hurriedly looked towards the direction of the hidden weapons. Watch out! Be careful! A leader of the mercenary group shouted loudly. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone pulled out their weapons and looked around vigilantly.
Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, one metal after another was inserted into the carriage. Everyone quickly looked over.
Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition. They looked around with an awkward expression and walked towards the carriage. This is...
When they just arrived, a member of the mercenary group had already walked over and removed the hidden weapon embedded in the carriage.
This? Spirit Beast Mercenary Group? Why is this the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group's badge? The mercenary group member let out a cry of fear and pulled out one badge after another with a face full of shock. Spirit Beast Mercenary Group's badge? Supervisor Du and Elder Zhao's expressions changed drastically. Why would the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group's badge be here? The badge was directly pinned onto the clothes. Even if it was a battle, it would be very difficult for it to fall off. Unless,
in an instant, their foreheads were full of cold sweat. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. This is Deputy Commander Ling's badge. At this moment, the mercenary group member widened his eyes and said loudly,
Deputy Commander Ling's badge. This
won't happen.
Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao hurriedly walked over and snatched the badge from that person's hand. When they saw the badges one by one, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The number of badges was the same as the number of experts from the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group who had just left.
What happened?
Could it be? Their expressions changed drastically.
Oh right, where are Vice Commander Ling and the others?
Why aren't they here?
Hey, it's true. Several experts from the Spirit Beast Mercenary Group have also disappeared.
At this moment, the people of the mercenary group and the Chamber of Commerce around them suddenly noticed that Vice Commander Ling and the others had disappeared. Their expressions changed slightly. Those badges. The faces of some people from the Chamber of Commerce slowly turned solemn. They looked at Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao. Obviously, they were hiding something.
Supervisor Du, Elder Xiao, Vice Commander Ling, and the others? Finally, a person in charge of the caravan couldn't help but ask.
On the way from Holy Sea Town to East Sea City, their caravan rarely encountered Transcendent Level Rank 7 beasts, but Transcendent Level Rank 6 beasts were definitely not rare. Especially for the huge caravan, the caravan could deter some weak beasts from attacking. But as long as it was a beast that dared to attack the caravan, its strength was not weak.
Moreover, a huge caravan lacked flexibility. If there were no experts guarding it, it would be safer to travel alone in a small chamber of commerce.
However, now that their caravan's Transcendent Level Rank 7 expert was not seen to be dead, it made them somewhat fearful.
They had only covered 1/3 of the journey and the rest of the journey was still very long. Without a Transcendent Level Rank 7 expert, it would be very difficult to reach East Sea City safely.
Supervisor Du and Elder Zhao's faces were gloomy and uncertain. The sudden appearance of the badge completely made them panic.
Vice Commander Ling and the others might really have met with an accident.
And once something happened, their 2 chambers of commerce would be finished.
Without the Spirit Beast mercenary group, how could they return to East Sea City?
What worried them the most was who gave them the badge. The Zhou Chamber of Commerce and the Immortal Phoenix mercenary group? Seeing the expressions of Supervisor Du, Elder Xiao, and the others, the faces of the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce slowly turned ugly. They must know what Vice Leader Ling and the others had gone to do. Moreover, the current situation was that something had happened to the other party. Supervisor Du, Elder Xiao, say something. What should we do now? A person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce asked with a gloomy face.
All the people in the caravan were staring at them, their faces extremely ugly.
There are still 2/3 of the way back. Do we have to go back? Supervisor Du looked at Elder Xiao with a gloomy face and asked in a low voice. Go back?
How can we go back?
We have already traveled 1/3 of the way back. If we go back, when can we go back to East Sea City? How much will we lose this time? Our Chamber of Commerce can't afford to lose. That's right. Even if we go back, we'll issue a mission in Holy Sea Town and have the powerful mercenary group of East Sea City pick us up. The commission will be even higher. Before Elder Xiao could speak, the people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce who heard this immediately said loudly. This caused Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao's expressions to instantly turn ugly.
But right now, we don't have any transcendent level rank 7 experts to hold down the fort. If we continue moving forward, such a huge team will encounter 5 or 6 transcendent level rank 6 beasts. It will be extremely troublesome. Another person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce said loudly with an embarrassed expression.
They all stared at Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao, their eyes flickering. With this huge Chamber of Commerce joining forces, as the organizer, the Ivy Chamber of Commerce and the Xiao Chamber of Commerce would receive huge benefits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to hire a powerful mercenary group to move forward with them. Now that the Spirit Beast mercenary group was in trouble, they were also in trouble. What angered them the most was that Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao had obviously hidden something from them. Continue moving forward. We will return all of your spirit stones to you.
Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao said with extremely unsightly expressions.
Our mercenary group doesn't care about your matters. However, because of your situation, this mission has become extremely difficult. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we have the right to reject your mission. However, just as they finished speaking, a mercenary group leader walked out and swept his gaze across all the chambers of commerce.
That's right, the difficulty of this mission has more than doubled. If we reach East Sea Town, there is a very high chance of death. We will quit this mission. There is another way. Each Chamber of Commerce will leave alone. The smaller the number of people, the less danger there will be. Another 2 mercenary groups spoke up.
Because of the person who issued the mission, the difficulty of their mission had more than doubled. They had the right to terminate the mission and receive a part of the compensation. In the current situation, if they continued to move forward, it would be extremely dangerous for the mercenary groups.
Moving alone, although the danger was still great, it was much lower.
Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao trembled when they heard the words of the mercenary group. Whether it was ending the mission or acting alone, it would put them in a desperate situation. No! They quickly exclaimed.
This is not up to you. A mercenary group stared at them coldly. We are willing to give you a satisfactory reward. The caravan will continue moving forward.
The 2 people clenched their teeth and growled in a low voice. This time, they simply lost a lot. What a huge loss! What a huge loss! The caravan continued to move forward. Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao's bodies were trembling, and their faces were extremely unsightly.
All the mercenary groups present had their commissions doubled.
And the extra money was all from the Ivy and Xiao Chambers of Commerce.
With this sum of spirit stones, they would lose at least 1 million middle-grade spirit stones on this trip. After all, the price of a mercenary group was not low.
It would be better to follow the caravan from Holy Sea Town to East Sea City, but to hire a mercenary group with an extraordinary 5th-rank expert, it would cost 50,000 to 100,000 spirit stones. After all, following the caravan was very low risk. But if they didn't follow the caravan and hired a mercenary group, it would cost at least 300,000 to 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Now, the death of the transcendent rank 7 experts in the caravan had placed all the risk on the other mercenary groups.
The commission would be doubled. This time, their profit was only 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
It wasn't enough to compensate them. Moreover, such a business wasn't common. It would only appear when the monsters attacked the city. Normally, it would be considered good if the profit was 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones.
However, they had no other choice. They no longer had a mercenary group. It was simply wishful thinking for them to reach the East China Sea by themselves. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful formation in this interspatial ring.
At this moment, Wang Xian and the rest continued to move forward. He sat on the carriage and flipped through the items in the interspatial ring. A smile appeared on his face. Spirit Explosion Formation. One-time Extraordinary Level 8 Formation.
Trapping the opponent in the formation and causing the formation to explode in an instant, it could unleash a terrifying attack of an extraordinary level 8 divine ability.
If caught off guard, even an extraordinary level 8 powerhouse would be killed.
This one-time formation was worth quite a lot. It was worth at least tens of millions of middle-grade spirit stones.
Apart from this formation, the elixirs and various resources inside were also worth millions of middle-grade spirit stones. An extraordinary level 7 powerhouse was still very rich. Wang Xian looked at the alligator king beside him and revealed a thoughtful expression. It's a pity that this alligator king is not a demonic beast. Its intelligence is too low. Otherwise, I could have subdued some of them and used them as a mount. It would be too troublesome to nurture them again.
Wang Xian thought to himself. They continued forward. After driving for 2 hours, Wang Xian and the rest had already caught up with the caravan in front.
However, they did not meet the caravan. Instead, they staggered from one side to the other. The entire caravan was slowed down because there were no transcendent level 7 experts guarding it.
The speed of Wang Xian and the rest had increased a little.
The carriage was moving at a fast speed. With the strange monsters around, it was much safer along the way. Some weak imperial crocodiles were killed directly. After more than 20 hours, they successfully walked out of the Blackwater Swamp area. This made Father Zhou and the rest heave a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with joy. The journey for the next 2 days is relatively safe. We only need to climb over the Wind Arrow Mountain to reach Donghai City safely. Father Zhou said to Wang Xian with a smile. Wind Arrow Mountain?
Wang Xian nodded his head silently. Wind Arrow Mountain was a mountain range that was connected to the ocean. The entire mountain range was like a bow and arrow. Hence, it was called Wind Arrow Mountain. The most dangerous thing in Wind Arrow Mountain was not the ferocious beasts but the demonic beasts that lived there.
Demonic beasts that were as intelligent as humans. It would be fine if they did not encounter demonic beasts. However, it would be troublesome if they did.
In the next 2 days, just as Father Zhou said, they did not encounter any danger along the way.
The Wind Arrow Mountain is ahead. 2 days later, Father Zhou pointed ahead and said to them. Wang Xian looked ahead and flew straight into the sky. The place that I can see looks like a bow and arrow. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and returned to the carriage.
The ferocious beasts in the Wind Arrow Mountain are all different types of ferocious beasts in the ocean. Any kind of ferocious beast can appear. These ferocious beasts are not a threat. The ones that pose a greater threat are the demonic beasts here. Demonic beasts have intelligence. They know how to cultivate. Medicinal pills are also very useful to them.
There are greedy demonic beasts controlling the ferocious beasts to attack the merchants passing by. If their strength is weaker, it would be difficult for them to escape. To a certain extent, the Wind Arrow Mountain is even more dangerous than the Blackwater Swamp.
Father Zhou looked ahead and said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head. The path to the Wind Arrow Mountain was also very difficult. They had to cross over the mountain ridges. Let's go. Everyone got off the carriage and escorted the items in the carriage to prevent them from falling off.
Wang Xian walked at the front and scanned his surroundings.
The area beside him was filled with seawater. Some of the seawater flowed down like a waterfall. The entire area looked very beautiful. Wang Xian and the rest slowed down completely as they climbed over the mountain peaks. Fortunately, there were no other trees on the mountain peaks except for the craggy rocks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pass through this road.
Dragon King, there's a ferocious beast lying in ambush ahead. There's a sea monster. After traveling for 3 hours and climbing over hundreds of mountain peaks, Ao Yao's voice suddenly reached Wang Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows, moved his body, and flew forward rapidly. Behind their mountain peak, there were hundreds of ferocious beasts with 6 huge legs that looked like crabs lying densely on one side of the mountain peak. Their rock-like color was a complete cover. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the bottom of the mountain peak. There was a small pit. It didn't look very deep. A snow-white creature was hidden inside. Its intelligent eyes seemed to be waiting for the arrival of its prey. When Wang Xian looked over, his eyes met with the creature's. The naked eye of an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to see if there was a creature hidden in the small pit. However, Wang Xian had the eye technique. In his line of sight, the 3-meter-tall creature that was staring at Wang Xian suddenly squinted its eyes. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly into the small pit. It was the first time he had seen a demonic beast. Gulp. However, to Wang Xian's surprise, the sea demon moved its body and disappeared from the pit. What's this? Wang Xian looked over and realized that there was actually a hole in the small pit. Such high intelligence. If it senses danger, it can escape from here in an instant. Even a transcendent level 9 powerhouse wouldn't be able to stop it. Wang Xian was a little surprised. Crack, 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 crack. When the ghost-faced crabs that were being controlled saw Wang Xian, they attacked him directly. This group of ghost-faced crabs were all at transcendent level 4 and level 5. They looked extremely ferocious. Without the demonic beast controlling them, they attacked Wang Xian crazily. As they didn't have high intelligence, they didn't sense any danger from Wang Xian at all. There are more than 300 of them and they are still worth some spirit stones. Wang Xian smiled. With a wave of his arm, a large area of flames covered the area. Boom! Boom! When the Zhou Chamber of Commerce's carriage arrived, Wang Xian had already killed over 300 ghost-faced crabs. Even though they had witnessed Wang Xian's strength, when they saw the 2 to 3 meters long ghost-faced crabs at the bottom of the mountain peak, they were shocked. This was especially so for Zhou and Jin Luyan. There were more than 300 ghost-faced crabs. The weakest among them was at level 4 extraordinary. Any one of them could easily kill the 2 of them. However, he only used a few minutes just now. When Dao Hen was killed back then, it's very likely that he didn't rely on any treasures. If that's the case, this is too terrifying. Jin Liuyan's eyes were sparkling as she stared at Wang Xian. She was slightly lost in her thoughts. Such a rare prodigy would definitely be famous across the continent in the future. The ghost-faced crab is a ferocious beast unique to Wind Arrow Mountain. It is also the most popular delicacy. The value of the ghost-faced crab far surpasses that of an ordinary ferocious beast. Father Zhou said with a twinkle in his eyes. Is that so? Wang Xian's figure moved and landed at the foot of the mountain peak. Let's take a break. It's a good time to taste this ghost-faced crab. Sure, everyone said with smiles on their faces. After witnessing Wang Xian's terrifying strength, they felt that it was very safe to stay in the wild. They were totally in the mood to taste the delicacies. The workers' faces lit up as well. With their status, they could never afford to eat such precious ferocious beast meat. Come, let me make it for you. Father Zhou rolled up his sleeves and walked over with a smile on his face. Wang Xian nodded and took a rest at the side. The 2 girls also walked down cheerfully and helped to deal with the ghost-faced crabs one by one. Hurry up, we are in a hurry. At this moment, the caravan behind them had also arrived at Wind Arrow Mountain. Compared to a few days ago, everyone in the caravan was in a sorry state. The dozen of people walking at the front were a completely unfamiliar mercenary group. They wore gorgeous armor and looked extraordinary. At the back, one of the original 19 chambers of commerce was missing. Of the 300 or so mercenary groups, more than 30 were killed or injured, making everyone's faces extremely gloomy. Their luck wasn't very good. They encountered the attacks of more than 100 fierce beasts midway, 8 of which were at transcendent level rank 6. When that group of fierce beasts appeared, in an instant more than 30 of them died in the battle. More than a dozen people from the Chamber of Commerce at the front were directly eaten by the fierce beasts.
At the moment when everyone was in despair, fortunately, a group of people appeared.
A group of 13 people, 1 was at Transcendent level rank 8, 3 were at Transcendent level rank 7, and 9 were at Transcendent level rank 6. The appearance of the 13 people instantly destroyed a group of fierce beasts.
Under their pleas, the other party was willing to send them back to East Sea City.
What made them most excited was that the other party actually didn't take their spirit stones. Yes. The group of people from the Chamber of Commerce and the mercenary group hurriedly nodded.
Who are they? Their strength is so terrifying. Judging from their clothes, they are either from the Demon Hunters mercenary group or the Demon Hunters Academy. They are definitely top-tier existences in East Sea City.
They are so powerful that they can sweep across our holy sea town. Behind them, some mercenary groups were discussing in low voices as they sped up and followed behind them.
If they were in their place, they wouldn't dare to travel at such a fast speed in Wind Arrow Mountain. They were simply courting death.
However, with so many experts around, they didn't have any scruples.
There are people in front. The 13 people at the front lightly jumped onto another mountain peak and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. After an hour, when they jumped onto a mountain peak, they suddenly found more than 20 people sitting not far ahead. They actually ate ghost face crabs here. They have some strength.
A middle-aged man standing on the left licked his tongue and said with a smile,
Hee. Send them out of Wind Arrow Mountain and we'll leave as soon as possible. We have to finish that mission as soon as possible. The new students will enter the school soon. An old man smiled and said while glancing at them, Okay, but I see that there are a lot of ghost face crabs there. Get a few and we'll eat them on the way. The middle-aged man smiled and the group quickly flew over. The merchant group behind them also rushed over. Everyone, are there any more ghost-faced crabs?
Let's buy 2.
The group landed in front of Wuxia and the rest. The middle-aged man smiled as he swept his gaze across the 2 giant ghost-faced crabs that were being produced. Father Zhou turned his head and looked at the dozen of them. Following that, he looked at the few hundred people who had rushed over. A caravan? He was stunned for a moment before his face darkened. It's them. The people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. I didn't expect that they were not eaten by the ferocious beasts. They even caught ghost-faced crabs to cook here. How leisurely. Behind them, the people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce looked embarrassed when they saw the people from the Zhou Chamber of Commerce. They had almost died in the wilderness, but this group of people actually had good food and drinks. This made them filled with jealousy.
The Zhou Chamber of Commerce. Supervisor Du and Elder Xiao looked at Wang Xian and the rest with an embarrassed expression. That night, they found an excuse to hide the reason for the disappearance of the group of experts from the Spirit Beast mercenary group. The others didn't know that the Spirit Beast mercenary group disappeared because they were hunting the Zhou Chamber of Commerce.
When they saw the Zhou Chamber of Commerce again, a strong killing intent flashed in their eyes. If it wasn't for the Zhou Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Elder Zhao's face was gloomy. His eyes moved and he suddenly walked forward. My lords, if you want the ghost-faced crab, we will buy it for you.
As he spoke, he walked towards Wang Xian and the rest. Sell the ghost-faced crab to us. You can name your price as you wish.
The 13 people standing in front of Elder Xiao didn't say anything when they saw him flattering them.
However, when Elder Xiao walked over, Father Zhou, Zhou Han, Jin Luan, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces.
Wang Xian also looked at him mockingly. His gaze then swept across the dozen people at the front. Sensing the powerful energy contained within their bodies, Wang Xian didn't pay too much attention to it.
Scram!
He glanced at Elder Xiao coldly. The assassination attempt by the Spirit Beast mercenary group that night definitely had something to do with this old man. He didn't have a good impression of this group of chambers of commerce and mercenary groups. You! Elder Xiao glared at him. Instead, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. Kid, why are you so arrogant?
It's your honor that our lord wants to buy some of your ghost face crabs.
Don't be ungrateful. We just want to buy some of your stuff. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Are you asking us to scram?
Kid, you're too arrogant.
At this moment, the cold voices of a few mercenary groups came from behind instantly. More than 10 burly middle-aged men held their weapons and immediately came over. The 13 people who were standing in front also raised their eyebrows and looked at Wang Xian with some displeasure. A kid. He's a little arrogant.